Fairfax County is now in session. The Honorable Penny presiding. Please be seated for a moment.
Good morning. All right. Do we have any matters before the jury comes out? That's what I like to hear. Okay. Fantastic. Let me just take a minute to get my computer up, Lisa. All right, just also, I did, for the ones that are going to go back to the jury, I did take off the Depp and Heard on the title, so it just has the numbers on the jury instructions, okay? All right. Okay, we're ready for the jury. Good morning. Thank you. You can be seated. Thank you. All right. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. All right, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you now have heard all the evidence in the case. Before the lawyers make their closing arguments, the court will instruct you on the instructions of law that you are to apply in deciding this case. Okay? Since it's been quite a while since I gave you the preliminary instructions, I want to remind you that in closing arguments, the lawyers will refer to the testimony and the other evidence that you will have heard, but what the lawyers say in their closing arguments is not itself evidence. Their statements are only their recollection of what the evidence in the case was. It is your collective recollection as 7 jurors of what the evidence in the case was, which shall govern your deliberations. In addition, your notes should be used only as an aid to your memory. You should not give your notes precedence over your independent recollection of the evidence. You should rely on your independent recollection of what the evidence in the case was, and you should not be unduly influenced by the notes of other jurors. I also wanted to make you aware that due to the high-profile nature of this case, the court has entered an order to seal the names of the jurors for a year, which is different than what I had instructed you in the beginning of the case, so I wanted to bring that to your attention, okay? All right, as to the following jury instructions that I'm going to give you, you'll be able to take these written jury instructions into the deliberation room with you, so you don't need to write down exactly what I say right now, because you'll all have copies of them, but I would ask for your attention while I read them to you, okay? With respect to the instructions that I'm about to give you, you may note that some of them are numbered and some of them are lettered at the top, and that the numbers and letters do not necessarily follow in any sequence or any order. Do not concern yourself with that. Some might even be missing, but just consider only the body or text of the instruction, not the headings, okay? All right, now some of the instructions may appear to be in conflict. This is because the court cannot predict your findings of fact. Therefore, the court must instruct you, the jury, on the applicable law under both the plaintiff's and the defendant's theory of the case, okay? All right. You have been chosen and sworn as jurors in this case to try the issues of facts presented. You must consider and decide this case fairly and impartially. You are to perform this duty without bias or prejudice as to any party. All persons stand equal before the law and are entitled to the same treatment under the law. Our system of law does not permit jurors to be governed by sympathy, prejudice, or public opinion. Both of the parties and the public expect that you will carefully and impartially consider all the evidence in the case, follow the law as stated by the court, and reach a just verdict regardless of the consequences. You are the judges of the facts, the credibility of the witnesses, and the weight of the evidence. You may consider the appearance and manner of the witnesses on the stand, their intelligence, their opportunity for knowing the truth and for having observed the things about which they testified, their interest in the outcome of the case, their bias, and if any have been shown, their prior inconsistent statements, or whether they have knowingly testified untruthfully as to any material fact in the case. You may not arbitrarily disregard believable testimony of a witness. However, after you have considered all the evidence in the case, then you may accept or discard all or part of the testimony of a witness as you think proper. You are entitled to use your common sense in judging any testimony. From these things and all the other circumstances of the case, you may determine which witnesses are more believable and weigh their testimony accordingly. You must not base your verdict in any way upon sympathy, bias, guesswork, or speculation. Your verdict must be based solely upon the evidence and instructions of the court. Your verdict must be based on the facts as you find them and on the law contained in all of these instructions. With respect to plaintiff John C. Depp II's claims against defendant Amber Laura Heard, the issues in this case are summarized below. Number one, whether Ms. Heard made or published any of the following statements. A, Amber Heard, I spoke up against sexual violence and faced our culture's wrath that has to change. B, then 2 years ago, I became a public figure representing domestic abuse, and I felt the full force of our culture's wrath for women who speak out. C, I had the rare vantage point of seeing in real time how institutions protect men accused of abuse. Number two, do any of Ms. Heard's statements imply or insinuate anything about Mr. Depp? Number three, were Ms. Heard's statements seen by anyone other than Mr. Depp? Number four, did Ms. Heard's statements convey a defamatory implication to someone who saw them other than Mr. Depp? Number five, are the implications or insinuations about Mr. Depp in Ms. Heard's statements false? Number six, did Ms. Heard make the statements with actual malice? Number seven, if Mr. Depp is entitled to recover, what is the amount of Mr. Depp's damages? On these issues, Mr. Depp has the burden of proof. Your decisions on these issues must be governed by the instructions that follow. With respect to Ms. Heard's claims against Mr. Depp, the issues in this case are summarized below. Number one, did Adam Waldman, while acting as an agent for Mr. Depp, make the following statements? A, Amber Heard and her friends in the media use fake sexual violence allegations as both a sword and shield, depending on their needs. They have selected some of her sexual violence hoax facts as a sword, inflicting them on the public and Mr. Depp. B, quite simply, this was an ambush, a hoax. They set Mr. Depp up by calling the cops, but the first attempt didn't do the trick. The officers came to the penthouses, thoroughly searched and interviewed, and left after seeing no damage to face or property. So Amber and her friends spilled a little wine and roughed the place up, got their story straight under the direction of a lawyer and publicist, and then placed a second call to 911. And C, we have reached the beginning of the end of Ms. Heard's abuse hoax against Johnny Depp. Number two, are any of the statements about Ms. Heard? Number three, were any of the statements seen by someone other than Ms. Heard? Number four, are any of the statements false? Number five, were any of the statements made with actual malice? Number six, if Ms. Heard is entitled to recover, what is the amount of Ms. Heard's damages? On these issues, Ms. Heard has the burden of proof. Your decisions on these issues must be governed by the instructions that follow. You shall only return your verdict for Mr. Depp on his claim of defamation about the following statement if he has proved by the greater weight of the evidence that, number one, Ms. Heard made or published the following statement. Amber Heard, I spoke up against sexual violence and faced our culture's wrath. That has to change. And number two, the statement was about Mr. Depp. And number three, the statement is false. And number four, the statement has a defamatory implication about Mr. Depp. And number five, the defamatory implication was designed and intended by Ms. Heard. And number six, due to the circumstances surrounding the publication of this statement, it conveyed a defamatory implication to someone who saw it other than Mr. Depp. And if Mr. Depp further proved by clear and convincing evidence, number seven, that Ms. Heard made the statement with actual malice. If Mr. Depp failed to prove any one or more of the 7 elements above, then you shall find your verdict for Ms. Heard with respect to the above statement. You shall only return your verdict for Mr. Depp on his claim for defamation about the following statement if he has proved by the greater weight of evidence that, number one, Ms. Heard made or published the following statement. Then 2 years ago, I became a public figure representing domestic abuse, and I felt the full force of our culture's wrath for women who speak out. And number two, the statement was about Mr. Depp. And number three, the statement is false. Number four, the statement has a defamatory implication about Mr. Depp. And number five, the defamatory implication was designed and intended by Ms. Heard. And number six, due to the circumstances surrounding the publication of this statement, it conveyed a defamatory implication to someone who saw it other than Mr. Depp. And if Mr. Depp further proved by clear and convincing evidence, number seven, that Ms. Heard made the statement with actual malice. If Mr. Depp failed to prove any one or more of the 7 elements above, then you shall find your verdict for Ms. Heard with respect to the above statement. You shall only return your verdict for Mr. Depp on his claim for defamation about the following statement if he has proved by the greater weight of the evidence that, number one, Ms. Heard made or published the following statement. I had the rare vantage point of seeing in real time how institutions protect men accused of abuse. And number two, the statement was about Mr. Depp. And number three, the statement is false. And number four, the statement has a defamatory implication about Mr. Depp. And number five, the defamatory implication was designed and intended by Ms. Heard. And number 6, due to the circumstances surrounding the publication of the statement, it conveyed a defamatory implication to someone who saw it other than Mr. Depp. And if Mr. Depp further proved by clear and convincing evidence, number 7, that Ms. Heard made the statement with actual malice, if Mr. Depp failed to prove any one or more of the 7 elements above, then you shall find your verdict for Ms. Heard with respect to the above statement. You shall only return your verdict for Ms. Heard on her claim for defamation about the following statement if she has proved by the greater weight of the evidence that, number 1, Adam Waldman, while acting as an agent for Mr. Depp, made or published the following statement. Amber Heard and her friends in the media use fake sexual violence allegations as both a sword and a shield, depending on their needs. They have selected some of her sexual violence hoax facts as the sword, inflicting them on the public and Mr. Depp. And number 2, the statement is about Ms. Heard. And number 3, the statement was seen by someone other than Ms. Heard. And number 4, the statement is false. And if Ms. Heard further proved by clear and convincing evidence, number 5, that the statement by Mr. Waldman was made with actual malice. If Ms. Heard failed to prove any one or more of the 5 elements above, then you shall find your verdict for Mr. Depp with respect to the above statement. You shall only return your verdict for Ms. Heard on her claim for defamation about the following statement if she has proved by the greater weight of the evidence that, number 1, Adam Waldman, while acting as an agent for Mr. Depp, made or published the following statement. Quite simply, this was an ambush, a hoax. They set up Mr. Depp up by calling the cops, but the first attempt didn't do the trick. The officers came to the penthouses, thoroughly searched and interviewed, and left after seeing no damage to face or property. So Amber and her friends spilled a little wine and roughed the place up, got their stories straight under the direction of a lawyer and publicist, and then placed a second call to 911. And number 2, the statement is about Ms. Heard. And number 3, the statement was seen by someone other than Ms. Heard. And 4, the statement is false. And if Ms. Heard further proved by clear and convincing evidence, number 5, that the statement by Mr. Waldman was made with actual malice. If Ms. Heard failed to prove any one or more of the 5 elements above, then you shall find your verdict for Mr. Depp with respect to the above statement. You shall only return your verdict for Ms. Heard on her claim for defamation about the following statement if she has proved by the greater weight of the evidence that, number 1, Adam Waldman, while acting as an agent for Mr. Depp, made or published the following statement. We have reached the beginning of the end of Ms. Heard's abuse hoax against Johnny Depp. And number 2, the statement is about Ms. Heard. And number 3, the statement was seen by someone other than Ms. Heard. And number 4, the statement is false. And if Ms. Heard further proved by clear and convincing evidence, number 5, that the statement by Mr. Waldman was made with actual malice. If Ms. Heard failed to prove any one or more of the 5 elements above, then you shall find your verdict for Mr. Depp with respect to the above statement. When used in these instructions, the phrase, the greater weight of the evidence, also sometimes called the preponderance of the evidence, means the evidence which you find more persuasive when evaluated against all the evidence that has been admitted in the case. The testimony of one witness whom you believe can be the greater weight of the evidence. When a party has the burden of proving any issue by clear and convincing evidence, he or she must produce evidence that creates in your minds a firm belief or conviction that he or she has proved the issue. A statement that is not directly defamatory may nonetheless suggest a defamatory meaning in an indirect way, that is, by implication. In determining whether any of the statements have a defamatory implication, you must consider the op-ed as a whole and the circumstances surrounding its publication. You should consider if these circumstances show that the words used are defamatory and relate to Mr. Depp. However, such circumstances cannot extend the meaning of the words used in the op-ed beyond their ordinary and common meaning. The proposed implication must be reasonably drawn from the words actually used. In determining whether any of the statements in the op-ed are false and defamatory as to Mr. Depp, you must read the statements in the context of the op-ed as a whole. This means you may not seize on any one word, phrase, or image, or consider only one particular statement, phrase, or passage in isolation. In determining whether any of Mr. Waldman's statements are false and defamatory, you must read those statements in context as a whole. This means you may not seize on any one word, phrase, or image, or consider only one particular statement, phrase, or passage in isolation. Both parties have the burden of proving actual malice by clear and convincing evidence. To meet this burden, each party must prove by clear and convincing evidence that each statement was made or published, number 1, with knowledge that the statement was false, or number 2, so recklessly as to amount to a willful disregard for the truth, that is, with a high degree of awareness that the statement was probably false. Actual malice is a subjective analysis that looks to the state of the mind of the person who made the statement. If the person who made the statement is believed it was substantially accurate at the time of its publication, then it does not give rise to liability for defamation. The term actual malice should not be confused with the more common meanings of the word malice, such as ill will or hatred. Actual malice is not established merely because an author was motivated by ill will, prejudice, hostility, hatred, contempt, or even a desire to injure another. In order to find that Ms. Heard republished the original op-ed, including the headline, through a tweet on December 19, 2018, you must find that she retransmitted the defamatory material or redistributed the material with the goal of reaching a new audience. Stated differently, republication occurs when the speaker has affirmatively reiterated the statement. A hyperlink directing readers to a previous article on the same website does not direct the previous article to a new audience. Merely linking to an article does not amount to republication, but adding content to a linked article may constitute republication. You must determine whether any added content was intended to reach a new audience. If you find any content added to the hyperlink was intended to reach a new audience, it constitutes a republication. Further, if you find a republication occurred on December 19, 2018, then in order to find for Mr. Depp against Ms. Heard, you must also find by clear and convincing evidence that Ms. Heard made this republication with actual malice. A principal is a person or legal entity with power or right to control the means and methods of performance.
All right, chill out, fucking.
Person performs the principal's
no,
work.
that's my microphone. God damn it. Chill out,
Chill
love. Calm down. Penny. Penny, you fucking legend. Just chill out.
An attorney has the express authority to do everything.
Why is oh, there we go. How's everybody doing? It's obvious she's not paying attention. She's fidgeting and looks bored. Yeah, but she's always fidgeting and looks bored. You know? How's everybody doing today? I think Turd has the look of I'm fucked. I don't know. Wouldn't rule anything out at this point. Do you know what I mean? I am going to very quickly try and get myself into the very bottom left corner of the map, folks, before I go over. And we won't be starting our timer until I do, alright? So, I also don't remember how to call a horse on controller.
An exception to this rule exists as to those whom we call expert witnesses. Witnesses who, by education and experience, have become expert in some art, science, profession.
Yo, horse. Because this is my first time playing the PC version on controller, actually.
And may also state their reasons for the opinion.
Now, give me that map.
Evidence in this case and give it such weight as you may think it deserves.
I have a sore throat and snuffy today. Sorry to hear that, Kyo. Actually, you know what? Come on over. We'll go over here. I feel like a schmack there. Face like a schmack there, so to say. Pretty much.
Given to the testimony of expert witnesses whose opinions differ.
All right. So,
their actions upon
what I'm going to do now,
the weight and process of the reasoning by which they support their opinion, their possible bias in favor of the side for which they testify.
Is that still a decent volume for you guys, by the way? The YouTube.
And any other matters which serve to illuminate.
Is it reasonable?
In considering the weight to be given to the testimony of expert
also, the game volume is probably quite loud. Let me turn the game volume down a bit.
And the underlying fact and data upon which he or she relied.
It's going to be hard to find a balance. Actually, maybe if I just turn the game music off.
Periodicals or pamphlets are reliable authority of a type normally relied upon by others in his or her field of expertise.
Score volume.
Permitted to test the knowledge, accuracy, and opinions of the expert witness.
Everything's coming through all right. Yeehaw! So as I say, we're going to head right into the bottom corner.
In considering the evidence, you're not limited to the bald statements of the witnesses. In other words, you're not limited solely to what you see and hear as the witnesses testify.
You can, because like Judge Penny is super quiet in my ears, but that doesn't necessarily mean she would be in your ears, so that's why I'm confirming, I guess.
Of this case, certain testimony has been presented to you by way of video deposition.
You know what? Let me tweak this a little bit as well. Let's go.
Testimony of witnesses who testified here in court. You must not discount any testimony merely because it was shown to you by video recording. When one of the parties
that size, a bit better.
Within his or her own knowledge, those statements of fact and the necessary inferences from them are binding upon him.
Let's go.
He or she cannot rely.
Is she being brought in? No. That's all over and done with. It's closing arguments now, Tartan.
You must consider his or her testimony as a whole.
Bit quiet for me over your voice. The trial audio. I was thinking that.
Or clarification made elsewhere.
Time, boys. Well, it is and it isn't, Aurora, as you know, because it kind of, they're not going to have a verdict today, unfortunately.
If you believe from the case that a witness other than Mr. Depp or Ms. Heard previously made a statement inconsistent with his or her testimony at this trial, The only
me know if
purpose
that's
for
okay,
which that
okay?
statement may be considered by you is its bearing on the witness's credibility. It is not evidence that what the witness previously
It's
said
time for the
was
closing
true.
statements. It's time for more wreckage, though,
If you
right?
believe from the evidence that Ms.
It's
Heard
closing
or Mr.
arguments,
Depp
so...
previously made a statement
Oh, why am
inconsistent
I...
with her
My
or his
body feels all
testimony at this
contorted
trial,
today, lads.
that previous statement may be considered by you as evidence.
I imagine
what
that
Ms.
part
Heard
of the
or Mr.
closing
Depp
statements will
previously
be
said was
wreckage.
true.
I also wonder who's going
In
to
reaching your
do
verdict
Depp's
in this
closing
case, you are
statement.
to consider the
Is it going to be
testimony
Ben
and evidence.
Chute or is it going to be
Sometimes attorneys
Camille?
stated objections during the course of this trial and instructed
down a
the
tad
witness
bit?
not to answer a question.
This is
Objections
like
and instructions to
fucking-
witnesses are not evidence, and you may not consider them in reaching your verdict, nor are you to
Can you
draw
let me
any
know
inference from
if
the
that's
fact
okay,
that an
Sarah
objection
Bear?
was made. You must
It's
not
true.
consider any
It's
matter that was
true.
rejected or stricken
I
by the
know,
court as
I
not
Brooker, I
evidence.
figured you weren't watching this stuff,
Any amount of damages
and were
requested
probably
by a party is not
sickened.
evidence in this case. You should
But
not consider it as evidence in arriving at your
I
verdict.
came into this with no dog in this race. I mean, I like Johnny Depp as an actor, or I did back in the day, but I never thought he was exempt of blame or anything. Like, I was like, yeah, he absolutely could do that. He could have done that. What's actually made me go the other way and believe that he's not is... I think that's okay. I can turn it down even more, Sarah Bear, if you want. Or I can turn...
consideration all the circumstances surrounding the defamatory
Is that-
statements, the occasions on which they were made, and the extent of their publication, the nature and character of the insult, the probable effect on those who heard the statements.
But yeah,
and their
I
probable
honestly came into this with no... Mainly because I didn't have a fucking clue who she was as well, if I'm being totally honest here.
Your
I legit
verdict
had
should be
zero
the amount that
clue.
will fully and fairly compensate him or her for number
That's
one,
perfect.
any loss or injury to his or her
Yeehaw.
business.
Hey,
Number two,
hey,
any
hey,
insult
hey,
to
hey,
him or
hey,
her,
hey, hey,
any
hey.
pain,
Tom Brove.
embarrassment, humiliation, or mental
Tom Brove
suffering.
helped me get past some fucking
Number
hard
three,
parts in
any
Sekiro,
injury to
lads.
his or her reputation. And number four, any
I love that I
actual
put up a
out-of-pocket
poll with a
loss
yes or no
caused
answer
by the
thing, and
statements.
Wayne suggested that I do that, and then Wayne's answer was an on the fence fucking answer. Well, I think you should play whatever you want to play. Why did you tell me to put up a fucking poll then, Wayne? Just pick a fucking answer. Christ. You should play whatever you want to. That's... Why do you think I put a poll up? I don't know what I want to play. For fuck's sake.
Neither party is required to prove the exact amount.
Literally.
He
Fucking does. He's like that guy in fucking Home Improvement where you could just only see the fucking top of his head.
He cannot recover for that item.
Christ,
If
Wayne
you
in the
have found by
fence.
clear and convincing evidence that the statements in the op-ed were made with knowledge that they were false, or so recklessly as to amount to a willful disregard for the truth, that is, with a high degree of awareness that the
See,
statements were probably false.
I
you may
feel that,
award
Brooker,
punitive
but
damages, punish
you see,
Ms. Heard
Brooker,
for such actions,
like that,
and to serve as an example to prevent
I
others
feel like
from
with
making such
public
statements
figures you
in
can
the
never be
future. You must
100%.
state separately in your verdict any
Like,
amount to
I
allow as
thought
compensatory damages, if any,
certain
and the amount
things
to
about
allow as
Manson
punitive
that
damages.
Wayne could stick his
If
fence
you have
post
found
up his
by clear and
arse.
convincing evidence that Mr. Waldman
I felt that way about
statements
Manson in a lot of
and
ways.
the statements
I was always like,
knowledge
oh, he's just a
that they
very
were
intelligent,
false or
weird,
so
wacky
recklessly
guy.
as to amount to a willful
I
disregard
was
for the truth,
fucking
that is, with a high degree
destroyed.
of awareness that the statements were
But him and her
probably
have-
false, and you
I
may
don't
award
like...
punitive damages to punish
yes,
Mr. Depp
mutually
for
abusive.
such
I don't know about
actions.
mutually abusive. I would say
Serve as an
toxic
example to others from
relationship.
making such statements in the future.
She
You must
she
state separately
brought
in your
out the
verdict
worst in
any amount
him.
you allow as compensatory
But I don't
damages,
think,
if any,
for me,
the
I
amount
don't
you
think
allow
that was
as
ever
punitive
physical
damages.
violence.
Closing argument.
I think her bringing out the worst in him is him punching cabinets and being pissed off in that sense. You know? How do I... Wait, what? Oh, there we go. Lads, I'm so long since I played this on controller now. Considering that that's how I first experienced it, it's wild that I'm struggling with it now. Is it B to get into cover? I can't remember. Guess not. God.
There you go. You got, I think so. Okay. No, you had it for a
What
second.
is going on here, lads? I'm not doing well.
Good morning.
Uh,
Good morning.
people can mask their true personality.
2016. Ms. Heard walked into
Is the
a
game too
courthouse
loud
in
compared
Los
to
Angeles,
the...
California, to get a no-notice ex
Here we
parte
go.
restraining order
Vasquez,
against
she
Mr.
up,
Depp,
yo.
and in doing so, ruined his life.
Let me turn the
by
game
falsely
audio down
telling
a touch
the world
more, alright?
That she was the survivor of domestic abuse at the hands of Mr. Depp. Today, on May 27th, 2022,
Oh, she really is.
exactly 6 years later,
Camille is a fucking hero.
we ask you to give Mr. Depp his life back
Oof.
by telling the world that Mr. Depp is not the abuser Ms. Heard said he is, and hold Ms. Heard accountable for her lies.
Come on, you've seen... This is the thing, I didn't go into this with a dog in the race, but by God, from watching the trial day in, day out, it's clear who was the liar and the abuser. Popped in to say hello. I'm going to duck out and watch it elsewhere. Not that I don't want to hear you. I just want... Oh, sorry. It's fine. I'm going to shut up now anyway.
Last 7 weeks. We understand that it probably has not been convenient for you to be here every day. And we are so grateful for your time and careful consideration of the evidence as you deliberate. After weeks of sitting in this courtroom, listening to testimony and looking at evidence, now it's time for you, the jury, to come to a decision. You have been entrusted with a serious task. What is at stake in this trial is a man's good name. Even more than that, what is at stake at this trial is a man's life. The life that he lost when he was accused of a heinous crime, and the life he could live when he is finally vindicated. Exactly 6 years ago today, on May 27, 2016, Ms. Heard walked into court and filed a false report of domestic abuse against her husband of 15 months, Johnny Depp. The scene was a setup. She tipped off the paparazzi so they would be waiting. They knew exactly where she would pause, which side of her face to photograph. And the photos captured what she wanted them to see, the image of a battered woman. What the paparazzi did not know is that the dark mark on her face mysteriously appeared 6 days after last seeing Mr. Depp. It was a lie. She knew it, Mr. Depp knew it, and the multiple witnesses you heard from who saw her that week of May 21st, 2016.
I didn't know that,
knew it.
sir.
But the world only saw what she wanted them to see.
The texting bugs me. So many awful out of context texts. You could take any... Oh, absolutely, dude. Think of some of the things we've said to each other, men. It's fucking ludicrous.
2 years later, when promoting the biggest role of her career, until this trial, Ms. Heard presented herself to the world as a public figure representing domestic abuse. The headline of the op-ed featured the term sexual violence, even though she had never before accused her ex-husband of such a heinous crime.
But that's what sells.
To remind you of how the op-ed did not mention Mr. Depp by name. But Ms. Heard made sure that there would be no mistake about who she was referring to. She inserted 2 years ago, so the world would remember the photo of a battered woman, the mark on her face, standing outside the courthouse.
She is. Camille's a hero.
And see Mr. Depp as the villain, this time in full swing of the Me Too movement. But what was happening behind closed doors was quite different from what Ms. Heard presented to the world. The exact opposite, in fact. There is an abuser in this courtroom, but it is not Mr. Depp. And there is a victim of domestic abuse in this courtroom, but it is not Ms. Heard.
Go
The
on, Camille.
evidence presented at this trial has shown that Ms. Heard is in fact the abuser.
Dig into her.
Depp, the abused. As you heard from Mr. Depp and multiple other witnesses that testified under oath at this
but they're all liars, Camille. Do you not know?
Mr. Depp experienced persistent verbal, physical, and emotional abuse by Ms. Heard during their relationship. And
That's a
when
fact.
the relationship was over, Ms. Heard inflicted the greatest and cruelest injury of all. She publicly and falsely named Mr. Depp as the abuser. Ms. Heard never thought she would be held accountable. Never thought that she would have to...
Abso-fucking-lutely, Brooker.
She never thought she would have her supposed mountain of evidence vetted. She never thought that Mr. Depp would tell you, the jury, and the world that he was the real victim of domestic abuse. She said it in her own words.
A man.
You can please tell people that it was a fair fight and see what the jury and judge think. Tell the world, Johnny. Tell them, Johnny Depp. Johnny Depp, man, I'm a victim too of domestic violence. And yes. I know it's a fair fight. And see how many people believe or side with you.
Oh,
At the start of this case,
bitch.
Mr. Chu and I stood before you to give you our...
No worries, Kovu. Much love, buddy.
During that statement, we made promises to you about what the evidence would ultimately show at the end of this trial. We've kept those promises. One of those promises we made was that you would come to understand who Ms. Heard is, that she is a deeply troubled person, violently afraid of abandonment, desperate for attention and approval. And in her relationship with Mr. Depp, she was violent, she was abusive, and she was cruel.
Yo, Davey, what
We
up?
heard from Dr. Shannon Kirby, who explained that Ms. Heard suffers from borderline personality disorder and histrionic personality disorder.
But not PTSD.
These are disorders that are characterized by anger, sometimes uncontrollable and explosive anger, and a powerful, sometimes desperate need for attention.
Someone who thinks they can get away with it.
Fear of abandonment is the deepest fear. A person with these disorders will suffer from dramatically fluctuating moods and can sometimes be violent and aggressive.
Hey, mister.
They can also be charming and likable, but they can be incredibly manipulative and wild. An emotional roller coaster with wild swings, from idolizing their partner to devaluing him.
There ain't nothing charming about her,
We
love.
saw that when she completed testing with her own forensic psychology expert, Dr. Dawn Hughes. Ms. Heard self-reported that she felt like she had 3 or 4 different personalities, and that sometimes her temper would explode and she'd completely lose control.
Dead behind the eyes.
You heard from multiple witnesses that Ms. Heard can be very pleasant, even charming. But you also heard from multiple witnesses and in audio recordings of Ms. Heard that she can be incredibly aggressive, violent, and cruel.
You brought that out of her
Heard
for
that
sure,
even
Camille.
From her former assistant, Kate James. Ms. James
Kate Moss?
testified that Ms. Heard would scream, yell, and send her barrages of text messages. In fact, Ms. Heard testified that Ms. James testified that Ms. Heard literally spat in her face. You heard from Ms. Heard's former best friend.
Wait a
Dr.
sec here.
Pennington, that Ms. Heard once hit her when Ms. Pennington did not do her best to meet Ms. Heard's needs. You also heard from Beverly Leonard that she once witnessed Ms. Heard assault her then partner in Seattle Airport in 2009. And you heard from Mr. Depp that Ms. Heard used her sister Whitney
There we go.
as a punching bag, literally and figuratively. You also heard overwhelming evidence from Mr. Depp and the people that were around him and Ms. Heard during their relationship, that Mr. Depp suffered
that okay with you guys?
verbal and physical abuse at the hands of Ms. Heard. You've heard evidence
Is that okay
from
with
Dr.
y'all?
Curry and the fact witnesses at this trial that Ms. Heard.
Oh, no, now it's covering Camille, though.
One of abandonment,
No.
being left by Mr. Depp. Mr. Depp's greatest crime in her mind,
There we go.
the fault
back to
she
how it was.
confronts him with time and time again, is that he splits. He leaves the fight, especially when Ms. Heard gets physical, and she couldn't stand it when he did. You heard from Ms. Heard herself in audio recordings how upsetting it was to her when Mr. Depp was split.
Anytime anything goes wrong in a split, I feel like it's your first thing. And it's unnecessary. It's not always you're splitting because there's blows or because there's yelling or anything. You split most times when I'm still speaking in this volume and nothing has been thrown or hit or anything.
My arse.
You saw the barrage of text messages she would send when he would leave, calling him a monster for doing so. You heard from witnesses like Travis McGivern, Tara Roberts, and Debbie Lloyd that Ms. Heard would claw at Mr. Depp, block the elevator, throw a punch when Mr. Depp tried to separate himself from the fight. And you heard from Mr. Depp and Ms.
Shit
Heard's
your
medical
arse.
therapist, Dr. Anderson, that Ms. Heard
She did.
reported that when Mr. Depp would leave
can.
to de-escalate a fight, she would strike him to keep him there, because she would rather be in a fight than have him leave. You heard from Mr. Depp about how often Ms. Heard would berate him, insult him, and physically attack him, including one of the most serious occasions when Ms. Heard threw a vodka bottle at Mr. Depp.
That fucking happened. A guitarist does not chop their finger off, man.
Cigarette out on his face. You heard from Mr. Depp that this whole incident in Australia started because Ms. Heard was enraged that Mr. Depp wanted a post-nuptial agreement, and she wasn't in his will, just a month after getting married. When her husband
It's all
was
good,
seriously
Normeja.
injured and bleeding from a partially amputated finger, what did Ms. Heard do? She pursued him. She kept coming after him because that's what she does. She
Fucking
wouldn't
cunt
stop.
guzzler. Fuck you then, horse.
To get out of a bad situation
Yeah.
that's happening before it gets worse.
It legit doesn't make any sense.
When we had the big fight where I lost the tip of my finger. At least
Do you want me to turn it a bit more? It's much more important than my voice.
5 bathrooms.
I don't think so, Narmeja.
To
To avoid talking to me, to
To
avoid
escape
working
the-
out. That's the
escape
problem.
the fight.
You don't escape the fight. You escape the solution. You
No.
escape
Fuck
the
off.
solution.
No.
You escape figuring it out. We cannot work it out. if
Such
you run away
narcissist
to the
behavior.
bathroom every time.
It's
Mr.
Emperor.
Depp testified he went through something like a nervous breakdown that day. And he wrote a lot of things on mirrors and other places. Again, what did Miss Heard do as her husband was bleeding from serious injury? She wrote snarky messages right back to him. She denied it under oath to you.
Shit.
The evidence you saw speaks for itself.
I'm turd. I know that,
Heard
Narmeja.
from Mr. Depp's security, Sean Bett, who was aware of constant arguing and bickering. He witnessed Miss Heard calling Mr. Depp names. Fat ass. Fuck you, Johnny.
Camille, Duchess
Mr.
of
Depp
Cornwall.
testified that he saw and documented injuries on Mr. Depp. A swollen eyelid in March of 2015, cuts on his nose, scratch marks on his chin in December of 2015.
And she pledged her
We
money.
heard from Travis
Yeah,
McGivern.
she
He
sure
testified
did.
that Miss Heard called Mr. Depp names like washed up.
That was from her
fucking
chilling
cunt,
testimony,
Worst
Brooker.
of all, a fucking deadbeat dad. Miss Heard would take the low blows and hit him.
Well, she shits on his, to be fair.
Children. Mr. McGivern told you that on March 23rd, 2015, Miss Heard threw things at Mr. Depp, spat at him, and ultimately punched him in the face, leaving him with a shiner.
What a fucking animal.
You heard testimony from Malice.
No, that's unfair to animals.
Another security member who testified he saw Miss Heard throw things at Mr. Depp.
Yeah.
A cigarette lighter on a plane, a soda can from upstairs at the Eastern Columbia building. He never saw marks on Miss Heard. But he saw
I
marks
took a
on
vodka
Mr.
bottle
Depp.
to the hand.
Scratches, bruises on his left eye, scratches on his left ear. And he took pictures documenting injuries like this one.
Married the poor dog.
You also heard from Tara Roberts, a
I
manager
blamed
of
the poor
Depp's
dog. I
Island,
said
who
married.
witnessed
I was like,
Miss Heard
what?
telling Mr. Depp that he was washed up and would die fat and lonely. You also heard from Miss Roberts that she witnessed Miss Heard clawing and grabbing at Mr. Depp, grabbing his hair, trying to pull him back to her. And Mr. Depp had a visible injury to his nose on that occasion. Most importantly, you heard from Miss Heard yourself.
Are you fucking serious,
on
game?
multiple audio recordings admitting to being physically violent with Mr. Depp.
Go on,
You heard
Camille.
Miss Heard admit to hitting Mr. Depp.
Fuck.
And then you fucking clocked me.
I remember hating you as a response to the door thing.
I didn't. I was punching you. I wasn't punching you. I was hitting you.
I'm sorry about hitting you at the door or hitting your head. I did not mean to, nor.
You didn't mean to hit me in the head with the door, but you meant to
I did mean-
punch me in the jaw.
I meant to hit you, and I did not do this thing with the door. I do remember I did mean to hit you.
So that you didn't mean
The door? No, God,
Psychopath.
for punching me in the jaw.
I
you
didn't.
did.
Okay, I'm sorry. I hit you. I did mean to hit you, but it was in response. I just reacted in response to my foot. I just reacted. And
Dog ate GDs.
Heard her admit it again and claim Mr. Depp was a baby for complaining about the abuse.
And I watched you lie, and then
I didn't punch you, by the way. I'm sorry that I didn't hit you across the
Why
face
was so
in a proper
last?
spot, but I was hitting you. It was not punching you. Babe, you're not punched.
Don't tell
Babe,
me what
you're
it
not-
feels like to be punched.
You know, you've been in a lot of fights. You've been around a long time. I know. Yeah.
No, when you fucking have a close
You
fist.
didn't get punched. You got hit. I'm sorry I hit you like this, but I did not punch you. I did not fucking deck you.
She
I
sounds like a
was
fucking
hitting you.
10-year-old.
I don't know what the motion of my actual hand was, but your fine. I did not hurt you. I did not punch you. I was hitting you.
That is how
What
an
am I
abuser
supposed to do,
talks.
I'm not sitting here bitching about it, am I? You are. That's the difference between me and you. You're a fucking baby.
Because you start.
You are such a baby. Grow the fuck up,
You start
Johnny.
physical fights.
I did start a physical
Yeah,
fight.
you did. So I had
Because-
to get the fuck out of there.
Yes, you did. So you did the right thing, the big
Oh,
thing.
so
You know,
condescending.
You're admirable.
Take a minute to really think about what you just heard there.
Yeah.
Quote, I'm sorry that I didn't hit you across the face in a proper slap, but I was hitting you. I was not punching you. Babe, you're not punched. Imagine
Yeah.
that was Mr. Depp saying that to Miss Heard. on that-
Exactly, Camille. Same.
Let's play one more.
Same, Brooke. I've literally watched. Oh, this one's terrifying.
That fake laugh is too much to take.
I hate this.
That fake laugh is so disgusting. Man.
I'm sure she's great.
I'm thinking that you can give me some
No.
of the best performances in the
No,
world.
no, you're right. I don't. It's all about performance.
She sounds like the fucking. That's the edge of the map. What am I doing?
What else?
Oh, I'm such a. Oh, no, wait.
Oh, come on.
Oh, wait.
Come on. Lay it on me. What else? What else other things you want to add?
Can't talk
You
to you
fucking
anytime,
lying piece of
Bobby,
shit.
man.
What? Oh, no, I want to know. I want
Get out of your Uber's out.
kind of waiting. You go get it.
Yeah, I'm doing it.
Hey, Raven.
You're running your 1500 houses to go run. Come on, go be a real
Yeah, no, I agree, Aurora.
the way that a man does. Go run to the next house. Every man does.
Yeah.
Go. Run away.
Like,
This is the real Miss Heard,
that's
the one in
abuse.
the audio recordings, not the one you saw in this courtroom. What you
Sorry.
didn't hear on a single recording you heard in this case, and there were many played by both parties, is Mr. Depp ever admitting to hitting, punching, or kicking Miss Heard. You didn't hear it. It doesn't exist. It didn't happen. And despite the fact that Mr.
Yeah.
Depp and Miss Heard are
Agreed, Sarah.
discussing many of the alleged incidents you've heard about at this trial,
I agree.
like Australia,
Especially when Camila was questioning her.
you never heard Miss Heard accuse Mr. Depp of sexual assault. Unlike Mr. Depp, who you heard admit to and own up to his past mistakes and his struggles, particularly with drugs and alcohol, Ms. Heard will not admit that she has ever done anything wrong. But she cannot deny what you heard on the
It was hilarious, Brooke. I agree.
As much as Ms. Heard and her lawyers
sounds like the
tried
fucking
to make this
Joker.
case about Mr. Depp's language, it is Ms. Heard that repeatedly admits to violence. By
Absolutely.
April and May of 2016, Mr.
I
Depp
agree.
had
I agree, Aurora.
his mother was dying. His finances were a mess. And when he showed up late to Miss Heard's 30th birthday party,
That
because
was
a meeting
too
with his new
much.
business manager, Edward White, had gone late, Miss Heard, of course, was not understanding. She was furious.
No.
You heard from Mr. Depp, both in this courtroom and on audio recordings, that Miss Heard punched him that evening. He left with Travis McGivern, and the next morning he learned that someone had left feces.
Yep. You abusive
bed.
dildo.
Ms. Heard denies responsibility, but she admitted to the prank to Starling Jenkins.
I
He testified
agree.
to that effect.
I agree, Sarah.
For almost a month after that, they didn't see each other. And you heard from Mr. Depp that when his mother died on May 20th, 2016, he resolved to leave Miss Heard. He was done. And when Miss Heard learned that Mr. Depp was done, that she was really losing him, she went on the attack.
Okay, so I fucked up.
Filed for divorce before Mr.
Christ,
Depp.
where is the edge of the fucking
Then,
map here?
As you heard from Mr. Depp's divorce lawyer, Laura Wasser.
Oh, I know,
Ms. Heard
Normeja, I
sent a
just
letter
realised.
demanding financial support. And when her demands weren't met, Ms. Heard struck a blow against Mr. Depp that was more damaging than any physical blow she had ever landed. When she walked into court 6 years ago today, on May 27th,
Yeah, she has.
2016, to get a domestic violence restraining order against Mr. Depp, she did so in front of paparazzi
Is that the edge of the map?
with a mark on her
Can we
face.
confirm here?
The evidence
Tartan.
presented at this trial demonstrates that Ms. Heard
Yeah,
didn't
because this is
want
Mexico,
divorce.
which we can't go to, right?
She wanted to ruin him. Ms. Heard denied alerting TMZ to the TRO filing in this courtroom. But you heard testimony from Morgan Tremaine that TMZ knew to go to the courthouse, knew what side of her face the alleged bruise was on, and that Ms. Heard would pause. She would pause for paparazzi, who got the photos that ended up splashed across newspapers and magazines.
Oh, actually, one sec.
She did not personally give photographs of her apparent injuries to People magazine.
Got an idea here.
But somehow, these pictures that she took and maintained on her devices ended up on the cover of People magazine 1 month later.
Go on, Camille. Fucking hero. There we go. Now I can see it on screen. Yart.
In the end, she walked away with $7 million without any tax liabilities, which she said she was donating to 2 charities, the ACLU and the Children's Hospital of Los Angeles. The ACLU, they got less than $1 million from her.
Yeah.
And the Children's Hospital,
Musk and fucking Depp gave most of it.
$50,000. But that didn't stop Ms. Heard from telling the world that she donated everything, because remember, she wanted nothing. And she had donated everything. The word
Camille is the greatest fucking lawyer ever.
And that didn't stop her from testifying under the penalty of perjury that she had donated it. Ms. Heard tried to tell you that pledge and donate mean the same thing. She claims she
No worries,
hasn't given
Namija.
money because she was sued. But you've heard
Donated.
contested evidence that she had the money for 13
Come
months
on.
prior.
Just let me get to the corner of the map.
Being commenced by Mr. Depp. She had all the money and had months.
We're going to take it as here being the edge of the map, all right?
To fulfill her pledge and actually donate the money.
Don her money.
She didn't.
Oh, Camille's amazing, buddy. How you doing?
Because Mr. Depp sued her.
Don't nut it.
That's a blatant lie.
I think it's because she knew she could blackmail him. If I'm being honest with you.
For defamation, 3 months before the op-ed was even published, and 6 months
Here we go.
before Mr. Depp.
All right, I'm going to start my timer, all right? This is where we're starting, folks.
It contradicts Ms. Heard's excuse for not making donations. It contradicts her narrative.
Here we go.
She just wants to move on with her life.
Oh, doubled up there,
She
Camille.
just wants Mr. Depp to leave her alone. Lies.
Fucking
That is
lies.
this narrative. Lies upon lies.
Stopwatch. Here we go. If Elaine does it, man, it'll probably be fucking Rottenborn, though. That fucking scumbag. Agreed, Sarah. All right, here we go. Now I can really focus in and watch.
There were all kinds of accusations flying your way when you said all this, and then there was a divorce settlement. You got $7 million. People were saying this is all about the money, but then you did something that twisted that whole argument. What did you do with that money?
$7 million in total was donated to. I split it between the ACLU and
Here we go,
Children's
folks.
Hospital of Los Angeles.
ACLU is a human rights organization.
Sorry, ACLU is a prominent organization, nonprofit organization.
Why is it buffering? Stop buffering! You fucking cock.
Heard in a lie. She tries to cover
It's
it up
fine.
with more lies.
Look at
Let's
her.
talk about the giant lie.
Well, how come she hasn't worn glasses any other day of the fucking trial?
That Mr.
Go
Depp
away.
is an abusive monster, and that she is a public figure representing domestic abuse. At the start of this case, Mr. Chu and I told you that you were going to hear some disturbing
Mr. Chu!
and graphic tales of abuse from Ms. Heard, and they were designed to shock you and overwhelm you, which you have.
Because she needs
We
to
told you
look
that this
smart.
would be a performance, the role of her lifetime, as a heroic survivor of brutal abuse.
Go on, Camille.
When Mr. Depp brought this case for defamation, Ms. Heard went all in. She spun a story of shocking, overwhelming, brutal abuse. She came into this courtroom
Verdict might not be
prepared to
today,
give
by the way,
the
Kill.
performance of her life,
Could be Tuesday.
and she gave it. Ms. Heard's acting coach, Christina Sexton, testified that Ms. Heard has difficulty crying when she is acting. You saw it. Ms. Heard sobbing without tears, while spinning elaborate, exaggerated, fantastical accounts of abuse, and everything going on in her mind almost a decade prior while enduring that abuse. It was a performance. She told you that what she thinks about, she told you what she thinks you need to hear to convict this man as a domestic abuser and a rapist.
Fucking scum.
She wants you to believe that she was abused countless
Elaine's trying to block her. Elaine knows what the camera is. Look.
times over the entire course of their relationship. But as Mr. Chu and I promised you, the evidence just
Elaine is physically trying to block her, man. Oh shit, sorry.
has told you that she has mountains of evidence of abuse. But there are no medical records.
That's it now.
Reflecting she
Is that okay,
any
volume-wise?
injuries from the abuse she claims. Ms. Heard had medical professionals at her disposal. Dr. Kipper, Debbie Lloyd, her own nurse, Karen Salati. And yet, there's nothing. Ms. Heard took pictures all the time.
I know under media.
Pictures of Mr. Depp sleeping.
You washed up dish rag. Cum guzzling dish rag.
Pictures of cocaine.
Oh, she is. Yeah, Camille is an
Pictures
icon.
of property damage. Pictures of herself. And as an actress, she was photographed all the time. Where are the pictures of the horrific injuries Ms. Heard describes?
Yeah, where are they?
Ms. Heard also took audio recordings and videos frequently. Where are the videos of Mr. Depp attacking her?
Mm-hmm.
Where are the audio recordings of Mr. Depp admitting to or
Oh, Elaine
apologizing
knows
for
she's fucked. Look at her
physical
face.
abuse? There are none. What Ms. Heard has, and what you've seen multiple times, is a video of Mr. Depp banging some cabinets around in a kitchen. A video that, based on the testimony you heard from Morgan Tremaine, the former TMZ employee, Ms. Heard seems to have sold to TMZ right before she was deposed in connection with her divorce from Mr. Depp.
She ordered Camille off wish and got Elaine. That's the
Sure, Ms. Heard can point to text messages where Mr. Depp is apologizing to her, but never for violence. Ms. Heard's counsel showed you Defendant's Exhibit 325, where Mr. Depp says sorry for,
That was
quote,
Sarah,
"my
man. That was all
behavior,
Sarah.
you're a fucking savage."
No worries,
But this is
Wayne.
not an apology for violence.
Oh.
It's an apology for the, quote, these heinous, slinging insults.
Oh.
Mr. Depp is apologizing for the words he used. Unlike Ms. Heard, who you heard apologizing for physical violence in multiple audio recordings,
Worth it,
because you
Sarah.
never heard that from Mr. Depp, because he never used physical violence against Ms. Heard. Ms. Heard told you that Mr. Depp started abusing her right from the very beginning of her relationship.
Wait, what?
Starting at the beginning of 2012.
Okay.
But she has repeatedly testified under
I'm not going to
oath
shush. Go away.
differently to having spent a year of
One sec, I'll
bliss
turn it up for you,
with Mr.
Kat.
Depp before he ever laid a hand on her. And now, in this courtroom, she has suddenly erased an entire year of magic. She wants you to believe that instead of hitting her after a year of magic, Mr. Depp was hitting her immediately. The good times she has testified to about repeatedly in the past apparently never happened.
They didn't suit this narrative.
Ms. Heard wants you to believe that she gave Mr. Depp a big knife that said, hasta la muerte, until death, to the man who supposedly would get drunk and high and beat her.
Like, wait, it's just read out like this. Like, it's fucking
Ms. Heard
ludicrous.
admitted to you during this trial that Mr. Depp always wears big, chunky rings on every finger. According to her, he was wearing these rings when he'd slap her, hit her, punch her in the face. But you have not seen a single photograph that reflects the serious injuries Ms. Heard would have sustained if this was
Especially
true.
with them cheekbones.
Not one. Ms. Heard
Same,
testified
Sarah.
to an incident in March 2013 when Mr. Depp supposedly hit her multiple times in the face while wearing rings. And this
Where's
is what her
Sourpuss
face
Whitney?
looked like afterwards.
Fatality. Big
Ms. Heard
fucking knife.
testified to an incident in Russia where she claims Mr. Depp whacked her in the face and gave her a bloody nose.
Stretcher blow up,
She didn't take pictures of her bloody nose, but her photograph was taken on that trip, and this is what she looked like.
Sorry. God, Kathy. Oh yeah, look at that face of somebody who was absolutely bait around the place. And brutality.
Ms. Heard told you
Roastality.
that there was an incident the night of the Met Gala in May 2014 when Mr. Depp supposedly whacked Ms. Heard in the face, leaving her with a red, discolored, and swollen nose that
Swole.
she felt was broken. Ms. Heard didn't show you any photographs of these alleged injuries. The photographs were taken of her the following night, and there were no visible injuries to Ms. Heard's face.
'Cause she a liar. Yeah. But also, like, if you had a broken nose, no amount of makeup in the world is going to make it look like that. There we go.
Ms. Heard testified that in January 2015, while she and Mr. Depp were in Tokyo, Mr. Depp knelt on her back so aggressively that she was concerned that bruises would be visible in her backless dress. Here's Ms. Heard in that backless dress.
Your own job being the scene
Ms. Heard
switcher at that.
testified that after an incident in December 2015, she had two black eyes, a broken nose, and chunks of hair missing. The assault was allegedly so violent that there was blood left all over the pillows, and Mr. Depp had broken the bed frame.
Look at the smirk.
Pictures were taken of that bed frame. And in that picture, there appears to be a pocket knife on the bed. And that picture fails to capture the bloody pillows.
Why does she
And here's
think
what
she's
Ms.
won
Heard
this?
looked like on the James Corden show the next day.
James Corden came out and said she looked fine, by the way.
Indeed, you heard from Ms. Heard's own nurse, Erin Filati, that she saw her a day or two afterwards and could not visualize the injuries Ms. Heard described.
Surprise. Shocker at the same. Surprise,
Ms. Heard
motherfucker!
did take pictures of herself after this alleged incident. But are the injuries reflected in these photographs
I don't know.
consistent? That's the question. Are they consistent with the brutal assault and serious injuries Ms. Heard has testified to? Or are these injuries more consistent with Mr. Depp's testimony that he and Ms. Heard bumped heads while he was trying to restrain Ms. Heard to keep her from attacking him?
Sounds more legit to me.
Out of Australia, where Mr. Depp sustained the most serious injury from his relationship
Always.
with Ms. Heard spun a story of horror. A 3-day ordeal with a drug-fueled Mr. Depp violently assaulting her, cutting his own finger off, dragging her through glass, and then bending her back over a counter and raping her with a whiskey bottle.
Where's your tears?
Claimed that she had
You trying to push him
bruises
out?
on her face, cuts all over her arms and feet, and was bleeding from her vagina from the sexual assault.
Come on. If you're ever going to force a tear in this trial, now's the time.
And what did Ms. Heard say she did? She
No,
went
the only
upstairs,
tears we'll get is when you lose.
took some sleeping pills, and went to sleep. The next morning, she took pictures of the mirrors her husband had written on in paint using his amputated finger. She took no pictures of herself, her alleged injuries, or the property damage she testified to in this courtroom. When Malcolm Connolly, Jerry Judge, Dr. Kipper, and Nurse Debbie Lloyd arrived to extract Mr. Depp and get him medical treatment for his finger injury.
She was like,
You
he'll
heard
be
from
fine.
Mr. Connolly, Dr. Kipper, and Miss Lloyd. All of them testified they did not observe any injuries to Ms. Heard. And
'Cause there
no
was
one,
none.
including Ms. Heard, testified that she sought medical treatment. You also heard from Ben King.
Adrian!
He also saw Ms. Heard right after this alleged incident. He flew home with her to Los Angeles. He testified that Ms. Heard didn't want to leave, that she said, I can't leave. It will be the end if I leave.
Yo,
He also
Adrian, I
testified
did it!
That once they did leave for Los Angeles, Ms. Heard asked him if he ever got so mad he just lost it. When Ms. Heard arrived in Los Angeles, she saw Travis McGivern, who also testified.
It's quite warm, Rob.
And her personal nurse, Erin Filati, who documented no request for medical treatment and no injuries in her nursing notes. You heard from Mr. Depp's sister, Christy, that she also saw Ms. Heard when she arrived back to Los Angeles and observed no injuries on Ms. Heard. Christy testified that when she told Ms. Heard her fighting with Mr. Depp was unsustainable, Ms. Heard responded that Christy should get off her cross, that Mr. Depp liked her feisty. Ms. Heard's testimony about what occurred in Australia just doesn't add up.
It was just as my
That's
unicorn
because there
fart was
a
going down my
monster in that
throat,
house in
though.
Australia, but it wasn't Mr. Depp. It was Ms. Heard. Other than Ms. Heard's testimony, all the evidence you've seen in this trial shows that it was Ms. Heard who attacked and grievously wounded Mr. Depp when she threw a vodka bottle at him, severing his finger. Mr. Depp told Dr. Kipper that when Dr. Kipper arrived to treat Mr. Depp's finger. You've seen the pictures of the bar area in Australia with the broken vodka bottles on the ground and trails of blood drops on the floor and a bloody tissue on the floor. You've heard from Ben King that the tip of Mr. Depp's finger was found in the same bar area. And you heard from Dr. Gilbert that the injury to Mr. Depp's finger
Johnny
could have
doesn't
been
look
caused
smug.
exactly as he described.
Johnny looks
And
introspective.
interestingly, you heard from Christina Sexton that Ms. Heard told her that Mr. Depp injured his finger while swinging a bottle around. Not smashing a phone, as Ms. Heard surmised in this courtroom.
I know,
but
same
swinging
tartan.
a bottle around. You also heard from Ms. Sexton that Ms. Heard first told her about the bottle rape in Australia while Ms. Sexton was at Ms. Heard's home, meeting with her lawyers, the day before Ms. Sexton was scheduled to be deposed in this case. The evidence presented at this trial shows that this is not the only time that Ms. Heard disclosed a sexual assault at a convenient time for purposes of litigation she's involved in.
Oh,
The first time Ms. Heard claimed that Mr. Depp sexually assaulted her in the Bahamas in December 2015 was after Tara Roberts, the manager of Mr. Depp's island, submitted a sworn statement in the UK action describing the
Truth.
incident she testified to in this courtroom,
it sure will, Kyo.
where Ms. Heard chased Mr. Depp out of the house, was yelling and
I did,
pleading
Narmija.
with Mr. Depp to stay while clawing at his hair and clothes, and left Mr. Depp with an injury to his face. That's the first time she disclosed it, after there was contrary evidence. Ms. Heard testified
Nice,
about another
Bez.
incident just 2 weeks
Can you hear it
after
okay,
the
Bez?
event in Australia, where Mr. Depp supposedly attacked Ms. Heard and almost pushed her sister Whitney down the stairs. Whitney
Like Kate
is the
Moss.
only witness that you heard from that backs up Ms. Heard's version of events. She's it. And the only witness, other than Ms. Heard, who claims to have seen Mr. Depp physically attack Ms. Heard. But just like Ms. Heard's version of the events in Australia, her testimony about the staircase incident and that of her sister Whitney's just doesn't square up with the other evidence in this trial. Their testimony is contradicted by the testimony of Travis
think only when he's
McGivern
parked.
and Debbie Lloyd, who were there that night. Ms. Heard and Whitney testified that Mr. Depp threw a Red Bull can that hit or almost hit Ms. Lloyd. Ms. Lloyd testified that never happened.
Thanks, Bez. Brooker was saying, does that car have
Mr.
YouTube?
McGivern
As I said, I think it's
testified
only when you're
that it was
parked,
Mr. Heard
right?
who threw a can at Mr. Depp.
Come on, give me a...
Ms. Heard testified that Whitney was between her and Mr. Depp when she punched him. Mr. McGivern testified that he was the one between Ms. Heard and Mr. Depp when Ms. Heard punched Mr. Depp. Ms. Heard testified that Mr. Depp was able to get his hands in her hair, yank her, and then hit her in the face with the cast he had on. But you heard from Ms. Lloyd and Dr. Colbert, Mr. Depp's medical doctor, who treated Mr. Depp's finger injury, that Mr. Depp's finger was in a delicate state. He had a pin in his finger, a skin
her
and a
face.
soft cast that immobilized Mr. Depp's two middle fingers. And tellingly, the only picture of an injury from this incident is of Mr. Depp with a shiner.
To kill Johnny Depp.
And then
Good
we
point
have
about
May
the age,
21st,
Sarah.
2016.
Okay.
Ms. Heard testified that Mr.
Only when
Depp threw
parked.
a phone at her face, causing a visible injury. Ms. Heard has shown you pictures she claims to show this injury. But these photographs are not to be trusted.
Oh, glasses back
Heard
on.
from
She's
Mr.
Clark Kent.
Meister that like many of the photographs Ms. Heard has presented in this case, these photos were stored in a photo editing application. And these photos show signs of manipulation.
Amber, manipulating
These two
something? Don't be
photographs were taken
ridiculous.
At the exact same time and have the exact same file name. But they are visually different. One shows significantly more redness on Ms. Heard's face than the other,
Hooray
which doesn't
for
show any
Schadenfreude.
injury at all. Ms. Heard testified the difference is explained by turning on a light. But there is no way Ms. Heard could have taken a picture, turned on a light, and then taken another picture with every hair in the exact same place within the same second. It's impossible.
Facts.
Moreover, you heard from multiple witnesses, including Officer Melissa Sines, Officer Tyler Haddon, and Officer William Gatlin, Isaac Baruch, Alejandro Romero, who saw
Same,
Ms.
Sarah.
Heard on or after May 21st, and saw no injuries to her face before she showed up to that courthouse with a mark on May 27th.
That Miss Iglesias
The very
applied.
next day, after Ms. Heard walked into court with what appeared to be a bruise on her face to obtain a domestic violence restraining order against Mr. Depp, Ms. Heard was photographed laughing with her best friend, fresh-faced, with no bruise on her face.
Mm-hmm. Oh, Aquaman 2 is going to be fine. She's barely in it anyway. She was only in like 10 minutes of it. And I think if she is fully removed from it, it will do insanely well.
The mountain of evidence that Mr.
Yo,
Depp
Smith,
used
what's
Ms.
up?
Heard is simply not there.
Filling in an
What we
application for
have
job
is a mountain of
seekers.
unproven allegations that are wild, over the top, and implausible. And you can't pick and choose which of these wild allegations to believe and which ones to disregard. You either believe all of it or none of it. Either Mr. Depp sexually assaulted Ms. Heard with a bottle in Australia, or Ms. Heard got up on that stand in front of all of you and made up that horrific tale of abuse.
Which she
Either
stole
she's
from
a
somebody
victim of
else.
Truly horrific abuse, or she's
Point that
a
out.
woman who is willing to say absolutely anything.
Pointed out how she robbed somebody else's abuse story. What's up, Salmon?
It is disturbing to think that Ms. Heard would make up the horrific tales
She
of
will.
abuse that she testified to in this courtroom. But this case doesn't come down to whether you believe Ms. Heard or you believe Mr. Depp. This case comes down to whether you believe Ms. Heard or you believe Mr. Depp, Christy Dombrowski, Sean Bett, Malcolm Connolly, Travis McGivern,
Everybody's heard
Starling
about the
Jenkins,
herd.
Keenan Wyatt, Dr. Kipper, nurses Debbie Lloyd and Erin Filati, Tara Roberts, Ben King, Kate James, Kate Moss, Dr. Colber, Morgan Knight, Morgan Tremaine, Officers Melissa Sines, Officers Tyler Haddon, Officer William Gatlin, and Beverly Leonard.
Nobody make me
What
laugh,
Ms. Heard
please.
testified to in this courtroom is the story of far too many women.
Why is my throat fucked?
But the overwhelming evidence and weight of that evidence shows
We're
that it is
walking
not
across the
her
map
story.
in Red Dead while listening to the closing
Not
statements
Ms.
in the
Heard's story.
Depp Heard trial. How you doing? Tell us a bit
It was
about yourself.
An act of profound cruelty, not just to Mr. Depp, but to true survivors of domestic abuse. For Ms. Heard to hold herself out as a public figure representing domestic abuse. It was false, it was defamatory, and it caused irreparable harm. And to talk more about that, I'm going to turn it over to my colleague and my friend, Mr. Chu.
Go on, Chew. Amazing stuff, Camille. Can we all get some hype in the chat for Camille, please? That fucking queen. She absolutely demolished them. Go on, Camille, you fucking icon. You're working on a McDonald's advert. That's pretty fucking cool. Look at Elaine's big fucking sour head. Go on, Chew. Chew, chew. Why are you still smiling? What the fuck is wrong with you? Jesus Christ. At least John gets a break from the sun. At night, yeah.
You know, logistics are not our strong suit. And
Elaine's
thanks
smirking,
to all
look.
of you, truly, for taking so much time over these last several weeks to listen to Mr. Depp, to his friends, to his family, and to so many others who have come forward physically in this courtroom, some from a very long distance.
I see it.
To tell you the truth, and to finally, after so many years,
Choo choo.
to correct the record.
We don't know, Jason.
As Ms. Vasquez said, you have now come to know the real Amber Heard. Scary. We also told you at the start
red
of this
panda.
trial that you were going to come to know the real Johnny Depp, not the many characters you've seen him play so wonderfully in the movies.
Story,
But
what's
the
up with
man
all that?
himself. We kept that.
Look at that smirk.
You've met the real Johnny Depp. You have heard that Mr. Depp came from humble, very difficult beginnings. You have heard from Mr. Depp's big sister, who's here in the courtroom today, Christy Dombrowski, who told you how
Maybe
Mr.
one is blind and
Depp
needs the
grew up in a
glasses.
deeply troubled household with a mother, Betty Sue.
I don't think it's
physically
shit I fucked up.
abusive
I think it's the narcissism of,
and
oh, I've
mentally
got
cruel.
this.
As Ms. Dombrowski testified, one of the names that Betty Sue called Mr. Depp when he was a little boy was One Eye, because he had
She is
to
a
wear
shit Frances
an eye patch
Dollarhide.
for some time.
I feel like watching the Lone Ranger now.
His mother used to hit his father and the kids, including
Why are you scared, Aurora?
young
What's
Mr.
up?
Depp. And when his mother got violent, Mr. Depp would retreat and find a place to hide. Sometimes he and his sister Christy would find a place to hide together. Mr. Depp never.
It won't
hit
change a
back.
thing, Aurora.
And like his father, he either stood up.
It could
and
happen.
took the violence.
One sec,
Or he retreated from it. Those are habits he returned to later when he found himself.
I'm going to very quickly pause this and say there's only the outcomes I see happening here are both of them winning, both of them losing, or Johnny Depp winning. I don't see an outcome where she wins and he loses.
In a relationship
That's
with
my 2
another
cents.
person who returned his love with abuse, with physical abuse. And despite this long, unhappy history with his mother, Johnny never turned his back on her. In her elder years, Mr. Depp moved his mother to California, and he moved her to Los Angeles right across the street.
I'm
from
trying
his
to.
house,
I'm not reading every
where his two
message.
children
I'm trying to
could
also
get
listen,
over.
bud.
He hired nurses for his mother. He made sure to take care of her and to make her comfortable. She never went to hospice. She had the nurses make her comfortable to the day she died. And from those humble and difficult beginnings, Mr. Depp grew into one of the
Edward
greatest
Scissorhands was a
actors and
sweetheart.
movie stars of his generation. Now, he came to Los Angeles with his first love as a young man, planning to be a musician. Music
His
has
career
been
will
a part of
resurge.
his life ever since he found peace himself in his
Thanks,
room
Sarah.
as a young boy, when he was escaping, and he learned.
His
to
career
play
will have a
guitar and
resurgence.
use it as solace. But it was an actor as his star began its rise, as he appeared in films too many to
It will.
mention, including,
I
of
guarantee
course,
it.
his iconic
I'm gonna
role
cast him in my
as
next
Captain
thing.
Jack Sparrow in the Pirates of the Caribbean franchise. Fame came with challenges to Mr. Depp and his family. It was a strange experience for a shy young man from Kentucky to be thrust into the limelight, pursued by paparazzi, and
Yeah,
to
sure.
have even his very name become a brand.
Thanks,
But he
Nathan.
did his best to live a private, quiet life, and despite it all, and over the years built a reputation as a respected artist and as a decent, very well-liked man, which you've heard from many people. Mr. Depp dated major figures like Winona Ryder,
Kate Moss.
and Vanessa
Paradis.
Paradis, with whom he spent 14 years together and with whom they had their children. Before Amber Heard, ladies and gentlemen,
Thanks, Ramija.
no woman ever before Amber Heard ever claimed that Mr. Depp raised a hand to her in his
Facts.
58 years. And no other woman since Ms. Heard made that false claim back on May 27th, 2016, and repeated it in her
The
December
babies.
2018 op-ed. Has any woman come
Aw,
forward since?
there you go.
This is Me Too without any Me Too. To the contrary, ladies and gentlemen, you heard Kate Moss 2 days ago testify. This is a woman who has never testified in any proceeding, ever. A very private person. Testified that Mr. Depp never abused her and that Ms. Heard lied to you. And she lied to you twice when she told you.
Objection, Your Honor. That Miss Short.
Shut the fuck up, Rottenborn, and sit down. Man, I'd love to fucking shove a garden gnome up his hole, I swear to God. I didn't think you could object during a closing argument. I was pretty sure you couldn't object during a fucking closing argument.
Ladies and gentlemen, as I was saying, Ms. Heard lied to you twice.
Fuck you, Rottenhorn.
She suggested to you that Mr. Depp pushed Kate Moss down
No
the
worries,
stairs.
Namija.
You told her, you heard her say
We love you, Sarah Bear.
just 2 days ago that
Look at her.
Mr. Depp never did that and he never hit her.
Who smiles
and he
during
never
this?
Kicked her. That was one of...
Objection, Your Honor. That's not what she testified
It's
to.
exactly
We
what
just
she
discussed
testified.
that.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, Your Honor. Go on,
still
Judge
out.
Penny. Shut the fuck up,
Ms. Heard and
Rottenhorn.
her lawyers
Useless
have
prick.
spent much of this
You
trial
fucking
talking
circumcision,
about drugs
fucking
and alcohol.
flesh.
Mr. Depp is no saint, and he has never claimed to be one. He has made mistakes in his life, as we all have.
Fucking
yes,
prick.
He has struggled with drugs and alcohol, but you never heard him deny that.
Yeah.
We told you that in the opening
She's denied
statement.
everything.
He
Fucking
owns his
everything.
flaws. He admits to them. He told you all about them. But he is not a violent abuser. He's not abuser, as Ms. Heard claims. And he did not and does not deserve to have his life,
I
his
agree,
legacy,
Brooker.
destroyed by a vicious lie. And this is, as Ms. Vasquez said, this
One
is the 6th
little
anniversary of
lie.
that. There is a world of difference between having substance abuse problems and being a physical abuser.
Yeah.
Ms. Heard falsely accused Mr. Depp of beating her. That was her first allegation, and you know why, and you know that wasn't true. Then, years after the fact, for the first time, she accused him of raping her. The lies have grown and metastasized.
That's
over
what always happens when a narcissist
And they
lies.
need
They
to
have
be
to add
stopped.
more and add
those
more.
False accusations have caused
That's what fucks
more
narcissists
harm
up.
to Mr.
They can't pick a
Depp
lie
than
and
her
stick
fist
to
ever
it.
did.
No, Sarah Bear. They have to embellish and make it worse and worse.
Make no mistake, Ms. Heard has admitted, unlike Mr. Depp, Ms. Heard has admitted on the audio tapes you've heard at this trial, and Ms. Vasquez just played you a few of them, she has admitted repeatedly to physically abusing Mr. Depp. And I would just like to take a minute to talk about the harm to Mr. Depp and his family. You have heard from several of the people in Mr. Depp's life about the damage Ms. Heard's lies have done to him. You heard from his sister Christy, who told you how hard it has been.
Oh, we've
on
all,
his family
Sarah,
and on her
or
little
not
brother,
Sarah,
Christian.
Aurora. We can
You
all
heard
say,
from
I can
Mr.
say
Depp's
anyway,
friend
I fully
for
understand that.
decades. And that
Gaslighting's
speaks
fucking
volumes
awful.
about Mr. Depp. he has lifetime friends who appear for him. Mr. Baruch told you how Mr. Depp and his family had been, quote, completely wrecked, unquote, by Miss Heard's lies.
Hope Lily Rose has a good
heard
birthday.
Mr. Depp testify that he has lost nothing less than everything because of Miss Heard's lies. Nothing less than everything. You heard about Mr. Depp's children, Jack and Lily Rose. His children have had to hear these allegations.
Happy birthday,
since
Lily Rose.
2016. And then when that started to die down, they had to hear them again.
She was a cunt to his kids as well.
December 2018, this time in the Washington Post, which is a national and international publication. And Mr. Depp has had to live with the knowledge that his children will keep hearing those false rumors and statements against him. Mr. Depp has millions of fans, people who grew up watching him on 21 Jump Street, which is something you heard Miss Heard mock on one of the tapes that was played to you. Or they grew up watching him play the swashbuckling pirate Captain Jack Sparrow in the Pirates of the Caribbean movies, or Willy Wonka. Mr. Depp means something to those people, and those people mean a lot to Mr. Depp. He's a fond memory from childhood or adolescence or adulthood, and to tarnish him as an abuser is to destroy him in the eyes of many of these people who will never look at him the same way again. And because
I don't know if this was a good route for Ben Chew to go.
And because of what she said,
don't know.
Mr. Depp will go to his grave
I think that goes
knowing no matter what he does, no matter the outcome of this trial, there are people who used to look up to him who now believe that he beat a woman, which is the worst thing you can say about a man. Beyond the personal and emotional effects.
Oh, he shouldn't have phrased it like that, though.
Their impact on Mr. Depp and his family.
Worst thing you can say about a man. He should have said worst thing you can say about anyone. I love Ben Chew, but he's not as strong a lawyer as Camille.
Saying that a good reputation
it does fit defamation, I agree.
Time to build, but only a second to destroy. Mr. Depp spent, in fact, a lifetime building his reputation as one of the greatest actors and movie stars of this generation, an iconic figure respected and liked throughout Hollywood and recognized and admired throughout the world. You heard evidence from Jack Wiggum, who was here today, Mr. Depp's agent, who explained that Mr. Depp, quote, was very well regarded and respected by peers in the artistic community, unquote. And you heard further testimony from Mr. Wiggum that Mr. Depp had a deal with Disney to play Captain Jack Sparrow in the 6th movie sequel of the Pirates of the Caribbean franchise for $22.5 million. But, as Mr. Wiggum explained, all of that changed when Ms. Heard published her op-ed in December of 2018 in the Washington Post. Quoting from the testimony you heard by Mr. Wiggum, quote, after the op-ed, it was impossible to get him a studio film, which is what we normally would have focused on in that time.
Yeah,
period,
that's
unquote.
exactly what I was thinking, Aurora. You've literally hit the nail on the head.
On the damage, the impact of this op-ed, as opposed
super
to the
dangerous
other
route to be going
stories
down.
that you saw, the other publications. Mr. Wiggum explained why this one was so damaging. Quote, it was a first-person account. I mean, from the victim. It's extremely impactful. You know, with respect to Johnny, it was catastrophic because it was coming from a first-person account. It was not from a journalist. It was coming from someone observing. It was from someone saying, this happened to me, unquote. You also heard from Richard Marks, an expert in the inner workings of Hollywood and the entertainment
Exactly, Tarleton.
who explained that the impact
Was he ever charged with that stuff, though, Tarleton, or was it just allegations?
Was devastating. Quote, it's devastating. It's the type of claim.
Yeah, but they're going to be very different
sexual
statements.
violence, domestic abuse that has canceled a list of actors, unquote. And for many, and Mr. Depp would agree with this, rightfully so, Me Too is an important movement, a movement that Mr. Depp supports and believes in. It's for true survivors.
Oh, is he? Good.
Abuse, not Ms. Heard. True victims need protection, and true perpetrators need to face the repercussions. But as you heard in this case, Amber Heard is not a true victim. And
Where's
Mr.
Franco?
Depp
Bring Franco in
certainly
here.
is not an abuser.
When's Franco getting charged?
Again, nobody has come out of the woodwork to say, Me Too. This is the unique and singular Me Too case where there's not a single Me Too. In fact, to the contrary.
Yes! Oh, that's a... Oh, he got me back! Chew, you got me back in!
Mr. Depp, for 3 years, which he broke off, came forward to say, no, he never pushed her.
No,
down.
he turned it around, Brooker.
And you heard Doug Banya, an expert in internet and social media analytics, testify to the impact that Ms. Heard's allegations had on Mr. Depp's popularity. Ms. Heard's lawyers...
One sec,
tried
I'll
to
pause
tell
it for a
you that
sec.
all
One
of the
sec.
damage done to Mr. Depp's career was because...
He said this is the singular Me Too case where this isn't a Me Too. That nobody else has come out and said Me Too. I also... So he basically... Oh, that was genius. Because I was like, oh, where the fuck is he going with this? This is terrible. And then he went, but this is the only Me Too case where there's nobody else saying Me Too. Oof! Kick to the fucking grundle.
Because of his own behavior.
He did,
Because
Brooker.
He was sometimes unprofessional or sometimes late to set. But that doesn't hold up. Mr. Depp has been a major figure in Hollywood for decades. Yes, Mr. Depp was late to set sometimes. But as Richard Marx testified, quote, when you hire Johnny Depp, you get all of Johnny Depp, which includes being late, unquote. Keenan Wyatt, who has worked for decades as a sound engineer on some of Mr. Depp's films, said much the same thing. And by the way, Mr. Wyatt is not and never has
Almost
been.
every actor I've ever worked with is usually late to set. Some
Mr.
more so
Depp
than others.
wasn't canceled by Hollywood because he was sometimes late to set. He was canceled because Ms. Heard falsely accused him of domestic violence and sexual violence on the pages of the Washington Post on December 18, 2018, repeating the prior lies of May 17, 2016. And as you saw at trial, Ms. Heard published the op-ed on December 18, 2018,
Quit coke and settle.
2 years after her public allegations of domestic abuse. Ms. Heard's publication of the op-ed
Yeah, I saw that,
coincided with
Sarah.
the release of her
I'd be
major
dead.
movie Aquaman that December. And it coincided as well with her announcement on Twitter that she was becoming an ACLU ambassador for women's rights. And in that op-ed, Ms. Heard repeated her false allegations against Mr. Depp. Now, she didn't mention his name. She didn't have to.
Yeah.
Everyone knew exactly who and what Ms. Heard was talking about. Ms. Heard got on the stand and tried to tell you that the op-ed was not about Mr. Depp. She then said, well, it wasn't just
Because I'd be
about
dead.
Mr. Depp. But she couldn't deny, and this was
I'd be dead.
yesterday, that this was at least partly about Mr. Depp. The op-ed obviously
Which she said
is
yesterday.
about Mr.
She made a
Depp.
huge fucking
And the
boo-boo.
testimony at trial proves that. You will recall testimony from the ACLU's representative, an attorney, stating that Mr. Depp's name was included in drafts of the op-ed.
I know,
That they and
Tartan.
others understood that the op-ed was about Mr. Depp. Specifically, the ACLU representative testified, among other things, quote, based on my review of prior drafts of the op-ed, I knew that she was referring to Johnny Depp and the marriage, unquote. Ms. Heard's claim that the op-ed is not about Mr. Depp is just another one of her many, many lies. In fact, what you have seen time and time again through the course of
She's an addict as well for
is
lying.
that Ms. Heard lies. She lies
I
all
know.
the time about things that
You
are
feel for her, you do.
and the things that aren't important. She just can't seem to stop. And as Ms. Vasquez said, what she routinely does is she doesn't take ownership or responsibility for anything. And she has an excuse for everything.
Mm-hmm.
But in this courtroom, confronted with the evidence, she
Yeah,
can't
it was,
run away
Jason.
from her own words.
She had a three-way with Cara Delevingne and Elon Musk. That was confirmed by a witness.
Words. So, Tom, let's please take a look at the words she used in her op-ed, which is Plaintiff's Exhibit 1, and which Ms. Heard published in December 2018, 2 years after she first publicly accused Mr. Depp
I'm only stopping it for now.
Abuser on May 27th, 2016. The title of the op-ed reads, as you can see, quote, Amber Heard, I spoke up against sexual violence and faced our culture's wrath. That has to change, unquote. Below that, Ms. Heard states, quote, then 2 years ago, I became a public figure representing domestic abuse. And I felt
Who do you think was bad, Johnny Depp or Amber Heard?
To speak out, unquote.
Amber Heard.
Why?
Below that, Ms. Heard states, quote, I had the rare vantage point of seeing in real time
I'm a kid.
how institutions protect those accused of abuse.
There's a little laptop down there.
And she was.
Each of those statements clearly
Love you. Everyone says hi.
I was never here.
And taken collectively, their message and their implication about Mr. Depp is clear, i.e. that Ms. Heard is a survivor of domestic abuse.
That was a Phoebe.
Mr. Depp is a perpetrator.
Yeah, truth.
The context in the rest of the op-ed makes that clear as well. Consider, for instance, this line, quote, imagine a powerful
was all a dream.
like the Titanic. That ship is a huge enterprise. When it strikes an iceberg, there are a lot of people on board desperate to patch up holes. Not because they believe in or even care about the ship, but because their own fates depend upon the enterprise, unquote. Everyone in Hollywood knew, and everyone in this courtroom now knows exactly what Ms. Heard intended those words to mean. The ship, the Titanic...
Stop smiling, Elaine.
And Ms. Heard was the iceberg that sank him. That's precisely what Ms. Heard was saying in the op-ed. And in just the same way, everyone in Hollywood knew, and Hollywood and elsewhere knew exactly what Ms. Heard meant by the words, quote, 2 years ago, I became a public figure representing domestic abuse, unquote. That was a clear reference to the day 2 years earlier, on May 27th, 2016. And as Ms. Vasquez said, that was 6 years.
Wife home. I'm going to head off. I have to start doing sad stuff soon. Sorry, bud.
When Ms.
Sorry,
Heard,
dude.
on May 27th,
Much love, Brooker.
walked into
Thanks for
court
being here, bud.
with her public
All my love to Maya.
publicist, Jody Gottlieb.
It's been emotional, Brooker. You take care.
With an alleged mark on her face to accuse Mr. Depp.
Thanks for popping in.
As always, Ms. Heard was quite mindful of her image. She was careful to portray herself as the innocent representative of abuse survivors, and by implication, Mr. Depp as the perpetrator of domestic abuse. She was the woman who, in the words of her title,
Dad stuff. Oh, sorry.
spoke up against
I
sexual
was
violence,
like,
unquote.
I'm sorry.
Now, Ms. Heard has done a lot to try to walk away.
All my love
from
to Nikita, too.
in particular. That's
Tell Nikita Paddy was asking for her.
She has testified that she didn't write it, and she will argue later that she shouldn't be held liable because she didn't write it. But as the court's instructions
No worries, Namija.
this morning make clear, Ms. Heard didn't have to personally write any part of the op-ed for her to defame Mr. Depp through implication in the Washington Post. And let's please, Tom, turn to Plaintiff's Exhibit 3.
Oh, there we go.
Ms. Heard, as you all can see on the screen, retweeted the article, including the title on her Twitter page. Ms. Heard put her name on it. And she proudly declared, quote, today I published this op-ed in the Washington Post, ellipses, unquote. Her tweet includes the title with the words, quote, I spoke up against sexual violence, unquote, prominently featured. Nowhere in this tweet or anywhere else does Ms. Heard disavow the title. To the contrary, she's proclaiming it. And at the same time, Ms. Heard posted this tweet, She posted another, which you can see right beneath it. Quote, "I'm honored to announce my role as an ACLU ambassador on women's rights." Unquote. Aggrandizing herself at the expense of Mr. Depp. So make no mistake,
Nuts.
this was
Aurora and her
about
nuts.
Mr. Depp. In the wake of the Me Too movement, with her ACLU ambassadorship and a major movie coming out, Ms. Heard was trading on her accusations of abuse against Mr. Depp. She was reminding everyone of those allegations. She was once again taking on the role of her lifetime, the heroic survivor of vicious abuse, or to use her phrase, quote, "a public figure representing abuse." And she was once again casting Mr. Depp as the villain in her drama, the supposed perpetrator of that abuse.
Oh, of course.
When you meet
Sarah.
to deliberate this case, you're going to be tasked with several questions. Those questions appear on a form that you will use to reach your verdict in this case. So I'd just like to ask you, please, to spend a few minutes with me going through that.
She
Tom,
really
would you
is.
please put up the special verdict form so the jury can see it? Some of it's hard to read, so maybe Tom might please blow it up. Oh, thank you very much. You will see here the first page of the verdict form relating to Mr. Depp's claim for defamation against Ms. Heard. There are 3 pages relating to Mr. Depp's claim, one for each of the 3 defamatory statements in the op-ed that form the basis of Mr. Depp's claim against Ms. Heard. You've heard those 3 statements many times, but
Agreed,
they bear
Sarah.
repeating, I promise, just once more here. 1, quote, "I spoke up against sexual violence and faced our culture's wrath. That has to change," unquote. 2, then 2 years ago, I became a public figure representing domestic abuse.
It's
And I felt the
tricky.
full force of our culture's wrath for women who speak out. Unquote. 3, I had the rare vantage point of seeing in real time how institutions protect men accused of abuse.
I just don't want to crap out much of the game screen.
Now, there are 7 questions that you will need to please answer with respect to each of those statements. So that's 21 questions, I think, but 7 as to each statement.
I tried
1,
going the other way, Aurora, and
was
it
the
didn't work
statement
out. I
made
tried going with the trial
published by
big and the
Ms.
game
Heard?
small. It just didn't work
2,
because the game was blocking too much of the trial image, and I need the game at least some bit
4,
big.
Did the statement have a defamatory
Sorry.
implication about Mr.
That's
Depp?
probably as best I can do.
5, was the defamatory implication designed and intended by Ms. Heard? 6, was the defamatory implication conveyed to someone other than Mr. Depp? 7, did Ms. Heard make the statement with actual malice, which is, Your Honor, Her Honor explained, meaning did Ms. Heard make the statement knowing it was false or with reckless disregard as to the truth? Ladies and gentlemen, the evidence clearly shows that the answers...
Like, to be honest, I
those
guess
7
if you really
questions
just
are
want to
all
just watch the
yes.
trial,
And if you answer
there are probably
yes,
better sources to do that,
all
because
of
I am
those
going to be talking
questions,
over it in parts. Like
you
right
should
now,
be
it is going to be slightly
You will
smaller.
be asked to state the amount
you know.
of damages to which Mr. Depp is entitled. In the wake of the Me Too movement, movie producers know better than to cast a movie star who has been accused of domestic and sexual violence. And it is entirely within your discretion as jurors to
Diet Coke.
quantify the amount of money
Wish I had Diet Coke.
that constitutes fair compensation for Mr.
This is
Depp's
more just
pain
I'd be
and
watching this
humiliation
anyway, and we're hanging out.
inflicted by Ms. Heard's defamation. But while
it's a fun
Mr.
little
Depp
experiment.
certainly is entitled to monetary compensation, this case, at least for Mr. Depp, has never been about money. This case for Mr. Depp has never been about money. Nor is it about punishing Ms. Heard. It is about Mr. Depp's reputation. and freeing him from
Holy
the
shit.
prison in which he has lived for the last 6 years. And it's 6 years to the
Look
day.
at his face.
The most important questions for Mr. Depp, the ones truly at the heart of this case, are questions
Yes.
2, 3, and 4 on the verdict form.
And that's kind of what I mean. Like, I'm sorry if the trial isn't big enough, etc. Like, that's honestly the biggest I can make it, because this is a kind of a mixed challenge or whatever. Like, as in, I want to walk across this while chatting,
And while
while
Tom's
watching,
pulling that up, let's take
just to see
question
if I can do it before the closing arguments are over, kind of thing, I guess.
2. Were the statements about...
And it's just interesting. I don't know. I'm a weirdo.
2 points here. 1, when the ACLU pitched the op-ed to the Washington Post, I think you'll remember this, they pitched it as, quote, a piece by Amber Heard, who, as you know, was beaten up during her brief marriage to Johnny Depp, unquote. That's how they pitched it. 2, after the op-ed
Wow.
was published, news outlets, including USA Today, and you've seen
I want.
that as an exhibit,
I think it's not that simple,
characterized
Sarah.
the op-ed
I don't know. Maybe.
as
I'd love if the jury was just like,
referring
we've
to
decided
her
she's a fucking liar.
allegations of abuse against
That'd be
Mr. Depp.
glorious.
So the USA Today interpreted it that way, and so did many other publications. They
See, Ben
got
Chu was definitely on the
exactly
defamation side.
that Ms. Heard and the ACLU intended them to have. Tom, if you would please pull up Plaintiff's Exhibit 409
Same.
and 411, if you could put them side by side. And this was expected. This is what they wanted. There had been a lot of press.
I wasn't
2
paying
years
attention.
prior to the publication of the op-ed about
Oops.
Ms. Heard's claims of abuse against
Oops.
Mr. Depp when she walked into court with her publicist to obtain the domestic violence, the no-notice ex parte, meaning Mr. Depp's lawyer was not informed and he was already in New York, which he testified Ms. Heard was well aware of. You don't
Apparently.
need a domestic violence restraining order when your husband is halfway across the continent and is heading for a European tour.
No worries, Wayne.
On May 27th, 2016,
I think it's very irregular,
with a
though.
reported mark on her face, everyone knew exactly who and what Ms. Heard was referring to in the op-ed. She was referring to Mr. Depp.
Go on,
Let's take,
Aurora.
questions 2 and 3 next, if we can.
I have a bit of popcorn stuck between my teeth. I hate that.
Were each of the statements false? And did the statements have a defamatory implication on Mr. Depp? Again,
Whoop,
the clear
whoop.
answer is yes.
I booked
The
work off early
statements
today.
understood in the context of the op-ed itself and in the broader context of the press coverage of Ms. Heard walking into the court with a mark on her face to obtain a domestic violence restraining order against Mr. Depp in May 2016.
Without him present.
Clearly imply.
Because he would have walked up and
Mr.
licked his
Depp
thumb and rubbed it off her
physically,
face.
Sexually abused Ms. Heard. The overwhelming evidence that you all have heard and has come forward in this case shows that those allegations are false and despicable.
It is like a little watch party, isn't it?
Mr. Depp did
No,
not
Edward
physically-
Scissorhands isn't a bad guy. He's a nice guy.
not sexually.
It was the people. Edward Scissorhands represents
Audio
this.
After audio, where Ms. Heard admitted that she was physically abusing him. While Mr.
Uh-oh.
Depp's
I've gone
name
way
will be
off the beaten
forever
track here, though.
tarnished by these horrendous and false allegations, this case is about telling you his story and the truth about what really happened, which you've now heard. It is about restoring his lost reputation. It's about showing Mr. Depp's children, Lily Rose and Jack, that the truth is worth fighting for. It is. And it's about restoring Mr. Depp's name and standing in the community.
I ain't got no coke,
to the
though.
fullest extent that you can. And you can do something. And only you, ladies and gentlemen, can do that for him. You heard from Mr. Depp yesterday that
Yeah.
he has been carrying these
Absolutely.
outrageous
Did you ever see him talk about Lily Depp or Lily Rose being in hospital? Oh, it's
and living
heartbreaking, man.
with them for 6 years.
Heartbroken.
And waiting to be able to bring his truth out. And he has told you the truth, the unvarnished truth, even truth that pretty embarrassing. He knew that was going to happen. when he brought this case. You've seen the evidence in this case over 6 long weeks, which we again thank you for. That evidence shows overwhelmingly that Ms. Heard's attempt to paint herself as a heroic survivor, an innocent survivor, and Mr. Depp as a terrifying abuser are utterly false. We ask you to please return your verdict for Mr. Depp. We ask you, we implore you.
Both
give
lose,
him his
both
name,
win, or
his
Depp wins.
reputation, and his career back.
There's no outcome I can see where he loses and she wins.
Ladies and gentlemen,
But they
let's go ahead and
can
take
both
a
win
break
and they can
at this
both
time.
lose, you know.
Again, this
Because
case
it's
is
not a
been
domestic
submitted to you
abuse
yet.
trial.
We'll continue with closing arguments when we come back, so do not discuss the case
Oh,
with yourselves. Don't do
my
any outside
God.
research, okay? Thank you.
That was so sweet. Did you see that? Did you see that hug he did with Chew? Aww. Yeah, exactly, in Great Ormond Street. Oh, I know, and it's a shame that her ex-wife didn't
let's go
come
back to
forward
105.
and validate the abuse claims.
Okay, sure.
But again, people are generally afraid of their abusers. Yeah, exactly. Exactly, Sarah. Alright, folks, we can turn the game audio back up for a little bit while we wait for this to come back. You have to listen to me munch, which I apologise for. And I've also gone way off the beaten track with this. But sure, look. Like, here's the thing. That is the big difference, right? I'll be heading off soon for my temp job trial. No worries at all. We will probably still be here when you get back, and then we're all going to head over and hang out with Baz for the evening. Oh, what am I going to do when I need to pee? That's a good shout. Here's the thing, though. As I say, I came into this with no dog in the race, right? I came into this with no dog in the race, really, because I didn't really know anything about Amber Heard, just being totally and completely honest. Where my opinion started to change was watching the trial every day, all day, every day. Get a bottle. This is nearly finished, but I think it's too small. Not the bottle, my penis. Pause timer and enlarge the trial. Yeah, it's a good shout. Oh, we'll be over on Baz's stream at that point, which would be cool. Okay, we can go down this way. That's a good shout. He played a masterstroke bait and switch statement. Oh, big time. Yeah, the Me Too one was one of the best goddamn moments. Like, I was like, oh, where's he going with this? He's fucking up. Like, this doesn't look good for Depp, etc. What if trial goes over 7 p.m? It won't, I reckon. Because we're through their closing argument now. So if you imagine that the next closing argument is going to be about the same length, it's another 2 hours, maybe 2.5 hours max in the trial. Oh, yeah, but dude, right? Nobody is downplaying. This is the thing. Nobody is downplaying the Me Too movement, because again, in Me Too, as he pointed out so perfectly, Me Too is where multiple women came out about a source and said this happened. Well, didn't see. Oh God, if it's Elaine, it could be 4 hours. Yeah. She can't cry though. I mean, I love that Camille brought that up in her testimony, in her closing statement. I love that she brought up, you heard her acting coach say she can't fake cry, and she hasn't shed a single fucking tear this trial. Destroyed. Wait, what? Wayne is converted now. And doing my own research. I just haven't been actively following it daily. You see, I felt very important, as I say, for me to watch it daily, just because I want to be assured in what I know and not be relying off of think tanks and thought bubbles on, like, you know, and what's it called when you have like an environment around you of people who all feel the same way as you, so you think that's the norm. I didn't want to fall into that trap, so I wanted to base I wanted to base my decision off of like, no, give me all the information and let me, like, all of it. I want to be like a juror. Do you know what I mean? The only difference between me and the jurors is I can watch TikTok and stuff. Oh God, can you imagine? It'd drive poor Camille fucking mad, although she'd tear Wayne apart as well. I've watched the behavioural analyst quite a lot, but they're talking. He talks about her and Depp's, and like he's unbiased. He's like, look, I'm not going off of this in a way of I like her and I dislike him. I'm just talking their body language. She really would, Sarah. Are you okay, Wayne? There's hubris, right? There's hubris, Wayne, and there's thinking that Camille Vasquez couldn't tear you apart. Come on now, Wayne. Sarah, can we get an objection on that, please? Hey, mister. Sustained. Next question. Wayne, are you stating Camille would not tear you apart? Yes or no? Get off your fence, Wayne. I'm heading off ski. I might catch yous later. If not, sees you Sunday. Thank you. Speaking of which, Wayne, sorry, Tartan, I'll come back to give you a proper goodbye in a moment. You told me to put up that poll, and then I see that you commented on it, and you're like, oh yeah, play whatever you want, like, I don't really mind. It's like, why did you tell me to do a poll to then sit on the fucking fence about it? I haven't actually read your comment yet, by the way. I've only seen it pop up in the bottom right of my screen. Tartan, you take care of yourself, missus. We might see you on Baz's stream tonight. If not, we'll see you Sunday when I'll be playing whatever gets picked by the community. Here. So your previous testimony was in fact not honest. Oh, Aurora's pulling a Camille. She got you. She got you. Chameleon. Aurora's a chameleon. Hey. Woo. When I feel heavy metal and I lie and I may say, if you wanted to, it's a poll. It's a yes or no. It's a this one or that one. Why are you making it so complicated, Wayne? For fuck's sake. Paddy, play Bloodborne. Paddy, play Sekiro. Well, maybe you could alternate. Chat. Christ, Wayne. I love you. Wayne, just answer the question. Okay, let's move to the next question. I love you, Wayne. Objection, side statements are not written in the scope of Paddy's questioning. They weren't submitted into evidence, Wayne. Fuck's sake. This is majestic. Oh. I've learned a lot from watching Camille. Miss Heard, that was not my question. That was not my question. My questions. What a fucking hero. I think I'm still in New Austin, right? Jesus Christ, I haven't hit the main map yet, and it's an hour and 6 minutes of walking. These boots was made for walking, and that's just what they'll do. One of these days, Rob Weedoff's gonna walk all over you. I've learned that being a strong woman doesn't make you aggressive. Boom! That's so true. That's what Camille has really... Because, like, when you look at her versus Elaine is so angry. Like, whereas Camille is, like... Or Elaine is so, like, condescending and rude. Whereas Camille, it's all very, like... There is some anger behind there. Don't get me wrong. You can feel it. You can feel the heat of the anger. But it's not, like... It's not aggressive, as you say. She is, but also I don't think Judge Penny likes her legal team at all. And did you see the joke she made about Ben Chew the last day? He's just a snarky guy. Maybe he's just a snarky guy. Elaine is rude. Camille is feisty. Exactly. Elaine is rude. She really is. Do you know what I could do? This would work out. Wayne, I think you're on mute. While I'm gone to the bathroom, I could leave it like this. Oh no, wait, I don't have Dixper active. Damn it. I was going to say I could leave it like this and you could use Dixper to move me. He'd be Christopher walking. John walking. I don't actually. That would have been great, wouldn't it? Oh shit. No running. Running is not allowed. That was almost a run. The classic screen? I think if that's the case, I better run to the bathroom now, stick on the classic screen and be back before the trial comes back. Alright. I'm going to pause the timer. Wait. Okay. I want to pee, Aurora. And make coffee, exactly. A faffy. Run for a while and it will cancel out the time you're not moving. No running allowed. God damn it. All right. I'll be back in like 3 to 4 minutes max. Pause the timer. And now, gonna need it for Elaine. Exactly. So here you go, guys. Madness.
Get out of here! You have no power here, foul demon! Oh god, no! Laura, do it, Laura, lad! No! Get rid of it! End it! Well, they sit in the doll, drinking pints, eating potatoes, at a party, throwing balloons up in the air, fucking shagging each other, riding in the doll like fucking animals! A whole lot of them!
Is anything louder than loud?
Ah, dad joke, dad joke, dad joke, dad joke, dad joke. Bow, 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 bow. Ah, motherfucking bastard shit, fuck, cock.
Yet those it taints become undying. Undying? Yes, they do not die.
I am thirsty for death. I didn't, as soon as the words came out of my mouth, I was like, think about what you just said.
And coming out in front, we have Silverhawk, followed closely by Auroraverse. Let's Survive Paddy Blaze is close behind, but it doesn't matter because he can't win jack shit. Delonius is not far off. Oh my goodness, what kind of mindfuckery is this? Oh, Jesus Christ. Silverhawk and Auroraverse flying around and around. Oh my goodness, I can't even keep up with these shenanigans. Well, fuck my life and color me sideways. This is not what I was expecting today.
How was all your days? I shaved my balls.
Tootsie Rolls didn't save dick. Ocarina of Time 3D.
What was that? Ah, you fucking bitch!
sorry, bitch. I'm a fucking weirdo.
We're talking nonsense, Sarah. I'm drinking root beer. I'm eating Twizzlers. I tried eating a Tootsie Roll and I nearly fucking killed myself from it because it was a pile of shit. It was fucking rubbish, Sarah. Do you ever have a Tootsie Roll? They're fucking shit.
Oh no, this is not promising. There you go. I'm glad that I came back in on my screaming and ranting about Tootsie Rolls in the doll. It brings me joy. Back to the walking. Yeah, yeah. All right. Home, home, home on the range. I'm such a good singer. Such a good singer. I got a Faffy. But not an actual Faffy because decaf is for fucking monsters. You're a monster if you drink decaf. Speaking of which, Sarah, is that something that's gonna... If I remember correctly with Kathy... No, Sarah! I remember that with Kathy, she went insane because Kathy drinks her coffee super strong and super black. And so she was fucking traumatized. All she wanted was coffee and eggs and she wasn't allowed either. And then that was also when I decided to become a baker. And I was baking for a while. And I was making all these delicious cupcakes. And she was like, I can't fucking have them because there's egg in them. I was like, sorry. That's so wrong, Sarah. I'm so sorry for you. I'm sorry for your loss of coffee. Ooh, porridge bread. See, I think it changes constantly though, Sarah, because as far as I remember with Kathy, there was all the usual seafood, blah, 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 but I'm pretty sure at that time it was eggs. Strong... Fuck off, Kathy. Were you not allowed eggs? Because remember... I don't know. Maybe I'm lying. So fucked. Like your coffee, Kathy. I like runny yolks as well. That's what I call athletes. Runny yolks. I like them runny yolks. We should ask the behavior analysis to do an analysis of one of my videos to see if I'm a deceptive, lying, manipulative fuck, actually. That'd be interesting. Like, I don't think I am, but if I was, I wouldn't know I was. Baggy yolks be better. Double dropping yolks with Eamon de Valera. Hey, mister. Howdy, mister. Fuck off. Stupid cable. Stereo. Yeah, stay up there. Out of my way. This cable's getting in my way like fucking Elaine. So here's the thing. I saw somebody post a thing about Amber Heard that said, oh, why we don't support women just because they're flawed. That's not it. That's not it at all. If she admitted to being flawed, I would 100% be like, okay, maybe. It's the fact that she's such a narcissist and she doesn't admit that she's ever done anything wrong. I wasn't allowed stuff for Piper, but then Carrie was for Felix. Pregnancy, yeah, changes every day. That's it. So as I say, I remember that Kathy was not allowed eggs. So I was, as I say, what were we watching? Cupcake Wars? Yeah, I know, Aurora, but that's what I've seen on Facebook, and I think it's just a lot of virtue signaling. It's like, oh, we want to be the contrarians, and we want to be on the other side of this thing. I completely fucking agree. Abuse knows no gender. Abuse knows no gender. And that's the big fucking crime of all this, really, is she's trying to play it off. So what did you miss? They did their closing argument, and Ben Chew had one of the best lines of the trial so far, Baz. I'm going to tell Baz this line. Ben Chew, one of Johnny's lawyers, said, this was something that Amber Heard created to try and exploit the Me Too movement. However, in this case, there was no Me Too. There was nobody else that came out and corroborated her claims of abuse, etc. It was fucking incredible. Because I was like, where is he going with this? He's going down a fucking dangerous path. It sounds kind of shit. And then when he said that, it was like, boom. Other than that, not really much. He talked. A lot of it was more geared towards the defamation side of things. Ben's arguments, Ben's statement. Other than that, I went for a pace. It did. It was like he did that classic, like, woo, like round out, like thinks you're gonna hit him one way, and then he suddenly spinning back kicks you. No, they're back. Now they're back, Bez. You're back just in time, bud. And we got 3 hours till Baz stream. I wonder if I'll get through the rest of this map in 3 hours. We'll see. So, one thing I did see, Aurora, so I'm not even out of the optional area, but it's going to be fun. That thing looks like a man standing over someone autistic. Aurora, right? Nice clocks. I know, right? Serious. One person I saw on Facebook, and this person is definitely a contrarian and somebody who just likes to be, oh yeah, no running allowed, no engaging in combat unless they start it, no horse, no fast travel. That's the rules. So, Aurora, this person I know on Facebook who is definitely a contrarian and definitely virtue signaling left, right and centre, she came out and said literally these words. Wait for it. We have to believe her because she is a woman. I read that statement and I was like, no, that's not how this works. You do not base your decision on who is right or wrong or telling the truth or lying on the person's gender. You do not. Fair, dude. Fair. It was, do you know how hard it was? This is why I don't use social media that much anymore. Do you know how hard it was? And that's what she wants though. Because she's a contrarian, she wants 100 people to come on and fucking, and start shit with her. And I had to fucking, Mail Garda didn't believe me by questioning me with, are you sure that happened? But that's her argument. She's like, oh, women never get believed, so we have to support and believe women in these situations. And I was like, in my head, I was like, no. No, that's not. It's based on, as for you, is your finger sore from holding the W key? I'm not holding the W key. I am using a controller for this. So my thumb is a little bit smooth. I've got a bit of a smooth finger at the moment. Is your finger sore? From sticking it up your arse. Smart cunt. Yo! But here's the thing, what people aren't getting right is, I'm going to clarify something and you all don't have to agree to this, right? But like, I've seen a lot of people say a lot of vile things about Amber Heard, right? And you're probably not going to believe me when I say this, but I assure you it's true. I don't want anything bad to happen to Amber Heard. I want her, in my eyes, if the jury feel as such and they have the evidence, I would like the jury to go I would like the jury to rule to rule in Johnny Depp's favour in this case, but I don't want anything. I don't want her to get hurt. I don't want anything. I'm being genuine when I say that, because I don't want that for any human being generally, unless they're like, I'm not going to get into that. However, like, I don't want to see her get hurt, but I also don't, like, she has psychiatric issues, not PTSD, other psychiatric issues. And if she loses, she may have to face that. She may have to face the fact that she has these issues. And I know none of you want to hear this or believe it or blah, 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 but may come out the other side of it eventually a better person. Maybe not. And I know you're all going to go like, nah, not a fucking chance. But I'm just saying that I'm not on here. I might say shit. This goes back to Johnny Depp's texts. I might say shit like, oh, fucking bitch, blah, 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 spout shit. I would never want that for, like, something genuinely horrible to happen to anyone. You know? I want her to get her just desserts. And, like, I want her to face the consequences of what she's done. Exactly, Baz. That's it. Oh, there's Judge Penny. We love you, Judge Penny. Let me turn the game down again. And it's not a criminal trial. She's not going to go to prison. Yeah, exactly. And so I do think that some of these people that are out in support of Depp and they are going out and bashing her viciously. I can look at her and be like, why are you smirking? What the fuck is wrong with you? You fucking blah. That doesn't mean, as I say, I'm not sitting here going like saying, I'm not even going to say something because it could be clipped out of context and used and whatever. But like saying, I'm not wishing ills upon her. I'm just pointing out she's full of shit and I think she should lose the case. Because saying anything beyond that as well doesn't help. I don't know, but I also want one. Oh, big time, Wayne. It's the same as with a referendum, dude. Think of the referendum.
All right, thank you. You may be seated. All right, closing arguments. Mr. Rottenborn? Thank you. Okay, thank you.
Oh, not this prick. I mean, I'd like to see something bad happen to Rottenborn. No, I'm joking. I'm joking, mostly. God, I can't stomach him, though. He's just a fucking despicable cunt.
Good morning, everyone.
Mr.
Morning,
Rottenborn,
you
is your mic
vile
on?
creature.
I believe it is.
Oh, there we go. Okay.
Does that work? Okay. In trying to convince you that Mr. Depp has carried his burden of proof in proving that he was never abusive to Amber on even one occasion, think about the message that Mr. Depp and his attorneys are sending to Amber and by extension to every victim of domestic abuse.
Think of the fucking...
If you didn't take pictures, it didn't happen. If you did take pictures, they're fake. If you didn't tell your friends, you're lying.
This is weak sauce.
They're part of the hoax. If you didn't seek medical treatment, you weren't injured. If you did seek medical treatment, you're crazy. If you do everything that you can to help your spouse, the person that you love, rid himself of the crushing drug and alcohol abuse that spins him into an abusive, rage-filled monster, you're a nag. And if you finally decide
There is no
enough is
evidence
enough,
of him being an abusive,
you've had
rage-filled
enough of the
monster.
fear, enough of the pain, and you have to leave to save yourself, you're a gold digger.
Excuse me, he
That
tried to
is
leave
the
many
message
times.
that Mr. Depp is asking you to send. But he doesn't stop there, because in Mr. Depp's world, you don't leave Mr. Depp. And if you do, he will start a campaign of global humiliation.
Oh, fuck off. He didn't start any
A smear
campaign.
campaign that lasts to this very day. He will do everything he can to destroy your life, to destroy your career. That is what they're saying, ladies and gentlemen. And that's what they're trying to get you, the jury, to be an accomplice to. But it's not surprising, because Mr. Depp cannot and will not take responsibility for his own actions. It's always someone else's
Excuse me?
Just as Ms. Vasquez did, and Mr. Chu did, I would like to extend my thanks to you on behalf of Amber and our whole legal team for the care and the diligence with which you have served as jurors in this matter. You've paid attention to every witness, every piece of evidence, and I can't even imagine the sacrifice that you've made in terms of time away from
Oh, shut up,
friends,
Rottenborn, you
your
fucking
family,
lick ass.
your job to be here on this jury. It's a very important role that you're serving, and we thank you very much.
Oh, shut up.
Let's pick up where we started 6 weeks ago in opening statement. You may remember that I asked you to keep a simple question in mind, which is, why are you here? And much of what you've heard during the course of this trial, you don't need to make a decision on in order to return a verdict for Ms. Heard on Mr. Depp's claim of defamation. Now, we'll talk about Ms. Heard's claim of defamation against Mr. Depp, and Elaine will address most of that in a few minutes.
Oh, no, Sarah.
But your key question to answer is, does the First Amendment give Ms. Heard the right
I know,
to write
right?
the words that she wrote in this article
Fucking
on
wearing a
December
mask,
18th,
Sarah.
2018? That's the question. And you cannot simultaneously protect and uphold the First Amendment and find in favor of Johnny Depp.
Oh, fuck off with
You
your fucking
simply
First
cannot.
Amendment.
You have to decide, should someone be able to write an article like that in the United States of America without being sued successfully, without having to go through the hell that Ms. Heard has gone through? So let's talk about that. And to do that, we get to explain a bit more about the law that you have to follow. This is the op-ed piece. I'm not going to read it to you again. You heard me read it to you in opening statements. And I would urge you, when you're in the deliberation room...
And then why
read
do you
it.
have a different heading on it
Read
instead
it
of,
again. And I know we
fuck
focused
off?
on it, here and there over the course of the trial, but the vast majority of this trial has not focused on these words, on this piece. This is obviously the paper edition. There's the online edition as well.
This is pathetic.
Now we get a chance to discuss with you exactly what you have to find about this article.
Fuck off. At least he was born with the right fucking name.
Let's try this again. This is one of the jury instructions that you'll get. And I've been so looking forward to being able to actually explain to you, as the judge read all the instructions to you this morning, and I know it was a lot, but we've been looking forward to being able to explain to you what you're here to decide. Because I imagine for some of the case, it's been kind of unclear. What are you being asked to decide? These are
Is
the
he
things
really
that you have to
undermining their
find.
fucking
You have to
intelligence?
answer yes, as Mr. Chu said, you have to answer yes to all of them in order to find in
Is he
favor of Mr.
really
Depp.
undermining their fucking
So
intelligence?
you have to find that the statement was about Mr. Depp. And you can decide that in the context of the article. And I'll get to the arguments that Mr. Depp raises on that in a minute. You also have to find that the statement is false. And we're going to look at the statements here. We're going to look at each of the three statements. And in order to win his claim, Mr. Depp has to prove every single element. And there's a concept in the jury instructions that you really didn't hear from Mr. Depp's side this morning, but you've all heard it, I'm sure, outside the courtroom, which is burden of proof. It is Mr. Depp's burden to
Let me
prove
explain this to you because you're
each
quite
and
stupid.
every one of these elements.
Same, Sarah. She should have gotten
If
Kim
he
K to
cannot-
fucking represent her.
Ms. Heard wins. If he cannot prove each and every one of these elements under the burden of proof that's applicable, Ms. Heard wins. And there's two different burdens of proof that we'll get to. For all of them except number 7, the burden of proof is greater weight of the evidence. So you weigh the evidence and you decide, has Mr. Depp proven to you the first 6 elements? The 7th one, for actual malice, the clear and convincing evidence standard, we'll get to in a few minutes. But this is what he has to prove. And he cannot do that. These are the 3 statements. And I know you may be thinking to yourself, wait a second, don't we have to decide if Mr. Depp committed abuse?
He's
And the answer
telling
is
them
no, you
what
don't
to
have
choose.
Because
He's not
these
advising
3
them.
statements, you can decide as a matter of law, or as a matter of fact, as you weigh the evidence and the fact that they're true. So the first 2 statements I'm going to address together. Then, 2 years ago, I became a public figure representing domestic abuse.
No, he's literally
and I
lecturing
felt
them on
full
how to fill it
force of
out.
Our culture's wrath for women who speak out.
He's not going like, okay, blah, blah, blah.
Number two,
He's
I
literally
had a rare
going,
vantage
this is
point
what you
of
have to
seeing
write.
In real time, how institutions protect men accused of abuse. When you go back to the jury room to deliberate, you should feel free, like I said, to read the article and think of the article's purpose. The jury instructions also tell you to take these statements in the context of the article. Think about the purpose. The purpose of the article was to promote legislative measures designed to protect.
It's all about
victims of
legislation,
domestic
litigation.
abuse. Designed to protect people.
Oh,
who
think
did
of what
exactly
message you're
what
sending
Ms.
to
Heard
other
did,
domestic
to
victims.
Speak out.
Like,
That's
it's
apparent
all
on the
about
face of the
litigation
article.
and shit.
To do that, Ms. Heard talked about her own life experiences as someone who had obtained a TRO against Mr. Depp, someone who had accused Mr. Depp of domestic violence. Make no mistake, and Mr. Depp's side keeps trying to say that we're somehow suggesting that 2 years before she wrote this, that Ms. Heard hadn't had anything to do with Mr. Depp. We're not saying that. You heard Ms. Heard herself say, of course, 2 years before I wrote this article, I felt the full force of our culture's wrath.
Yeah, that's fair, Sarah.
Speak out after she obtained a temporary restraining order against Mr. Depp, after she became a public figure representing domestic abuse. But the words that she wrote here, and then
I'll give it a sec.
her own experience after that,
Then
those
I'll
words
speak
are
up.
true. Those words are true. Similarly, the rare vantage point of seeing, based on her own experiences post May 27th, 2016, how institutions protect men accused of abuse, those words are true, and the First Amendment protects Ms. Heard's right to say them. Now, the third statement is absolutely
Just the
true
right
as well,
one.
but we're going to take that separately because she didn't write it. Under the First Amendment, the statements have to be false in order for Mr. Depp to win. Now, plaintiff addresses, like I said, an argument that we're not making.
She's
Like I
got
said,
shit
we're
on
not
Elon
running
Musk,
from
I'm
the
sure of
fact
it.
that when she discussed becoming a public figure representing domestic abuse,
There you
Amber was
go.
speaking of her experience
The right one is not
reporting
about her.
domestic abuse against Johnny Depp. She admitted to that, but that doesn't make the article or the statements about Johnny Depp. Think about it. Think about every piece of evidence that you've heard over the last 6 weeks about his abuse, about their relationship. None of that is in the article. None of it. We all know that
They're not.
it would be a very different article if she had written about what she suffered. That she's
No,
told
wait
you
a sec.
about over the last 6
Wait a
weeks.
sec. They're not saying that she that she specifically wrote the events of what happened in the article. They're saying it alludes to Johnny Depp, which it does. And how can he fuck off?
Because he
Fuck
knows the words
off.
are true, Mr. Depp says that the words now have a defamatory implication. He says the statements are the same as saying, Johnny Depp abused me. But just because he wants to make
Yeah,
something
exactly.
about himself doesn't mean it is. He has to show you that any defamatory implication was designed and intended. Look at number 4. Designed and
See,
intended
he's guiding the
by
jury.
Ms. Heard to convey the defamatory meaning that
Oh,
he
he
suggests.
is
Just
the
because people
definition of
might
everything
read
I
the
think of
article
when I think of a
and remember,
scumbag lawyer.
Oh yeah, Amber Heard used to be married to Johnny Depp, and she accused him of abuse. That doesn't mean that she designed and intended defamatory implications in writing about herself. And think about it. If Mr. Depp is right, then virtually any statement that
What's up,
anyone
Christian?
could ever make about their own life that implies anything, implies any involvement with any other person, could be defamatory. And that's
Exactly,
clearly
Wayne.
not what the First Amendment intends.
Rottenborn hasn't a
She
clue what
didn't
the First
design
Amendment
and
means, Wayne.
intend the words to be the equivalent of writing Johnny Depp abused me. And you don't have to take her words for it. You can take the words of Terrence Doherty of the ACLU. He said that the op-ed wasn't even Ms. Heard's idea.
They
ACLU
proved
wrote
yesterday it
first
doesn't
that
matter if it was her
great
idea
care
or
was
not.
taken in drafting the article so as not to
Fucking
make
useless
it about
bastard.
Mr. Depp or Ms. Heard's relationship with him. That's the
Never
only
mind,
evidence
thanks.
presented about
You
Ms.
okay,
Heard's
buddy?
motive.
You okay,
Except
Christian?
her statements that was exactly what she wanted to do. She wanted to talk about her experiences after Johnny Depp. She wanted to own her story after Johnny Depp and fit those into
Which
what
means it was
other
about
women
Johnny Depp.
experience, what other people experience having accused someone of domestic abuse, and the backlash.
You're not doing a
they
good
suffered.
fucking-
And then talk about legislative measures that could help protect people.
NM, is that
in those
not-
positions.
never mind?
That's what she meant, and that's what the article is about. There's no hidden meaning here, ladies and gentlemen. This isn't a hit piece on Johnny Depp.
You literally just said she wanted to
isn't a
own
hit
her
piece
story
on
about
Johnny
surviving Johnny
And you
Depp.
can end here.
Shut the
You
fuck
can end
up.
there by saying the statements that she wrote were not false, and the First Amendment protects them. Let's talk about the headline for a minute. The headline that was published in the online version only of the article on December 18th, 2018.
It doesn't
said,
matter
"I
if it was
spoke up against
only
sexual violence
in the
and
online
racial
version."
culture's wrath." Few points here. Number one, and this evidence is undisputed. There's no dispute about this. So as you weigh the evidence, you don't have to check your common sense at the door, and you can weigh circumstantial evidence.
He is
you can weigh
guiding the
facts,
jury.
but you can't see evidence where no evidence exists. And the undisputed evidence here is that Ms. Heard didn't write the headline. She didn't approve the headline. She had nothing to do with it. She was not given notice of the headline. She testified, you saw her testify about the sexual assault that she experienced at the hands of Mr. Depp. You saw her testify about that they're calling her a liar. You saw her on the stand testify with your own mouth, with her own mouth, exactly what she went through. For the
And
first
nothing else
time
corroborates it,
because
Rottenborn.
People who have suffered that, they don't want to broadcast that to the world.
There still has to be a burden of
Ms. Heard for
evidence, you
not speaking
fucking
about that
donkey.
earlier. That's ridiculous, and it's insulting, and it's just victim blaming at its most disgusting.
Oh, tapping into that.
The only reference to sexual assault in the article, and you can read the op-ed, is sexual assault that she said she had experienced by the time she was of college age, before Mr. Depp. So there is a reference to sexual violence in that article, but it's not by Mr. Depp.
It doesn't matter, the implication.
Headline she didn't write that contained something that had nothing, that was not about him. And they want you to think that she republished the headline by tweeting out the link to the online version. So let's look at this. This is the tweet that she sent on December 19th. The hyperlink says, "Opinion Amber Heard, I spoke up against sexual violence." That's the online version of the article. As Ms. Heard said, you can't attach, you can't tweet a piece of paper. So when she wanted to share that she had written this article, what choice does she have? She has to attach that link.
What choice did she have?
The jury instructions that you have make clear that a hyperlink is not republication.
No, that was proven. That was not.
Broadcast the statement again, but that's what they want to make you think.
Hey, what's up?
The only way, and the jury instructions that you have, and
Oh, sorry.
we don't need to read through them in detail now.
I almost shot
the
you.
Republication instruction says that merely linking to an article does not amount to republication, but adding content to a linked article may constitute republication.
Yeah.
You must determine whether any
She did add to it,
content was intended
because
to
she
reach
didn't
a
just
new audience.
retweet it,
And if
she
you find
wrote above
any
it.
content added to the hyperlink was intended to reach a new audience, it constitutes a republication. There was no content added to the article. She tweeted above the article simply saying, "Today I published this." That's what she said. She didn't add any content to it. She could have
About
added
the
some
women
of the
who are
content
channeling the
that
rage
was
about
to it.
violence and
She
inequality
could
into
have said,
political
"Not
strength
only did
despite
2
the...
years ago,
That
I become a
is
public
adding
figure
to the
representing
content, you
domestic abuse, but let me
fuck.
tell you about the domestic abuse that I suffered." That would be adding new content. This is not adding new content. But I guess it's no surprise, because this whole case is about blaming Amber Heard for things she didn't do. But that's what Mr. Depp does. It's what he's always done. Blame other people, refuse to take accountability.
That's what she's
But the
done this whole
problem
trial.
here is that he's running headlong into the United States Constitution, which says that you cannot hold Amber Heard liable for words she didn't write or publish. But here we are. Here we are. And you can decide this case without ever wading into any of the allegations, the facts, the evidence.
Yeah,
that
in
you've
other words,
heard
don't look at the evidence,
about
all right?
heinous abuse
Don't
that
look at the
Ms. Heard
evidence,
suffered
guys, all
at the
right?
hands of Mr. Depp. You can decide that by determining that those statements
Exactly, Wayne.
are true and that they're protected by the First Amendment. But
Don't look at the evidence, guys, when you're making your decision.
he was never abused.
I know, Bez.
Heard. So if that's where you want to make your decision, that's where the road ends for Mr. Depp. Ladies and gentlemen, let me be very clear. If Amber was abused by Mr. Depp even one time, then she wins. One time.
And what about if she
We're not just
abused him
talking
even
about
one time?
physical abuse. We're talking about emotional abuse, psychological abuse, financial abuse, sexual abuse. That's what we're talking about.
So it's
Let's
only...
look at the evidence. You heard Mr. Depp define abuse from his own mouth. He admitted all of that when he talked about his childhood. As they reference, his mother called him one-eyed because he had a lazy eye. And he said that that was worse than the beatings that he took. Worse than the beatings that he took. Being called one-eyed by his mother was worse than the beatings that he took. And after the evidence that you've seen, some of which you're going to see, I want you to think to yourself, is being called one-eye worse than what he did to Miss Heard? Absolutely not.
This is
You'll
actually
remember his
infuriating.
expert, Shannon Curry, agreed with all that abuse can take many forms.
Like,
And you'll
this is
remember that
actually
Don Hughes,
infuriating.
Miss Heard's expert, talked about
Don Hughes was full of
reports
shit,
intimate
and she was
partner
discredited
violence
numerous times.
by Miss Heard, characterized by
But
physical
you've told the
violence,
jurors not to look at the
psychological
evidence.
aggression, sexual violence, coercive control, and surveillance behaviors. She tested Miss Heard. She said that the test showed that there's a high degree of serious violence perpetrated by Mr. Depp toward Miss Heard.
Because you paid her to.
She got that opinion and that impression by reviewing the medical records of Miss Heard. She talked about the role of coercive control that Mr. Depp exercised over Miss Heard. The effect of coercive control, she said, was drastic, and it was composed of things such as possessive jealousy, the imbalance of power, not only in physical stature and physical
She didn't even
size,
follow the manual.
but in where they were in their life, in their career.
Exactly.
By intimidation.
Wayne.
She said writing obscene messages to your partner can absolutely be intimidating behavior. She said that Mr. Depp, after reviewing the evidence, banging and throwing and hitting things in the household, that's psychological
And
aggression.
we've seen
Punching the
evidence
wall,
of her
throwing
doing
something,
all
screaming.
three of
That
those
is abuse.
things. We haven't seen
abuse,
evidence of
ladies
Johnny
and
Depp doing all three of those
She
things.
said alcohol can just throw lighter fluid off a flame in a situation of domestic violence. All of these things constitute the domestic violence that Miss Heard suffered at the hands of Mr. Depp. And he's trying to
This is so
get you,
insulting.
to fool you to believing that he's carried his burden of proof that never a single time in their relationship was he in any way, physically or non-physically, abusive to Miss Heard. And that's ridiculous. That's ridiculous.
He has.
So let's look at some
He's
of
been
that
a lot more
evidence.
fucking
Like I
honest than
said,
her.
You can apply your own common sense. You don't need to check that at the door when you go into the deliberation
He
room.
said he's not a
I'm gonna
saint.
walk you through the
She
evidence,
believes she is.
Some of the evidence that's been presented, including evidence from Mr. Depp's own mouth. His own words are the words of his witnesses. Keep in mind the burden of proof. And as we go through this evidence, I'd ask you to keep this in mind as well. It's not about who's the better spouse. It's not about
Exactly,
whether you
Wayne.
think Miss Heard may have been abusive to Mr. Depp. It's not. Because remember, if you think that they were both abusive to each other, and that's what their witness Laurel Anderson testified to, then Amber wins. They're trying to trick you into thinking that Amber has to be perfect in order to win, even while they're ignoring Mr. Depp's many flaws. But don't fall for that trick. Amber's not perfect. None of us are. She's never pretended to be, and that's not what you're being asked to decide. One time, ladies and gentlemen, one time.
I don't think
He abused her
so,
one time,
Aurora, if
Amber
you're still in
wins.
chat.
Actually, if he fails to prove that he never abused her one time, Amber wins. So let's take a look at some of the evidence. This
No,
was
it's
one of
based on the
first
jury's
messages shown
decision,
to Mr.
not
Depp
yours. You're guiding the jury.
in his
You're
cross-examination.
telling them how to come to their
This is a
verdict
message
rather
to
than
Paul
putting
Bettany,
the
his
evidence
drug buddy, early on
before
in their
them.
relationship.
And that just
And he
shows how
says,
deceptive
"Let's
and
burn
sneaky
Amber.
you are.
Let's drown her before we burn her. I will fuck her burnt corpse afterwards.
Did he send that
make
to
sure
Amber,
she
did he?
is Dead.
Then how is that
Some of
abuse?
the most vile, disgusting language that you could ever imagine.
Oh,
That is
Rottenborn,
what
I
he
feel
said
like I'd do
her
the exact same
at
to
the beginning
you.
of the relationship. So let's look at how the relationship was bookended. You remembered Mr. Depp the other day in response to some text that we'll see later saying, I don't write
Where's
like
the year of
that."
magic then?
This is a bookend of the relationship. This is after it was over. I asked Mr. Depp to read that top text. You'll remember that was the only thing I asked him to read, and he immediately said I didn't write that text, even though, of course he did. Even though he wrote the text under it that said, hopefully that.
And he
cunt's
admitted to
rock
writing the text
force
under it, so what would he
proposal
gain from saying he
fucking Trump
didn't-
a Honda Civic.
that
That's
he
how it
didn't
bookended
write the
their
top one?
relationship. Ladies and gentlemen, these words are a window into the heart and mind of America's favorite pirate. This is the real Johnny Depp.
These are not aimed. These were not sent
This
to
is the
Amber
real Johnny
Heard.
Depp after Miss Heard decided
None of these are. So if you're saying that these are signs of abuse against her, none of these are sent to her.
Text to you. But this is where he says she's begging for global humiliation. and she's going to get
What are
it.
you doing, Rottenborn?
He says, I'll stop at nothing, and I can only hope
Other
that
than
karma
trying
kicks
to
in and
deceive the
takes
jury,
gift
like,
of breath
this
from
is
her.
why they're her lawyers. Because they're all about
One of the only
deception and not just
promises to
putting the
Mr.
evidence
Heard
down,
that Mr. Depp has ever
making
had.
their accusation and leaving it at that.
That's how he ended the relationship. But you saw how he started it. Now, Ms. Heard did testify on the stand that Mr. Depp abused her countless times. First, it started.
she bought him a hunting
they
knife.
were very happy. They started dating in 2011, and things were good. And she testified that even during periods of abuse, even during their relationship, when there was abuse occurring, that there were periods where they were very happy. It's the cycle of violence. It's the cycle of sobriety. There were periods when everything was good, when the monster was gone, and then the monster would return. You heard about how the first incidents of violence took place in 2012, when Ms. Heard asked Johnny about his tattoo that used to say Winona forever and had been changed to say Wino forever. And she laughed. And she said, and he slapped me across the face. She thought it was a joke, and then he did it 2 more times. And then he said, I thought I put the monster away, and I've done it before.
And yet
That's what
nobody else,
he said to her.
nobody
during
else
that
has
first
corroborated
incidence
being
of
slapped
violence.
by Johnny Depp like that. No
You
other
don't just
female
have to
partner.
take what Mr.
So-
Depp said in his text. We can hear through his own voice what he called Ms. Heard.
Because you're a fucking cunt!
Yeah. Oh my god, no! The C word! Ah, I've never called anybody that, ever. Me and Kathy don't call each other that 5 or
Talk
6
about
times a
monster.
day.
You heard Mr. Depp get on the stand and say that that was Ms. Heard's term. She made it up. That was what
She invented the
used
word cunt?
to refer to him when she was nagging.
That's
him. She didn't want him to have a
phenomenal.
good time. She didn't
I
want
didn't
him to
know
have
that.
A beer once
It's
in a
her
while.
word.
That's what he's implying.
Did you hear that,
But
guys?
no, this was a term created by Mr. Depp that she
No, sorry,
heard
Johnny
for
created
the first
it?
time in 2012 after he slapped her 3 times across the face.
No,
and said, "I thought I
Aurora,
put the
Johnny
monster
created the
away."
word cunt.
And after he sat up here on the stand under oath and told you that she made that term up, we look back at his texts, the writing at the time.
Rottenborn, how
text
can you
after
be
Australia
a
in
lawyer
2015,
and be
during a
this
period of
fucking
sobriety, a
stupid,
short-lived
man?
period of recovery for Mr. Depp when he told Jerry Judge, his bodyguard, all I had to do was send the monster away and lock him up. Remember, he texted Elton John, or sent an email to Elton John in 2012, referring to himself as the monster.
But then when Amber referred to him
He
as the
tells
monster, it was
Dr.
when he
Chambers,
ran
the
away.
doctor to whom he's paid millions and millions and millions of dollars.
I can't check it
Thank
right
you,
now,
my
Aurora,
darling
but I love
Kipper.
you.
He says, I've locked my monster child away in a cage deep within.
And?
He tells Stephen Duders, you know Mr. Duders. He likes
Sorry,
to text
Rob.
Mr. Duders. He tells him, she thinks my Peruvian period, which is a reference to cocaine, he admitted to that means him using cocaine.
And
has made me
so
a
what? He's
monster
never
and I'm
denied
ruining
his
the
drug
relationship.
use.
Imagine that. Someone actually thinking that maybe the impact of alcohol and cocaine is ruining a relationship. How dare she? He says, need to discuss the news helicopters. The monster, I want to shoot a motherfucker, but don't worry, the monster is not involved. Mr. Depp knows that he can turn into a monster. He knows that. He knows that. He got up here on the stand and tried to deny that to you. Talk about lack of accountability.
You want to talk about lack
Let's
of
see the
accountability?
monster.
Turn around and take
Let's
a
see
look
the
at
monster
your
in the
client
flesh.
for a couple of fucking minutes. If that's the argument you want to go with, Mr. Rottenborn. Oh yeah? So she smirks at the end of this.
Motherfucker! Motherfucker!
What happened?
What happened? She's even a bad actress there.
What happened?
I think so, Wayne. It's not very hard to find a moment when you know somebody's at their breaking point. That's true, Wayne. And know that you're bugging the shit out of them.
Nothing happened this morning, you know that?
This is the day his mum died. Exactly.
No.
So then nothing happened to you this morning?
Yeah, you're right. I just woke up and you were so sweet and nice. We were not even fighting this morning. All I did was say sorry.
It's
Did
all.
something happen to you this morning? I don't think so.
No, that's the thing.
You want to see crazy? I'll give you fucking crazy. That's crazy. Oh, you're crazy. Oh, you're crazy.
Have you drunk this whole thing this morning?
Oh, you got this going? You got this going?
I just started it.
Oh, really?
If he was a true horrific abuser, he would have smashed that phone or knocked it off or done. Do you know what I mean?
Sneak that shit on me,
No,
motherfucker.
I didn't. You were smashing shit.
Bye.
Bye, because he's leaving because he doesn't want to be around.
Do you see Miss Heard laughing in that? She's not laughing in that. Mr.
My
Devlin is
tremendous
right now
intuitive
laughing
sense
because
of the
he's
female
finding
creature
marks of that
informs me
blade.
that you are
But it's
troubled.
not a laughing matter. Who does that? Who does that? Imagine being in Amber's shoes on February 10th, 2016, videotaping him because when he's sober and sweet, you've never loved anything more. But when he mixes the drugs and he mixes drinks, he turns
And his
into
mother
this
just
man.
died.
You've seen it before. You're praying it won't happen again, but deep down you know it will. You know that
Not
that
at all.
man will come out. You know that monster will come out, and you want him to change. Imagine watching.
I
your
hate
husband,
the way they're fucking
person
changing
you
the
love,
narrative for this
behaving
shit.
violently
Oh
that way,
man,
like a wild animal.
Aurora,
That is abuse.
I've once not
That's
thrown a
abuse.
plate at somebody, but I've
You
thrown a
don't
plate
have to look
across
at
a
that
room.
incident in isolation to find
So
that
I'm
it's
an
abuse.
abusive
You
monster.
can look at it in the context of their whole
I've banged
relationship.
doors.
This isn't about breaking down
I've
a series of
thrown, like
individual
I've
ways that
fucking
you've heard evidence
knocked
about.
shit off a
This is about
table.
the
Not again,
cumulative
never
effect
at somebody,
of
but
Mr.
because of
Depp
where I
and
am
Miss Heard's
inside.
relationship, and whether that constitutes abuse. That
So
is
I'm an
abuse,
abusive
ladies and
monster.
gentlemen.
There you
That's
go, guys.
domestic abuse.
Clip this out of context, and you have me forever.
And their response is, she sold it to TMZ, which she didn't. There's no evidence of. And she was on a plane. The only evidence suggests she was on an international flight when Mr. Tremaine testified that they received it and it was validated within something like 15 minutes, which could only have happened by the person who sent it. Miss Heard was in the
Really,
air. She
Christian?
didn't send it to TMZ. She never leaked anything to TMZ, as you heard from her own mouth. Who would want that to become public?
Somebody who's going for a fucking TRO. Are you
Again,
see?
in order to find for Mr. Depp, you would have to find that for his defamation claim, every single thing that ever happened between them that could constitute abuse, Amber was the abuser. Every single time. You'd have to believe the unbelievable. You all are smarter
Yeah,
than that.
her fake face is there.
But Mr. Depp thought he could hide it. He thought he could hide the monster. That's why he lied in insurance forms that you have to fill out in order to be able to act. That's why he said he hadn't taken illegal substances, whether prescribed by a physician or not. That obviously wasn't true in the past 12 months. They keep talking about Mr. Depp's role as a father. This is what he sent, a text that he sent in DX207.
Come on, motherfucker.
Now Lily Rose, his daughter, hates me because she thinks I'm drinking, and she's right, but I can't admit, or I fucking die in her eyes. Thanks for that one, Vanessa. This is Mr. Depp passed out in a Tokyo hotel room during the press tour for The Lone Ranger in 2013, when Miss Heard testified that Mr. Depp screamed at me. And
No,
all I
because
could
there
think
ain't
were the
no
kids are in
tears.
the
So
adjoining
look at her
room.
smirking
Mr.
again.
Depp passed out
How
on the bed
quick her face
like
changed.
this. I don't think he was sleeping on the floor because he had a bad back. They keep referring to these pictures as she took pictures of Mr. Depp while he was asleep. He's not asleep in that.
I
picture.
have
He's passed
definitely
out,
fallen
drunk
asleep
and
worse than
high.
that.
She's taking pictures because she wants him to realize what he's done and get help.
Exactly.
And seek help.
The burden of proof is not to prove that he does or doesn't have an addiction problem.
I don't think that looks like...
I don't know why they're going that route with this, Aurora, with their
close.
closing argument.
That's Mr. Depp.
It seems really fucking pointless.
This is Mr. Depp.
Oh my god, he's lounging in a chair.
This is Mr. Depp.
Ah, a 50-odd-year-old man falling asleep.
And all you hear from Mr. Depp when these pictures are shown is snickering and defiance.
Oh, you want to talk about snickering and defiance? You fucking manipulative little piece of fucking human trash. Fuck you.
So let's
This
talk
is a
about some of these
mockery
instances
of the
that we
justice
saw.
system.
Forgot one. In March 2013,
We're about halfway there, I
talked
think,
about
Aurora.
The Wino Forever tattoo. In March 2013, there were a couple instances. There was one where on March 8th, and we'll get to that in a second.
These are not
where he was
pictures of
drinking brown liquor
abuse.
and doing a lot of cocaine.
These are not
That might have been
pictures
that was March
of abuse.
22nd. On March 8th, this is when Mr. Depp backhanded.
Yeah, get your facts straight,
She felt like
Rottenborn.
her lip went into her teeth.
I know it's
and got
difficult
a
for
little
you.
blood on the wall. He grabbed her by the arm and held her on the floor, screaming at her.
Oh, sorry.
Come back
Sorry,
to this in a
Normeja.
minute.
Apologies. As I say, I'm trying to do 3 things at once. I apologize.
This is March 22nd. This is what Mr. Depp said isn't every hour happy hour. Again, totally abandoning any responsibility for behavior like this. But what happened on March 22nd is he wanted Miss Heard to remove a painting by her ex-partner, and he wanted to admit to an affair that she wasn't having. She didn't admit to it because it wasn't true. So he decided to have some lines of cocaine.
That's literally the
some
route they're
whiskey
going,
for
Wayne. It's
breakfast.
almost like the whole satanic panic of the 80s. It's the
And
whole,
then,
well,
on
if
the
he's
way
got an
to filming
abuse,
the
if he's
Keith
got
Richards
abuse substance
documentary,
problems,
after a
he
multi-hour
can't be
argument,
abused. He has to be an
grabbed
abuser. I've seen plenty of people who,
their
because they
dog,
had
their
substance
teacup
abuse
Yorkie,
problems, were
and
abused.
pulled the dog,
Because they didn't
out
have the
the window
wherewithal
of the moving
to
car.
fucking
he's
hold themselves
howling
together.
like
So they were an
animal,
easy
Miss Heard
target
said,
for
while holding
abusers.
the dog out of the car.
Does that
is
mean that
abuse,
people who
ladies and
do
gentlemen.
are
That's abuse.
it's not, it's correlation and causation, because again, you can be an
Let's go back to
abuser
this,
and somebody who
because
has substance abuse problems,
Vasquez
but you can
read
also be
a
somebody who is
parade
not
of
an abuser and have
witnesses that she
substance
believes
abuse
support
problems.
Johnny's defense in this case. But as you've seen over the course of this proceeding, these witnesses, as I previewed in the opening, almost all of them are witnesses on his payroll. They're all scared to say anything bad about him, and they've seen
You
what
have
happens
not
to
proved-
people who do. And none were there for the instances of domestic
Almost
violence.
every person
What
you
they're
asked if
saying
they were
is,
on his
"Oh,
payroll,
he didn't abuse
they were
Miss
able to
Heard in
prove you
front of
wrong
his
that they were not."
4 bodyguards, and it must have never happened. That's essentially what they're asking you to believe. That's ridiculous. That's not the way domestic violence works. Take his sister, Christy. I know it seems like a year ago, but she was the first witness in this case. You'll remember her on the stand when I presented her with these texts that say, "Stop drinking, stop coke, and stop pills." You'll remember her squirming and saying, "Oh, I don't think I was asking him to stop drinking, stop coke, stop pills." She couldn't even answer that basic question because she wanted to lie for Mr. Depp and say that Miss Heard was delusional. She couldn't even admit this to you. She's nothing but an enabler. The same with Sean Bett, his head of security, who's been sitting in this courtroom for the past 6 weeks. He's right
We'll see.
there.
She could win, lads.
Mr. Bett.
She absolutely could, because
when Mr. Depp has a few drinks of
it's not
alcohol,
as simple.
he said
It's
it.
not a. This is
I
what
wrote this
people keep
down.
forgetting,
He said
and
it's like the
unfortunately,
rest
what
of
he
us
keeps
drinking
fucking
sparkling
forgetting.
water.
This is not an abuse trial. This
I
is
don't
a
think that
defamation
picture video
trial.
that we just saw was like you or I when we drink sparkling water. This is the same Sean Bett who said that on the evening of May 21st, 2016, which Elaine will talk about in a little bit, he said Mr. Depp may have bumped something off a table. You've seen the pictures. You'll see him again. Just like Travis McGivern said
My
that
hand's
Mr.
starting to
Depp
cramp up now.
rearranged Miss Heard's closet. You've seen the pictures. You'll see him again. Just like Tara Roberts in the Bahamas, who tried to blame everything
Well,
on
do you know
Miss
what?
Heard,
I'd welcome
and only
Elaine at this point,
under
Sarah,
cross-examination
just
admitted
to
that
get this
Mr.
fucking,
Depp passed out face
this
down in the sand
deceptive,
underneath a hammock, and his
deceitful,
son, Jack, found him there.
scummy bastard.
She took a video of their cabin in the Bahamas
Off the fucking, he's
to try to suggest to you that this assault that
he
Miss
is the
Heard
perfect
alleges
lawyer for
couldn't
Amber
have taken
Heard,
place. But conveniently,
because
she
he
didn't
is
take
just
the
as
camera
deceptive,
into the
manipulative,
closet
sneaky, and
where Mr.
deceitful as
Depp
she is.
held Miss Heard, hit her. We'll get to that incident. She didn't take
Oh, yeah, where's the
video
proof of that?
camera into the bathroom where
Yeah?
he sexually assaulted Miss Heard.
Okay,
She
where?
didn't do that because she wanted to generate evidence only favorable to Mr. Depp. Think about Sean Bett and Starling Jenkins' conflicting stories about the birthday party on April 21st. Remember,
Oh,
Mr.
no.
Depp
No, no,
experienced
no.
horrific
That wouldn't-
financial news the evening
suit her, I don't think.
of that night, April 21st, 2016. He learned that he was essentially out of money and he needed to start selling things. Well, we all know what Mr. Depp does when he receives bad news like that.
Exactly,
he left
Wayne.
the meeting at 9:30 and didn't arrive at Miss Heard's birthday party until 11:15.
No,
Okay,
I wouldn't.
Fine, he was late. But we all know what he does when he has that hour and 45 minutes of free time.
Again,
He's
I think
stressed
that
out
doesn't
about
help
something.
Johnny Depp's case
Mr.
when
Depp
people are like.
testified.
I think it looks really bad for him when there are people out there saying like, "I'd
to his
fucking
home on Sweetser
like making
Avenue,
death
his other
threats."
home,
No,
to
I
pick
know
up
he's
a
not
birthday
Aurora. He's
present.
talking about speculation.
That's what he said.
But
That's what
also,
he
he's
said.
avoiding
Mr.
the vast
Jenkins,
majority of
you may remember that He
evidence.
testified by the video link on the stand, and I said, "You don't know what he did in that intervening time period." And he said, "Oh, yes, I do. I do."
Exactly,
He
Wayne.
said, "Mr. Depp was visiting his sick mother." And I said, "Who told you that?" And he said, "Mr. Beck." The witnesses that Mr. Depp has paraded up here, who are here in person, they're here in person because they're on his payroll. Almost all of them.
What about your fucking
They're
expert
telling
witnesses?
you whatever they think they need to tell you to get you to take Mr. Depp's side.
Oh my god.
Just as we previewed they would do in the opening. But Mr. Depp would go through periods where he would apologize, where he would be grateful. I have no doubt that there were times when Mr. Depp wanted to get better. These are texts, PX 120A and 120B. I won't read them all to you. These are texts that Mr. Depp sent to Paige,
Yeah, expert
Amber's
witnesses.
mom, after detox
Yeah.
on the island in 2014. He says, "There were more than a few times when I thought it would be more simple to take that route." Meaning go for a swim and swallow a big drink of ocean. And he said, "It was Amber and Amber alone that got me through this." There is no luckier man on this earth to have the strength that Amber gives me and the full support of each of you. So as you're weighing the evidence and you're weighing Mr. Depp's credibility,
I agree,
think to yourself,
Aurora.
what do I believe? What he has a motive to say on the stand, or what he wrote contemporaneously with the events? Take his own words.
They will
Sam,
have to pay her,
after the
Narmija.
detox.
That
Just to
doesn't,
let you know
that
I'm
doesn't
fine,
change,
my angel. I miss
unfortunately.
you, of course, but this was the right thing to do to speed up the process. I love you more than life.
I've, as you know, I've been
then there were
pretty
these days.
locked
And there
into
were
it the
times
whole
like
way,
this.
but as I say, I came
This
into it
is set on
unbiased.
March
I'm not
9th.
joking when I
We
say
got a
that.
slightly grim morning.
I'm not
That's the way
joking.
Mr.
I
Depp
swear.
describes it.
Like, I came into this.
You'll remember the text.
I started
from a few
watching
days
it
later,
with no dog in this race, and I just fucking it was
referred to
watching
as the disco bloodbath
day
text.
in, day out that really changed my mind.
Miss
As I
Heard
say,
says, "Is that about last Friday
this
night
case
by
has
any
actually
chance?"
gone
And
the
Mr. Depp
opposite.
responds,
I will
"How
talk.
can you make
Let's
me
listen to
smile about
Rottenborn's
such a
fucking
hideous
ramblings.
woman?" He testified on the stand. I don't remember what happened that Friday night.
Me too,
Miss
Aurora,
Heard
because I
sure
was
did.
like, again, right, public figure, we don't know what goes on behind closed doors.
This-
I was the same.
This is
I'm not going to
one of
lie.
the things that she had to show for it. Now, Ms. Vasquez showed this to you in opening statements and made it seem like, again, remember what I said at the beginning, if you take pictures, they're fake. If you didn't take pictures, it didn't happen. Here's one where she did take a picture.
Did
But
she
Ms.
not say the
Vasquez
one of
says
Johnny on the
she
Orient
doesn't
Express
have
was
injuries
fake?
on her face. Look at the date that this
So how is
picture
that
was
different?
taken, ladies and gentlemen. March 23rd, 2013. 15 days after this incident. So even when there are pictures, they're trying to deceive you into thinking, oh, there should have been more. This is a 2-week-old bruise. And she texted, look who she texted.
Where is the 2
She texted
weeks
to
of
her
this
mom.
bruise
They
existing?
say she never told anyone. Text to mom, March 23rd.
They're trying to equate anger to violence, Narmija.
Let's go to Hicksville. You remember Hicksville, obviously. There's been a little bit of discussion about that in this case. This is where Mr. Depp got jealous that a woman named Kelly Sue was sitting.
Where
close
the
to
fuck
Miss
is
Heard,
Kelly
maybe
Sue,
had an
so?
arm around her at a campfire.
Bring her out.
And everyone was having a good time. There were
Where's
some
she?
mushrooms involved.
Oh, no, sorry, she probably
there
doesn't
was some
exist.
Drinking, and Mr. Depp got jealous of that. Now he claims that Miss Heard is the abuser, that she's so much stronger than he is. But then he testified that the evidence shows that in Hicksville, he was the one who said he was just trying to protect Amber. Well, who says, why would she need protection if she's the abuser? And he
Exactly,
went and took
Aurora.
Kelly Sue's hand, forcibly removed it from Miss Heard, embarrassing Miss Heard.
Would she not have
ruining
been
the
your
mood the
star
whole night.
witness?
So they went and they got into an argument in the trailer in which not only did he trash the trailer, but he took her
Which
into
is,
the back.
again, we have
He slammed
testimony
her
that he
up against
didn't.
the side wall of the bedroom by her neck, holds her there, and no, sorry, that was the next one.
Elaine
Hicksville,
yawning through
he
that,
took
slams
her
her up
into
against the
the
wall.
bathroom of the trailer,
Yeah.
did what he called a cavity search, where he inserted his fingers inside of her and sexually assaulted
This is
her,
Rottenborn.
then trashed the trailer. And you heard this Morgan Knight person who testified a few days ago, who said it was $62 of damage. You also heard evidence that the way he got involved in this trial was by reaching out to one of the main Johnny Depp fan influencers on social media. And you saw that text. That's how he injected himself into this trial. There was way more than $62 of damage. You heard testimony from Rocky Pennington, Whitney Enriquez, and Amber about him trashing the trailer. And
Why
it's
did
not
he?
really
He
a
said
surprise. The
Whitney's
man admitted
name,
that
married
he
name, and
smashed
regular name as if to
the
make
man
it seem like it
admitted
was
he
more
smashed the
people.
rooms. You saw the quote that he admitted to the other
He's
day.
so
If he wants to hit
transparent.
something, he's going to
He's
hit
so
it, and he doesn't care about the
transparent.
repercussions. So in Hicksville, Hicksville was
He's
late
so
May
transparent.
2013. This is a text, another text to drug buddy Bettany, where he says, "I of course pounded and displayed ugly colors to Amber on recent journey. I am an insane person and not so fair-headed after too much of the drink. Weed, pills, fine. Booze, my capacity is too large and I won't stop. Ugly and sad. Oh, how I love it."
There appears to be an Amber Alert, but I think we're okay.
An Amber Alert?
People are getting it, I guess, on their phones that happens.
Okay, Ron.
An Amber Alert?
Keep going.
How did you plan that, Amber?
Yes, sir.
So that's after Hicksville. This is what I was getting to next. Remember,
really?
The testimony about Mr. Depp being drunk on his yacht
Amber Alert!
on the island in the Bahamas in 2013, when Mr. Depp looked a little scary by the way his body fell into the water, and Lily Rose, his daughter, started to cry. Miss Heard comforted Lily Rose, and then Depp accused Amber of making them aware of this, that he was drinking again.
And
Making
yes,
his
Lily
kids
Rose
aware
does
of
not
this.
verify
And he
or confirm
slammed
any
her
of
up
this.
against the side wall of the bedroom, held her up by her neck, held her there for a second, and said, "I can fucking kill you, and you're an embarrassment." That's what he said.
And where's the
then
evidence
you
of that,
remember what
sorry?
happened. Lily Rose and Amber.
Where is your evidence, Mr. Rottenborn?
And while
You're putting a lot of
Amber
speculation
was
out there.
in the helicopter with Lily Rose, Mr. Depp
Camille
censored
showed
this
evidence to
testimony,
back up what she was saying.
calling her a lesbian camp counselor because she cared about his drinking, and just ridiculing her
Officer Squarehead.
for trying to protect his daughter. Sickening. This text, let's fast forward a little bit to, actually before we talk about this is the Boston flight. Let's talk about the Moscow flight. The Moscow flight,
True.
when Mr. Depp and Amber, she said that was the one time she took ecstasy or MDMA with Mr. Depp, and she learned her lesson. When he hit her on the plane, when he threatened to break the flight attendant's wrist.
And where's the
Miss
evidence of that? Where's the flight
Vasquez,
attendant?
Again, just tried to tell you, oh, he always wore rings. Now, Miss Heard said almost all the time he did, or maybe sometimes when he didn't. And in the picture that she just showed you, PX 1248, you can take a look at that when you review the evidence. That's a picture taken in Moscow with no rings other than a wedding ring on his finger, or some kind of ring. He's wearing one ring on his finger. And so,
And where's
Mr.
this
Depp's
flight
world,
attendant?
They're going to try to come at you either
Sign
way.
from above.
Say, well, he was wearing rings, but it didn't leave a mark on your face. And then they show you a picture where he wasn't wearing rings during that trip. So that's what happened in Moscow. On
What about all the other times, so?
in London, Mr. Depp.
Okay, come on, Rottenborn. Come back to us. Was the sperm mixed with piss? It's fair. Mr. Rottenborn, where have you gone? Let me just check. Is it buffering or is it... No, it's actually barked live. Yeah, it's barked live. Unfortunately. Ugh. It's probably due to the Amber Alert. Fucking Amber Alert. Seriously. It's the aliens. They're coming back for her.
He started
It's Russia.
He slapped her face against the window when she was seated. And when she got up to move,
Amber's a Russian hacker.
she said, I feel this boot in my back. And he continued to drink and eventually
They have
started
spiders.
like an animal.
Maybe it hasn't happened the whole trial, but during Rottenborn's closing fucking statements, it does. Of course. All right, where are we on the map now? Jesus, I've got a bit left to go. Oh yeah, this is him wailing in pain, which is described as him. Okay, I have got to run and piss, so I'm just gonna leave the trial on for you. I'm gonna pause this. I'll be back in a moment. Enjoy. Enjoy.
That's Mr. Depp on the plane, but he expects you to believe him that he didn't have anything to drink on that plane except for maybe one thing of champagne. That's what he expects you to believe. He's talked about blackouts. These blackouts where he doesn't remember what happened. He blamed them only on opiates, but we know they happen throughout, where he doesn't remember what's happened. As you're weighing the evidence, as you're assessing whether Mr. Depp has borne his burden of proof, think to yourself, do you believe Amber's account of what happened on the plane, or do you believe that person's account that you just heard? But actually, you can look at his account from a few days later, May 30th, in which he told, again, Paul Bettany, he said, drank all night before I picked Amber up to fly to LA. No food for days, powders, half a bottle of whiskey, 1,000 Red Bulls and vodkas, pills, 2 bottles of champagne, and what do you get? An angry aggro engine in a fucking blackout, screaming obscenities and insulting any fuck who got near. I'm done. I'm admittedly too fucked in the head to spray my rage at the one I love. For little reason as well. I'm too old to be that guy, but pills are fine. And he expects you to believe that he's carried his burden of proof in showing that no abuse happened on that plane. You don't have to look at just that. You can look at this text to Paddy Smith when he says, when I was in NYC, they were brief visits, and I fucked and charged by horrific fights with Amber. I fucked up and drank and got shitty. Was so disappointed in myself. You can look at his text to Miss Heard the next day, where he says, once again,
back to
I
this
find
shit.
myself in a place of shame and regret. Of course, I am sorry. I really don't know why or what happened. Well, no wonder. You heard the voice on the plane. Of course he doesn't know what happened. But I will never do it again. My illness somehow crept up and grabbed me. I must get better. I love you and feel so bad for letting you down. And what his response has been throughout this trial to things like that is blaming Amber, saying he's just placating her.
Or,
Stop carrying his burden of proof.
again, if you are being abused, you will always apologize.
This is in the lead up to
because you feel you
Australia.
need
But
to.
before we get there, we can talk about January 25th in Tokyo at the premiere of Mordecai, where he did slam her up against the hallway wall.
And kneel on her
wail
back?
And he did get on her back in the closet. And what do they say? Look at her backless dress. She doesn't have any bruises. She testified herself that she was checking out pictures because she was concerned that there were. So now their theory is if there's no marks, it didn't happen. We all know that's not the case.
Really? So we believe that a man as large as Johnny Depp
2015,
kneels
this
on
is
your
when they got
back,
married. The day they got married, you heard the testimony from Io Tillett Wright.
Holding
that
you down.
Mr. Depp told him, I can now punch her anytime I want and no one can do anything about it. He'll say it's a joke he made on his wedding day. Then we fast forward to Australia, where Miss Heard is
Johnny
flying
does
to London,
drugs?
where
I
she's
never
filming
knew.
The Danish girl to see her new husband for the first time since their wedding. And these are excerpts from DX 353. All but the bottom right one are in the days leading up to this, where he's on a drug-fueled bender.
look at how
He's
much
hanging out with Marilyn
longer
Manson. He's
his
getting
fucking
drugs from
testimony
his assistants
or his closing
who
statement is
are
compared to
enablers.
their
Again,
entire
there's a reason you didn't hear them
closing
testify
statement.
in this trial.
He's gonna... He's actually making a big mistake with what he's doing
Getting him drugs for
because
days
he's
and days.
overloading
And then
the
one on bottom
jury. That's
right,
not what you
remember, you've
do.
seen a couple times. This is
You give them
after
concise
he shot the speaker
information.
off when he says,
Yeah.
need more cocaine and ecstasy.
But you give them
So,
concise
and
information.
no
you
one-
don't
Miss Heard's was in
put
touch
like,
with his assistants,
and you definitely
but
don't
no
tell the
one
jury
told
how
him
they
the
should
performance
score the
was
fucking
she
thing.
was
You don't tell them this is what
We
you
all
have to
know
do,
what
and you
happened
have to
in
look at
Australia.
this and this, and do
We all
those
know
things.
that Mr. Depp.
He's a terrible
gets there,
lawyer.
he
He's
pulls
an
out a bag of
awful
MDMA,
fucking lawyer.
and he took a handful. She didn't say he took 10 at a time. She did say he took 8 to 10 over the course of that period.
And he'd
The
be
second
dead.
day, Mr. Depp, who claims that Miss Heard refused to do a post-nup, calls Amber's domestic relations attorney, Michelle Mulrooney. You heard from her when he was drunk.
I honestly have no idea, Sarah, because I hadn't planned that far ahead.
She said,
Time's
"The
it now,
only way
5 o'clock.
out
I
of
got
this
2
is that
hours."
I don't want a post-nup. And then she said she remembered him slamming up against the wall. And I won't go through. You remember.
Also, can I just say how much I love streaming on YouTube?
remember her
I
saying
really
that
do.
you had her by
I'm
the
sorry.
neck,
I
squeezing her
know
neck.
other people still love
You
Twitch,
remember her
etc. And
saying
look,
that
I'll
you
always
threw
support
her
you.
on the games
But God, I
table
don't
like a
miss
ping
it.
pong table. You remember
I
seeing
don't miss it
pictures
at
of that
all.
broken table. You remember her saying that at
Not
some point he had a broken
one
bottle up against her face.
little
and he
bit.
told her
I
that
miss
he'd
the
carve
people.
off
I don't
her
miss the
face.
place.
But he was throwing bottles at her. He's throwing bottles one after another, and I could feel glass breaking behind me, and you've seen the evidence of that.
And yes,
And he was just over and over again smashing the phone into the wall, screaming at me as she watched it break into pieces. Now, she doesn't know how he lost his finger. She said that she saw him smash
Sorry,
the phone into
Nirmija.
pieces. And you heard him get
Thanks,
impeached
Kyo.
the other day with his testimony from the UK, which was different from what he testified.
I'm really
here,
sorry
where
to
he
hear
said
that,
he did
bud.
smash a phone. And then they tried to put that picture in front of you with the desk phone and suggest that that was it. It's deception.
how is it
They're trying to
deception?
deceive you.
Where's the photos she took of
And
the phone then?
You heard Ms. Heard testify that the next
Where's the
morning,
deception?
she found meat that he had left all over the house. But not before what happened before she went to bed that night.
Is this when she took the
Ms.
shit in
Heard
the bed?
testified, and I remember trying to get up, and I was slipping on the glass.
Sarah,
I was wanting
I kind
to
of
move.
feel that.
I felt this pressure,
I mean, I'll always support
pressure in my
Baz.
pubic bone. I remember just
And
not
some
wanting
others.
to move because I didn't know if it was broken. I didn't know if the bottle that he had inside me was broken.
Look at Elaine covering her up so nobody can see if she's crying or not. Good job, Elaine.
This is the next morning. This is what he wrote with the bloody stump of his finger. And there's been testimony about what happened to cut the finger off, but frankly, it's irrelevant to your deliberations here. Amber could have chopped it off with an axe, and it has nothing to do with whether or not
You
Mr. Depp
don't.
abused her. But we all know she didn't. We all know that his fingers weren't curled, and someone was standing with a half-gallon vodka bottle from about where that canopy is, and threw it, and it somehow managed to damage just the bottom of the finger and leave the nail fully intact. We all know that didn't happen. Mr. Depp knows it didn't happen. We'll see some evidence of that. But here, he writes about her ambition, starring Billy Bob and Easy Amber. We talked about controlling, jealousy, talked about him not wanting her to act. Dawn Hughes testified how that is a form of intimate partner abuse. Here he's writing on the mirror again, and they try to blame her and say that she wrote "Call Carly."
Ooh, maybe,
She
Sarah
didn't
Bear.
write that. Who was the lunatic in the house? Who was writing everywhere? There's no evidence she wrote that. She testified.
That
she
would be
doesn't even know who
amazing.
Carly
You're too
Simon
sweet,
was
though.
until she was told.
Are you sure?
This
He is
some of the
gaslighting,
evidence. Mr. Depp
100%.
told you a couple
Oh,
different
she's doing.
stories the other day about
The
evidence
behavior
on the right.
analysis
He
talked
claimed
about
that was
this.
the handle of
See what her
vodka
mouth is
between
doing.
those two beer cans there. But then under cross-examination, he admitted it's not. That there's not enough glass on the floor. That there's no handle of vodka on the floor. But what there is in the picture on the right is evidence of when he was throwing bottles past Amber's head and breaking that plate.
That's.
More writing.
He's stating it all
More
as
abuse
fact.
on the right.
Exactly.
Imagine having a painting
When
area where
you're
running
sad,
through
your mouth
canvas,
doesn't do that.
You and your husband get in a fight, and while you are asleep,
When
that
you're sad,
night,
your
he takes
face
the
relaxes
right
from the
side of his
cheeks
finger,
down.
dips it in paint,
It doesn't
and
just
destroys
drop
your
at the
paint.
corners of the mouth.
Ladies and
The
gentlemen,
behavior
that's
analysis
abuse.
talked about this a lot.
Good luck and be careful.
That's
at the
you
top.
pushing
This
the
is a
muscles
good
of your
chance
mouth
to talk
down.
About Mr. Depp's controlling and jealous rage and his desire to control Amber's career. He didn't want her to act. As early as 2013, he tells his sister, "I don't need actress bullshit and her fucking ambition." He tells her in this recording,
Sorry, sir. Aquaman. Is this Aquaman? Please be Aquaman.
It's irrational when you're doing movies. I become jealous and fucking crazy and weird. And, we fight a lot more.
Trying and failing yet again.
I become jealous.
Welcome,
when you're doing
Wayne.
Movies. I become irrational and fucking crazy and weird. Out of his own mouth. This is some of the notes of Dr.
It's really not a good idea, though, what he's doing
his
here.
therapist. called him self-destructive. Something about wait up to fight the devil. Jealous. And I know this is hard to read, but you can see jealous. You can see paranoia, fear, envy. He wanted to control her. He wanted to own her. He didn't want her to have any career. And then he says things like, I have other uses for your throat, which do not include injury.
In other words,
hasn't previously grabbed someone by the throat would write, which do not include injury. But we all know how Mr. Depp thinks.
Oh, go on, Amber, try hard.
You saw these two texts the other day, that he sat on the stand and denied writing. And I'm not going to read them to you again, because they're the most vulgar, vile.
It's fine, you weren't irritable at all, bud.
He said, that's not my style.
I didn't feel it anyway.
Of course he would, and he did. These are texts that he produced, that he gave to Amber and our team in this litigation, from him to his personal assistant, Stephen Duders. This is the way he thinks about women. This, not what you heard on the stand, that. It's disgusting.
I'm trying to type.
He admitted that he cut his finger off. This is evidence of him admitting to it to people other than Amber. I cut the top of my middle finger off. Says that to Dr. Kipper. Says it again to Dr. Kipper. The bottom one he says to Nurse Velati. I just chopped my finger off. But he does say it to Amber too. Remember we played this.
So your testimony that not telling people, you're saying that her...
Let's hear it one more time.
The double standard of this... Sorry, 2 seconds. I've got to...
Now we're talking about Australia. Okay.
Right? The double standard of this, of like, oh well, he wouldn't... Or what, you know, she would keep it all inside. She wouldn't talk publicly about it, etc. But then they don't apply that standard to Johnny because that doesn't suit their narrative. That's it.
The day that I chopped my finger off. So let's fast forward to March 23rd, 2015. After just a few weeks in Australia, Mr. Depp has a finger injury, no doubt about that. He comes home. He gets what they call a soft cast on it, which you heard his treating physician and our experts say it doesn't have sides on it, but it's a hard plaster cast.
I love you, Sarah.
Finger that can be wielded like a club. And they got in an argument when Miss Heard discovered that he was having an affair with a woman named Rochelle that had been going on before the wedding, after the wedding, and she confronted him about that. No surprise there, they got in a huge argument. At some point in the argument, he bolted up the stairs. Now, Travis McGivern claims that she threw a Red Bull can at him. She and Whitney Enriquez say that absolutely didn't happen. But even if you believe Mr. McGivern, at some point, Mr. Depp went up the stairs. He went to the fight. This is the man that claims he always wants to run, and this time he had his bodyguard with him. So he could have just walked out the door, but he runs up the stairs, and Miss Enriquez is standing on the precipice of the stairs, and Amber admitted that when she thought he was about to push her down the stairs, as he's grabbing at her and Amber with his free hand,
like Kate Moss, which was bullshit,
hand, that she said, I punched him square in the face.
Yeah.
I punched him square in the face. And they showed you a picture of the shiner that she had, that Mr. Depp had. Mr. Depp doesn't deny that. They're trying to say she's the abuser for defending herself and her sister from this animal who's running at them. This person that they claim couldn't possibly have done this because he had a hurt finger. Yet
he's painful.
This is what Mr. McGivern said was rearranging.
Unfortunately, with these things, this is why it's been hard to listen to the whole lot for the last...
I know what you all do when you rearrange your closet.
How many weeks ago? 3 weeks? 4 weeks?
This is throwing a clothing rack down the stairs. This is knocking this over. This is what he did to rearrange her closet.
I'm waiting for him to say something along the lines of...
possibly have hit Miss Heard with, they claim.
Oh,
that
you know...
in and of itself, that destruction of property,
you can't define violence or whatever, because if that was, yeah, it is
so thick that
a closing fucking litany. I agree.
That's what's going to happen. That's abuse, and it's disgusting.
Oh, shut the fuck up, Rottenborn. You're disgusting.
But sometimes he would apologize. He'd say, I can't express how sorry I am for having stooped so low as to have spewed such vicious untruths for the sole purpose of hurting you. Grievous error, shameful. So he went in these cycles. She thought he could change for good. And when it was good, it was really good. But then
when it was bad, it was
like
death breath.
Came around, where she remembers him chasing her in the kitchen.
No worries, we love you.
She remembers him
Oh,
shoving
he's not
her 2 or
Wayne
3
because he's not
times,
sitting on the fence. He's
sending
just
her
going,
toppling over a
everything
chase
that we
lounge,
said is true and
saying
everything
he
that
really
they said
wanted
is
to
a
go to the
lie.
end
That's
zone.
my...
And she
Yeah.
looked at him and he balled
He's
his
called
fist,
Rottenborn for a
leaned back,
reason.
headbutted her square
Because as
in the
Normeja
nose,
put it, he's born
and
rotten.
pounded her head with the back of his fist. So
Look at
she couldn't
Camille,
breathe
she is
on
just
that
like-
bed that we're going to see in a second, where she was suffocating in this pillow top, and she said, "This is when I thought I was going to die. He's going to kill me, and he doesn't even know what he's doing because he's out of his mind." And these are the pictures that they claim. I don't know what they're claiming. I don't know if they're claiming she painted on the bruise. Oh, you weren't hurt badly enough, so therefore you're making it up? Look under her eye.
Yeah, sorry.
And again, their theory is that all of this is a lie. All of this was some grand hoax.
Shame, Aurora.
If this were a hoax,
My panda
ladies and
eyes.
gentlemen,
Check
she'd
this shit
have
out.
Worse injuries than that. She'd really do it
Patty
up.
baits the
she
shit
took
out of me.
pictures as they existed when she could.
She
at the
doesn't.
time of abuse.
That was a joke.
And yet Ms. Vasquez has the nerve to say, well, why didn't she videotape an incident?
We love you,
of abuse?
Aurora.
What, as she's being hit, she's supposed to somehow grab a video camera with one hand while she's defending herself with another hand? You heard
That's
her in
clearly
one
what
of the
they're
audio
saying.
tapes talking about when she hit him as he was trying to barge at her and she got her feet caught under a door.
When she
As
kicked
he's
him with
coming
the
at
door, which you're not mentioning that side
And
of it.
of course, as Don Hughes testified to, victims of coercive control like this, they do try to appease their abusive partner and apologize for things that aren't their fault. So as you're coming at
Which
me,
goes
Johnny,
against what you just
push
said about
more
Johnny
into
Depp a
me,
while
and I have to
ago
hit
when
you
he
to
was
get away
apologizing.
to protect myself. Yeah, she did apologize for that because that's the cycle of violence. That's what victims.
That's what Johnny's smirking about now.
They
He
continue
knows.
to
He's
blame
like,
the victim.
you're saying that that's what victims of abuse do,
There's no
but then
evidence
you're
she
saying
painted
that
on
mine
bloody
wasn't
lip.
that.
And again, if we're talking about a hoax, the next day she went on James Corden and they say, well, you can't see any injury there, so it must not have been. She would have to be the dumbest person in the world to say, I'm going to commit an abuse hoax, but let's do it the day before I go on national television.
Because
Let's
there was
do it
no
the day
hoax.
before. But you heard Melanie Iglesias, her makeup artist, testify in great detail.
How
I didn't
did
even
her
understand
lip-
half the terms about makeup
Yeah,
that
he
she's
did.
using, but she testified in great detail about exactly what she did.
How
to
did her
cover
lip
up
not
those
burst
bruises.
open?
The
She said she
red
couldn't
lipstick
talk
that
without
she
it
put to
breaking and
cover up the
bleeding.
busted lip.
Yeah.
You heard the testimony of that.
So why wasn't her
From a
lip
neutral
bleeding?
Party who said exactly what
Answer
she
that,
did.
Rottenborn.
She talked about how she looked at the color wheel to neutralize the bruising. They claim it was just an accidental headbutt. Well, no accidental headbutt rips out hair. They claim, oh, Miss Heard somehow used a pocket knife to cut this portion of the bed out to stage this. Well, I don't know if that's a pocket knife or not, but the only testimony in this trial about a pocket knife is Whitney Henriquez saying that Mr. Depp carried a pocket knife in his pocket every day. We all know where that, if it is a pocket knife, where that came from. I think
That was Rottenborn that said I'll sleep well tonight, by the way.
The text he sent
I bet he sleeps like a
David,
baby.
Amber's dad,
Fucking
2 weeks
devil.
later, where he says, I meant to send this to you a week or so ago. I'm sending it to you now. And he says, I forget if it's a text or an email, but you can look at DX580. He says, yes, I fucked up and went too far in our fight. Because as a result of that fight and the bruises that all of her family saw, the family refused to go to the Bahamas with them for Christmas.
Wait.
To the Bahamas.
Quick question for real, and Wayne, you might be able to answer this.
Christmas. And
One
on
second. He's saying that they only have to prove that he abused Amber, but she doesn't have to prove that. But hers is a defamation allegation as well. So how does him proving... How does... I don't understand, bro.
That trip to the island,
I don't understand.
Mr. Depp kept passing out, and every time he passed out, he would dump a glass of wine on Amber's lap. And she didn't like that, and she yelled at him. And because it was in front of his
3K.
kids, he got up. This is the one where Tara Roberts took the video, but she didn't show you the closet, she didn't show you the bathroom. And Amber says, while holding my neck, this is in the closet, he said, I'll fucking kill you if you ever speak to me like that in front of my kids again, because you embarrass me. And then he took her into the bathroom, and she said, but this time, he grabbed my vagina, shoved his fingers inside me, but through my bathing suit, and held me there and asked me if I was so fucking tough. And then she ran out of the house. And to keep him away from her, that's when he claims, and she admits she threw something at him. She didn't know what it was. It's been testimony it was a can of mineral spirits that she claimed that hit Mr. Depp. And Mr. Depp is somehow the victim in that encounter? Come on. We talk about the train ride to Asia.
Yeah, but is he not manipulating the narrative, Bez?
Train ride where Mr. Depp has the same.
Because does it not go both ways then?
Allegedly abusive picture. But in that picture, he held in that train ride, talk about a honeymoon, he held her up against the wall while she was trying to get his arms off her neck, and he was squeezing her neck.
Like, they're spending so much time on the abuse, whereas Depp's side actually talked about the defamation.
And she woke up with the shirt around her neck and a giant knot.
Oh, I know, Bez. And I know that Depp's side have their own narrative too, don't get me wrong.
Let's fast forward to...
But I think there's at least a slight bit more honesty to Depp's side, regardless.
Financial news that night.
Or at least they're willing to admit his wrongdoings.
About that. But Amber said, I hit the side of the desk, he chest bumped me, he fell to the floor, I fell to the floor, and when I got back up, he held me down by the shoulders, and that's when he grabbed her by the pubic bone and pushed her down. And you'll remember Ms. Vasquez showing her interrogatory answers where she details a lot of this and saying, nowhere in there does it say that. And Ms. Heard says it actually does on page 64. And pointed out to Ms. Vasquez exactly where it says that.
Oh.
That's abuse. It's sexual abuse.
No.
But we all know what Mr. Depp does when he experiences terrible
shit, Rob, sorry to hear.
Terrible news. He experienced terrible news that night on the way to the birthday party where both of his bodyguards have testified that he was either visiting his sick mom or getting a birthday present for Amber. And then we know what happens the day after his mother passed away on May 21st, 2016.
Thanks, Sarah Bear.
We're going to skip through a little bit of this
Sarah
now.
Bear just ordered me food,
We'll
y'all.
talk about this in the context of the counterclaim. But these are the pictures afterwards. These are pictures that now they're claiming that, they must have been faked. There's been no testimony in this case that these pictures were faked. There's been no testimony that the marks you see on Amber's face, including this mark with a straight line from below her eye to the top of her temple, that it lines up directly with a phone. There's been no testimony that those are faked. Mr. Depp went through the house. He destroyed pictures of her friends. That's abuse. Property destruction like that, in and of itself, is abuse. He destroyed her office. He destroyed her friend Rocky Pennington's preparation for the bead show that she was having.
Ooh, Sarah.
He spilled wine in the hallway that you'll notice the police.
Where are you from? I'm from Ireland, Brian. Where are you from? She is countersuing him, Wayne.
And they said she never sent anything to her medical providers. These are the texts that she sent to her nurse, Erin Filati.
Those are not the exact messages because that one is altered, which they have proven.
These are pictures of her in the courtroom.
And yet, that was 6 days after seeing Johnny Depp, and the next day her face was fine.
Now, but you can listen to this. This is that
Indonesia.
terribly disturbing text.
Whoa, that's a very far away from me.
Threatening to cut himself and telling you cut me or I will. You all remember playing that. It was awful. It was awful. I'm not going to play it again. But it was horrible. That in and of itself is abusive.
Oh, shut
This is the document that Mr. Depp signed, the divorce agreement, where he says, signed in agreement with his signature. Neither party has made false.
Yeah, Sarah's a fucking Sarah and John.
He said that.
Big shout out for Sarah and John.
He could have fought this then, but he didn't because he knew that her allegations were true. But
it's close alphabetically true.
Of humiliation. He says, I want her replaced on that WB film. Ladies and gentlemen, the facts are absolutely overwhelming.
You haven't stated any facts.
Of abuse.
None.
One time. That's
it's amazing, Brian. I've done a lot of interviews with the cast and crew, or the cast.
And if you don't, no, you have to return a verdict.
Are the volumes okay, by the way, peeps?
Amber here sends a message that no matter what you do as an abuse victim, you always have to do more.
He's trying to guilt the jury.
You always have to document more.
He's trying to guilt the jury.
You always have to tell more people. No matter how honest you are about your own imperfections.
She's never said anything about her imperfections ever in this trial.
In order for people to believe you. Don't send that message.
See,
That's what he wants you to send.
He's guilting the jury.
I'm going to get to another point that you have to find in order to prove or to rule for Mr. Depp. You would have to find that Ms. Heard made
Stop instructing the fucking jury.
What she didn't tell you is that you have to find this by
I wish the judge would call him out on this shit.
This is much
I love
higher
Judge Penny,
than the
but I wish she
greater
would say you can't do what you're doing right now.
The other elements of the claim. Clear and convincing evidence is evidence that creates in your minds.
It's condescending and it's inappropriate.
That Mr. Depp has proved this issue. So if you believe
they
that
know
Ms.
what they're
Heard
there
did
to
not
do
act maliciously in writing her op-ed, then you must return a verdict for Miss Heard. Even if you think
How many times? He's trying to ram it into their
brain.
brain. You must return a verdict from Miss Heard. You must return a verdict
I'll
from Miss
quickly
Heard.
go over the evidence of this. The op-ed.
Oh, Jesus Christ, Rottenborn, shut up.
She visited her attorney, Eric George.
Yeah,
who testified
literally.
by video that his objective was to make sure that there could be no meritorious claim that could be brought about this article relating to...
That would be fucking incredible. I would get up and do a dance.
So you cannot find
Same.
Miss Heard met the clear and convincing
Oh,
evidence.
I almost said something
given
that
the
good.
testimony of Eric George, given the
I
testimony of
almost said
Terrence Doherty
something
from
very
PCMU,
inappropriate.
When Amber went out of her way to ask her lawyer.
The jury
to
can't
stay.
object.
They will say it doesn't matter if she's
Confishan
lying.
Ishin.
But even if that
Wayne and Baz, ye speak better
They will
Irish
say
than me. What does that
doesn't
mean?
matter if she's lying.
Ken
Even that isn't
Fishan-
true, because again,
Fishan-
keep in mind, Miss Heard
Shin.
wanted to be malicious toward Mr. Depp. The article would be very
I don't speak
different.
up
And I
very
think
much
it's
Irish,
interesting here.
unfortunately.
We'll talk about Mr. Waldman in a second, but that Amber utilized her attorney, Eric George, to make sure that she was following the law. Mr. Depp used his attorney, Adam Waldman, as an attack dog to defame Amber and to fulfill Depp's promise to her of global humiliation. The last thing I'll touch on before Elaine talks is Mr. Depp's damages. The man's at least consistent. In
Which
one
video is
respect.
that?
He blames other people for his
Ah.
problems. Everyone but himself.
All of them.
You heard us reading.
What
the
channel
stack
is
of
that?
articles dating
Oh, that's
years
mine.
before he
That's my
broke
Red
up
Dead
with
Redemption
Amber,
Outlaw
before
interviews.
Their marriage broke apart. Talking about his problems. Talking about the fact that his movies were flops. Talking about the fact that he was late to the set. That he's unreliable as an actor. A word of reminder here, ladies and gentlemen, is that the only thing Amber ever did that Mr. Depp is allowed to sue her for is the op-ed. He's trying to say,
You're fine.
I want to sue her for what she said in 2016. I want to sue her for harm that was caused then. You cannot do that. The only thing you're being asked to decide are the words of the op-ed defamatory. Nothing else.
Nobody
Any
said
damage
anything
to
about the
Mr. Depp's career
2016.
is self-caused. Then think about the testimony.
Nobody
that
said
you heard
anything
from
about the
his business
2016.
manager,
What the
Joel
fuck are
Mandel,
you talking
said
about,
that Depp had
Shan?
issues with drugs and alcohol that damaged his career.
Yeah.
Sued him. His former agent, Tracy Jacobs, said he was late to the set and that he used an earpiece. Depp fired her. She said Disney never committed to Pirates 6. Disney's corporate representative, Tina Newman,
If we're going to talk
said
about
there
that.
was no record in Disney's records of this op-ed. This op-ed had nothing to do with it. In fact,
Did-
Catherine Arnold, our damages expert, testified that the paper
Did Amber
version
not
of the article that allegedly
say that she was
they
fired
say
from
came out
Ackerman 2 and
4 days after
rehired,
the
which
op-ed,
the
was
head of
published the same day
DC
as the
Warner
op-ed.
came out and said that
Said
was not
Johnny
true?
might not be in Pirate 6.
So you want to go this route,
The same day,
Rottenborn?
the paper article came out the same day. So the
God, I
op-ed
wish I was one of
caused
those
that.
jury members.
There's no evidence of any contract by Disney for Pirate 6. His agent Jack Wiggum couldn't identify.
So yeah,
a
to win
contract.
his case,
former agent Christian
he needs to
Carino
effectively
said that there's no
prove
contract.
that she meant it was
He didn't
him.
lose anything
Shut up! I'm
as a
going to
result
shut
of
up.
this op-ed.
I
Anything
just
he's
like
lost
talking
is the
over
result of
Rottenborn because I
own
hate his
choices.
voice so much.
You also heard him.
Yeah,
lie.
checking your watch.
You heard
You've
him
been
tell
here
you that
fucking
this was
long
his
enough.
First chance to tell his story.
You
But let's
useless
break it
prick.
down, because that's not true. He could have fought the TRO that Amber filed. He could have said, I didn't abuse her, but he chose not to do that.
Because he was out of the
He could have filed a
country.
divorce
She
case.
waited till he was
chose
on
not to do
fucking
that.
tour.
Instead, he signed the statement saying that no one had falsified any statements. He only filed
This is
suit after he met
infuriating.
Adam Waldman, the same Adam
This-
Waldman who convinced him to file suit against his former business manager, to file suit against his law firm, and fire them, and blame them for things. But by the time that Amber wrote the op-ed, Mr. Depp already had had another opportunity to tell his story. He filed a case in the UK against the Sun for calling him a wife beater. And in that case, he had many of the same witnesses. He was on the stand for parts of 5 days. And he got to tell the fact finder in the UK whatever he wanted. Now, it's not the same testimony.
But can
he
they
told
not
here, because
just
you heard me impeach him
award
about
it to Depp
13
because she's a
times with
cunt?
testimony from the UK. But he's had his chances. Ladies and gentlemen, it is time to tell Mr. Depp that this was his last chance. Tell him to move on with his life. Tell him to let Amber move on with hers. Stand up for the freedom of speech.
Shut up.
Stand up for the First Amendment. This trial is about so much more than Johnny Depp versus Amber Heard. It's about the freedom of speech. Stand up for it, protect it, and reject Mr. Depp's claims against Amber. And now you'll hear from Ms. Beretta Haupt about the counter.
I understand that it's relevant, but the difference is you can't say I'm presenting you these facts when they haven't been verified as facts. Yeah, it's the tabloid, right? And also, it wasn't a guilty verdict. It wasn't proof that he is a wife beater. It's that they're allowed to post whatever they want. People keep citing that and saying, oh, well, he's already been proven a wife beater. Not true. He lost the Sun trial.
I get to say good afternoon. And I know you've
Let's
been
go,
listening
Elaine.
to everybody for a long time here, and I echo Ben's very strong thank you to all of you for this extreme service and extraordinary service. We really appreciate it. I'm going to go really fast and try to go as quick as I can so that you can get a break from us and go make your decision. I know you're probably itching to do it at this point. But this is very important to us. And
Whoa.
we appreciate your listening and we appreciate your being here. I'm going to stay on this slide for a moment, and there's something that's very important on this slide that hasn't been brought to your attention by Mr. Depp's team. When you see the actual damages, go down to the last paragraph, if you will. It says, Mr. Depp cannot recover damages for any harm that occurred after November 2, 2020. Do you all see that? So what Mr. Depp's team got up here and told you through Mr. Chu this morning has nothing to do with this case. He had his chance in the UK. The lawsuit was filed June
Different fucking type of trial, Elaine.
6 months before the op-ed. The trial was July 2020. The process ended, according to Mr. Marks,
Elaine does. Elaine's not all there, Bess.
November 2, 2020. And his damages stop then. He can't get reputational damages. He can't get his legacy back for his children. He can't get anything after that day from you. You can't restore his reputation. You can't give him anything. They didn't tell you that, but the court told you that. And that's a very, very important thing here. He told his story. He had his opportunities. He had his full opportunities to do all of that.
Nope.
And he came in here and lied to you. He said he's here to get his reputation back.
He didn't get
it's
to.
Just one of many lies in this case, but it's a really big one because here we are.
I thought they weren't allowed to use anything from the Sun trial in this one.
6 weeks of this court's time for what? For nothing.
6 weeks? Has it been that long? Holy shit. That much of my life wasted on this nonsense. On this fucking.
Put her through this again, the third time. So we're fighting back, and that's the counterclaim.
Are ya?
She finally has said enough. Enough. And we're asking you to finally hold this man responsible. He has never accepted responsibility for anything in his life. You've heard it this whole time. He hasn't admitted to anything.
What's up?
He's blamed everybody in the world, his agent, his manager, his lawyer, Amber, his friends, everybody. But he's never accepted responsibility for a thing he's done in his life.
There's nothing in the rules about getting distracted by doggos.
To accept, to make him accept responsibility, to hold him legally responsible for his actions. And to fully and fairly compensate Amber for what
I've noticed that, Sarah.
By creating this concept of a hoax for the defamation that he has committed, that you have heard so much about, that just took wildfire and went.
Was he nice when you went for that book signing, Elaine? Was he nice to you?
Amber's life pure hell up to this day.
What's your favorite Johnny Depp movie, Elaine?
To compensate her. To be fair and hold
I bet it's
responsible.
Blow. I bet Blow is her favorite Johnny Depp movie.
We don't want another lawsuit. We don't want anything else. We want to leave Amber alone and let her get on with life.
Leave Amber alone! Leave her alone!
Let's talk about the counterclaim for a moment. These are Adam Waldman statements. You heard Mr. Depp say, well, why aren't you suing Mr. Waldman? Isn't that typical of Mr. Depp? He doesn't take responsibility for anything, so now he's going to blame his lawyer. But
she literally threw ye under the bus.
In a minute, that he says Adam Waldman, Mr. Depp's attorney.
Look at the confused look on his face. He's not even angry. He's just like.
Oh, I didn't even know about those until the counterclaim. Well, we know that's not true because Mr. Waldman's testimony was 2 months before those statements were made. In February of 2020, Mr. Depp accompanied Mr. Waldman to the Daily Mail the same place that all three of these statements were published, and he gave them 2 spliced audio tapes to try to make it look like Amber was the person who was committing the abuse. He went
All
with
right,
him.
are they like
He
these
knew that Mr.
spliced
Waldman
audio
was
tapes we've
doing
heard in this trial?
He knew that Mr. Waldman was launching a campaign against Amber to try to discredit her. And the timing of this, we're talking, the statements now are April and June of 2020. The trial is July of 2020. So they're launching an attack to try to discredit Amber before the trial in the UK. That's what
Audio
happened here.
tapes.
And that is Mr.
You
Waldman,
fucking
but it's
spud.
Mr. Depp.
Audio.
Depp gave you 3 different instructions.
Yes, it
and
was
they're all
me.
out there.
Audio.
He's acting as his attorney. He has the authority. So Mr. Depp is standing in the shoes of Mr. Waldman. Mr. Waldman is standing in the shoes of Mr. Depp. Michelle,
Yeah, you
can
wouldn't
please
say
bring
that
up
when they said about Amber's publicist or whoever said something, and they were like, "No, we can't. That's hearsay." And it was like, "No, she was
Amber
acting
and
as her
friends
agent."
in the media use fake sexual violence allegations as both a sword and shield, depending on their needs.
Fact.
They have selected some of her sexual violence hoax facts as the sword, inflicting them on the public and Mr.
sexual
Depp.
violence stories that she
Now,
stole
what this statement
from somebody
is
else.
meant to imply is that Amber is lying about the sexual assaults and using them with the media to try to discredit Mr. Depp. That's the clear implications of this. Now, the first part of this is this contradicts Mr. Depp's claims today that the first time you ever heard about the sexual assaults that happened was in this case. It was in the UK case. This is
No,
the
he
case
did-
that Mr. Depp brought
They
to
didn't
the
say it
UK.
was in today.
And instead of
No, that's bullshit.
Amber Heard trying to put this out
I've
in the
watched this
media,
whole fucking
she
thing,
did
you-
exactly the opposite.
and the jury
Now,
listened as
this
well, so they
article's
know you're
not
full of
in your
shit as well.
evidence book. At least some of you will remember it being shown at one point with the title that said that Amber was successful in being able to treat her allegations of the sexual violence confidential in that proceeding. And it was treated confidential. She did exactly the opposite. She didn't want to tell people this, and you know that. You watched her on.
He
the
said
stand.
Camille said the first time it was brought up was at the London trial.
No less.
She said that from 2016 to 2020.
But what else is false?
She didn't
about
mention
this
them.
statement? It's that
Like-
there was no false statements of sexual violence. Ben went through all 4 of them, and I will not repeat them all. You heard the testimony, and interestingly enough, you didn't hear any stories that differed from that with Mr. Depp. He didn't get on the stand and say, no, this didn't happen, to at least a couple of them. And he can't in Australia. He can't remember anything, likely. But if you just look at the pictures of the destruction in that house, I mean, imagine painting those canvases and how long that took and how much hatred and rage you have to have for somebody to do something like that. Writing on the walls, tearing up her nightgown and wrapping pieces
It's
of
all
glass,
speculation,
putting it
Sarah.
all over the house. Remember
But
that
you see,
she
they
also
can't.
testified that
This
he
is
took
why I
her
was
clothes
surprised
and
when
swiped them through all the
Rottenborn
paint before she
objected
left.
earlier.
You know these things
Because you
happen.
don't generally object during closing arguments.
With
It's
respect
very
to
rare.
the malice on this one, you know he knows that he did these things. You know that he knows he was out of it for 3 days. And that's all
And now
we
she's
need to
telling the
prove
jury what they
for
know,
malice.
which is
But there's a
also
couple
not
of
like
more
kind of
facts
frowned
here.
upon.
But you can find whatever Mr. Waldman's done, and you can find whatever Mr. Depp has done. And both of
Oh, I
those
know.
are the same for purposes
Camille
of
looks like she's gonna eat her
evaluating
without
the
fucking
verdict
salt,
form.
man.
They stand in each other's shoes. When you have an agent, and that's what the jury instructions say, you can go with both. What did Mr. Waldman do? There was an article about the sexual violence that he had put from the April one that went into
I know,
the
right?
trial.
Look at her.
Amber's testimony.
Look at
She was
Vasquez.
sitting
Oh, I
near
love her
him
so
in the
much.
trial.
I
Adam
gotta shut up.
Waldman threw that newspaper down in front of her defiantly. That's actual malice. And she was quite
Look at the
upset.
fucking
and you heard her
eyebrows.
testimony on the stand about that. He was just inflicting it on her. Remember Bruce Whitkin's testimony? This
And
was
the
Johnny
only
Depp's best friend for
lawyer
4
who was
years
objected
until
during
he testified
closing argument in this
truthfully
case
4 years ago,
is that
about the drugs and alcohol, and
scum-sucking
he stopped talking to
piece
him.
of
There was a
fucking
couple of
human
really important
trash,
things that Bruce Whitkin
Rottenborn.
said. One of the things he said, he met Adam Waldman once. Adam Waldman said, "Do you have any dirt on the Mandels?" And he said no, and that was it. Then he didn't care. He is an attack dog. All he wants to do is attack and put dirt on people. The second thing that Whitkin said that
I don't like to talk about
was
being attracted to
Johnny Depp
Vasquez because I feel like it undermines her talent. Like, and I don't want it to come across that way, but she's a stunning lady. Like, let's be honest. On top of being a badass, and on top of being an incredible lawyer.
Remember, Mr. Whitkin also was called in a few times.
I don't want to reduce her to like, oh, she hot.
Between Johnny and Amber when he
but
would
she's
become
sexy
so
lawyer.
angry.
Yes. But do you know what I mean? I don't want to reduce her to, oh, she hot though. That's why I like her. No.
Kipper and his whole group are a scam. He said, how is it that they can be sober doctors, for these years, and he's never sober.
But I think it's because it helps that she's so good at her job.
I thought that was quite instructive.
That adds
but
to
in
that.
Any event, going back
yeah,
to
there we go. That's it, Wayne.
Statement. The second statement, Michelle, if you can bring that one up.
That's it, Wayne. Or that's it, Baz. Same. That's almost, Baz, you've done what you always say I do. You've put exactly what I was feeling into words.
The UK trial went to the LAPD with a notebook full of things and tried to get perjury charges against
That was
Amber.
proven to be bullshit.
Said,
literally proven, like not speculated on, not whatever. That was proven to be bullshit.
Amber is being investigated by the NYPD or the LAPD for perjury. Do you remember that? That's malice. That's showing his intent to do harm.
If they're ever gonna,
Amber.
if they
he also admitted that
look, Camille knows. She's like, that's literally been proven. Look at her.
The person from TMZ.
No worries, sir.
That umbrella guy is the big lead of Johnny Depp's, positive.
Do you know the Muffin Man, Elaine? Do you know the Muffin Man?
Amber Heard. And he also ended up getting knocked out of Twitter because he was abusing Amber.
Do you know the Muffin Man?
And that is quite simply, this was an ambush, a hoax. They set Mr. Depp up by calling the cops, but the first attempts didn't do the trick. The officers came to the penthouses, thoroughly searched and interviewed, and left after seeing no damage to face or property. So Amber and her friends spilled a little wine, roughed the place up, got their story straight under the direction of a lawyer and publicist, then placed a second call to 911.
Which is exactly what happened.
Now this is May 21. Now, the clear implication here is that they're saying that Amber got together with her friends. They decided they were going to set Johnny up to be charged for domestic violence.
Because then they stand to benefit. They stand to get the apartments and all that shit.
Get him arrested, but the police said
that they were living in free of charge.
And they said, darn. And so they spilled wine and they, busted up.
Well, then, Elaine, explain. If that's not the case, Elaine, explain.
Called 911 and tried again to get Johnny charged.
Why the cops would come and see nothing, and then the cops would come and the place would be trashed. Yeah, it's probably not going to happen today, Sarah.
Because after these events happened, and Ben talked
it could be Tuesday or even Wednesday.
The rest of it, and I'm going to try to do it really quickly. But we all know Amber did everything in her power.
It's nearly 4 hours thus far.
Who Johnny was, not to press charges, not to have him arrested. The exact opposite of this. But what were the facts of May 21st? He comes over. He's already been drinking. He's already high. And he is on a tear about feces in the bed from a month ago. And remember how Amber talked about
ridiculous.
When he gets into these drug-induced things.
It probably won't take weeks in this case, Wayne, because it's not a criminal trial. The chances are, Wayne, it will either be.
That was his this time.
It will more than likely be Tuesday because Monday there's no work on Monday. It's an American bank holiday, I presume.
He's in New York at the time.
Hey, what's up, Owen?
They thought, this is ridiculous. Of course nobody did. And by the way, Boo has this huge problem. Of course it was Boo. He's always doing this. But Johnny just won't get there. So
we got about an hour left of walking, I reckon.
Then he throws the phone at Amber. Amber screams out and says, ow, you just threw the cell phone at me. It hurts. Io says, Amber, get out of there. Johnny gets madder, pulls her hair, grabs her and starts hitting her.
Well, yeah, because it's not a criminal trial, Wayne, it will either be probably Tuesday or maybe Wednesday.
She goes and gets in between the two of them. She puts her hands up on his chest. He pushes them down. And then she continues to stand in between them. And he's screaming loudly 10 times, Amber, get the fuck up. Amber, get the fuck up. Amber, get the fuck up. Loudly, loudly. Then his bodyguards hear this. They come in. They break it up. That's how that happens. But the next part of this,
There's
remember
something about
Josh
seeing
Blue,
Elaine
and I think
do
Elizabeth
that.
Mars was amazing in this one. Remember their testimony.
Fuck.
You know,
Memorial Day.
After that, he goes and he has to, he
Yeehaw,
always leaves
Owen.
a path of destruction as he's leaving. So he, bashes up things, and you saw those pictures here on the picture frames, knocks things over as he's going.
She was
Goes
like
down
Chucky.
the hallway. He's splashing the wine. He gets his bodyguards to let him into penthouse.
There can't be a hung jury in this trial. That's confirmed. There's also not 12 jurors. There's only 7. There was 9, but 2 of them were only there until today.
And he's got the big magnum, and he's mad. And Elizabeth is just
She even
terrified.
kinda
She
looks like
barely
Chucky.
knows Johnny. She's met him 4 times, and she goes ripping out of there as fast as she can. And Josh gets out of
Look
there
at
too.
Johnny's
Then
face.
what does he do? He rearranges the furniture, or he might have knocked something off, one of the countertops or something. I think is the testimony of his bodyguards. But you saw the pictures. He went through and trashed that place again as he left. Now,
Elaine is one of my favourite characters in the trial.
Io calls the police. He's in New York.
Sarah ordered me
He calls
food.
the New York Police 911. He's
What?
afraid they're not going to get there fast
Sarah from the
enough.
stream, Sarah
He
Kyo.
still remembers December 15 because he came
Thanks,
in
Sarah.
afterwards and saw all
Kathy
the
says.
injuries on Amber and all the evidence. And he's terrified that Amber's still in there. The police haven't come.
Oh,
and
yeah,
Johnny's
absolutely.
gonna show up. So he calls a friend in L.A.
'Cause Elaine's
and
a
says,
gigantic
"Please call
Johnny Depp
911.
fan."
We got to get somebody there fast." So she calls 911. So we have 2 calls, and you'll see the call summary. And the call summary shows those 2 calls really close in proximity here. So it's not them,
all of
we didn't
Amber's
get the first
testimony
police officer,
sounded
so
like
we'll rough up the place
sounded
and then
like
the
it was
second one. You'll
from
see
a
that they're
fucking
like
bad
8
Lifetime
minutes
movie.
apart. Up there, but it took 2 hours to dispatch the 2 different ones, and Amber never even had any idea that the second one was coming. The first one's come, and we've talked about it, we've shown you the pictures. The
Okay.
police officers admitted that those pictures could very much have been what was there that night. Remember, Officer Haddon, it was his first week on the job. Officer Science was 3 years on the job at that point. They say, they told Josh that if she will press charges, if she'll give a name, we can file a report and make an arrest. She wouldn't do it. You did hear from Detective Sandanaga. That's the domestic violence.
Johnny Depp being Eminem. This is it. Breathe it in. This your moment. This is it. As big as you're going to get. I had to give you a career to destroy it. Yup. Oh, I think we just got our first objection as well. From the... Uh-oh. It's not good. It's not good. Yo, my scummy sausages. Unreal. Sarah got me them. Oh, it's too bright. Too bright. Look at my screen.
Oh, God.
Christ. Child. Oh. Thanks, Sarah Bear.
Thank you.
What are you saying thank you? You're not getting any of my food.
I know, but there's 2 cookies there and two milkshakes. I'm getting Oreo.
The girls are going to take the cookies and milkshakes, but thank you. Where's my Diet? She got me a Diet Coke as well.
Yeah, and she got my Diet Coke. Look, the dog.
Sarah, what the
You
fuck?
recall Josh Drew saying
Can I have my
police
Diet Coke?
officer
Yeah,
told
and she didn't
him,
get Mama anything.
she'll give a name, we'll
Good.
make an arrest. He definitely said that.
Go get me a Diet Coke,
But in
please.
any event, she would not cooperate. She didn't want to. But Detective
Yes.
Sandanaga, their domestic relations or domestic violence person, said they should have done an incident report no matter what, even if they decided there wasn't a crime. Because domestic violence, it has the cycles. They come
What a
back.
fucking
and
queen.
it's good to have the record for the next time that it
Sarah
might
got you those
happen.
cookies.
So she said they should have under the
Sarah,
circumstances, even
on the
if
stream.
they didn't. And she also said that
They're
when they
inside.
put
Cookies
verbal
and
dispute
milkshakes for you
only in
and
those calls,
Piper.
it is a code that they use, and you'll see that it's
Come here and say it
twice
into the
on
mic.
call report. So they to say that's why we didn't write a report.
Thank you, Sarah.
But in any event, whether the
Thank
police
you,
officers,
thank you.
Forgot about it 2 months later when
Thank
they were
you.
first asked about it,
Go ahead.
whether they just decided she's never going to press charges, and you'll see on the call report
Thank
they're
you.
insisting that to the second.
Oh, shoot.
It doesn't make any difference. The point is, this is still
All right, you
false.
say thank you to
This
Sarah, and then
statement
both of you
is
get
false
out.
Because Amber
Thank
did
you,
everything
Sarah.
but
Sarah,
try to press
Thank
charges
you.
against Johnny Depp.
Thank you.
So they go away.
No,
They're,
kid.
and the testimony
Which is-
is that Josh and Amber and Rocky cleaned up because they have dogs, so they cleaned up a lot of the glass and the wine and those types. They had no idea the second police officers were coming by, and they certainly didn't call them, and they certainly didn't talk. They never talked
That
to a
is
publicist. She did talk to a
insanely
lawyer
generous of
who
you,
gave her advice,
Sarah
and
and
that's
Kyo.
why she wouldn't
Thank you so
tell
much.
them, anything.
Like,
She said, "I'm not going to
means the world to me, honestly.
So the second
You
one's
guys are
coming. You saw
fucking
that.
heroes.
You've got the video cameras in there, and you see there's no effort by them to try to.
Kathy
get
says these
now
sausages are
officers to
disgusting,
press
and I
charges
kind of
against
agree
Johnny
with
Depp.
her,
Just
but
the
I also
opposite. Josh
love
Drew
them.
doesn't want to even let them in the place. They come through quickly. Everything's fine. They wave. Everything's fine. Are they trying to press charges against Johnny? No. They're not trying to do anything. They're trying to get him out of there, which makes this statement 100% false. Was it made with malice? Absolutely. There's nobody that thinks that Amber tried to press charges that night. Johnny knew that. But the other thing that's very helpful and what you should look at is Defendants Exhibits 772 and 773. Because once again, the next day, Johnny apologizes to Amber. He says in two different text messages, that 772 and 773.
Thank you so much, Sarah, though.
Profound apologies in one of them, and my apologies are eternal in the other one. What is he apologizing for the next day on May 22nd?
I'll call you as a witness in my
defamation
defamation trial, Sarah.
All of those things.
Would
And by the
Amber
way,
Heard
remember,
sues me
I
for
think
defamation?
Baruch even remembers the wine in the hallway. The police, none of the police officers remember the wine, and that's because they're busy and they got a zillion other things going, and they didn't.
Yeah, that's what it is.
2 months later, when they
You
were
can't
arrested.
speculate on that, Elaine.
So that's the next.
You really fucking can't.
So clearly, that's 100%
Now, this is where
false.
my
Clearly
food
they knew
choices
it.
get
Clearly
fucking
there's
amazing.
malice in making that statement.
Wait till you see
They're trying to
these dressed
suggest
fries,
that
Sarah.
She's manufacturing evidence with her friends to try to frame Mr. Depp.
She sure got spaghetti
from
who's
the
first.
truth on that one. And she did not want those police officers to press charges. Now let's go to the third one. Oh, let's talk about the makeup.
Priatno.
The third one.
Priatno.
This makeup thing, fresh-faced, natural. These were Adam Waldman planting these when he talked to the ECB people. Remember the testimony here. We kept asking. So did you talk to Mr.
Yes,
Waldman?
Owen. Thank you, buddy.
Mr. Waldman was trying to plant in
More
all
coming
these
soon.
people's minds.
Objection, Your Honor.
Somehow she wasn't.
Did you approach?
Doesn't look good. I don't like that. That's now twice that Johnny's lawyers have objected during closing arguments. That's not nice. It's not a good look. Camille, so you can see Camille is nervous about it. Look at her. Camille is fucking nervous about this, dude. Oh, thank you. At the moment, the vast majority of them are already up. I may have a couple more coming soon, but
So I didn't say that any
no.
of the witnesses admitted that Adam Waldman planted that. I'm saying he planted it. That's me arguing the planting. And that's because it's all the same thing. She wasn't wearing any makeup. She
I
was
don't know
natural.
about that,
She
Sarah. I
wasn't
think
wearing
that
a stitch of
she
makeup.
is
Everyone
nervous
said that it's the
because
exact
she
same
knows that
thing.
objecting
Why would you
during
say that?
closing
She's an
arguments is not a good
actor.
look.
She's not going to go outside her house, without putting makeup on. And if she has bruises, why on earth, when she's been covering them up for 4 years, why on earth would she not put makeup on so that she would cover those up?
But then why did she
on
not
earth would she not
when
want
she
to
went for the
cover up those
TRO?
bruises? It makes no sense. But you know what? You guys saw her here. You guys saw it. You saw Amber on the stand. There were days where she didn't wear eye makeup. A lot of people think that she's not wearing makeup when she doesn't have mascara.
What
and
the fuck?
She has a different look.
I can't keep doing
Well,
this. I
whatever the
can't
fuck
be
this
your
will get you on.
Wayne! The fuck?
Growing up was easy. Sure, everyone would do it.
Wayne, Sarah, fucking the two of ye fuckers being too fucking sweet and nice and kind. Who can even handle it? Wayne, thank you so much. Do you know what I might get with that, Wayne? I think I saw 1 or 2 games on Steam were on sale that I was interested in. So if you see me playing a certain game now on fucking stream, you'll be like, I helped Paddy get that game. Dude, you fucking legend, buddy.
And some of them are with eye makeup, and some of them are without.
Oh, shit.
And people misunderstand.
Normedia, stop trying to influence me to get paid
people
it
that
too.
aren't that good at makeup, and a lot of men,
All right.
frankly, go,
I
oh,
don't
that's
feel
then
like
she
I want
probably
to
doesn't
ask you
have makeup.
to do that
And
again.
that's where that
I'm not trying to be a dick about it.
But you heard her testimony and you heard her
Um,
makeup
2 seconds now.
testimony saying she doesn't go out of her role.
It's just
without
starting to
concealer
grate on
and
me.
foundation. She knows how to
Oh,
put
nice,
these things in.
Wayne.
And you saw Defendant's Exhibit 155, and you'll have the actual thing in there.
I have
That's
taken
the
your
type of
request
palette
for payday
she
2
used,
into
and
consideration,
She was very adept at
but
telling you what colors she puts
just
on
please stop
for the
going on and
different
on and
days
on
of
about it.
bruises. This is a woman who, for 4 years, did everything she could to cover up anybody knowing anything about this abuse. Do you honestly think she's just
Oh, that was
going
in
to
my
walk
head.
around for the week
I was like,
with her
lads, there's a
bruises
coyote in the
exposed? Of course
fucking
she
courtroom. I forgot I was fucking walking across the map.
Let's go to the third one.
Christ, that caught me so off guard.
And this is the abuse hoax. He says, we've reached the beginning of the end of Ms. Heard's abuse hoax against Johnny Depp. Now,
I get that, Narmeja, but you have said it before, and I have told you my feelings on it before. So I know you can say you were just kidding, but it's just when I have to tell somebody multiple times that I don't find it particularly funny. Foxicles!
Different things, but I will point out a couple things for you, and that is, remember Bonnie Jacobs, the therapist. Dr. Hughes and Dr. Spiegel testified
How
about
dare you.
Bonnie Jacobs' notes.
How dare you,
and
game.
remember that I was holding that, you don't get to see them, but they testified that they went through them. Dr. Hughes testified that she also spoke with Bonnie Jacobs. She kept contemporaneous notes
Sherlock.
from 2011 when she first
And
started
nothing else
seeing
to do.
Amber. And the abuse is documented in those notes, is what Dr. Hughes testified to.
Fuck
It started
Dr.
in
Hughes.
2012, both physical.
Oh shit, I didn't mean to run there.
Objection, Your Honor.
That Dr. Hughes
Admit-
testified to that.
Oh shit. Owen, I'm literally just trying to walk from one end of the map. Either or, Narmeja, it depends on which way it goes. Either I get to the end of this, then we continue watching the trial, or either the trial ends and I continue and go to the end. And then we're going to pop on over to, can we get an exclamation point hetero hubby, please, Sarah Bear? Because we're going to go over and hang out with our good friend Baz Not a Gamer after that, who is an amazing friend. Not bad. I'm annoyed I even died at all, if I'm being totally honest with you, Kyo, just because I've seen walks where people didn't die. So I'm kind of pissed that I did, but unfortunately, wolves, oh, true. I forgot about the drowning. Did I die there? With the drowning? I don't think I died. Did it not just put me back somewhere else? Without showing, like, you're dead? I can't remember accurately. Oh, okay. I hadn't started because we were still looking for where the edge of the map was there. We were still looking for where the edge of the map was, so I hadn't started at that point on the walk. So yeah, that was on the horse. Exactly. Yeah, so one death. Exactly. Owen, not right now. I'm sorry, buddy.
So Dr. Hughes,
Maybe after, Owen, if we have time and stuff.
Dr. Jacob, Dr. Giovanni.
I know, Sarah, I just...
reflecting both contemporaneous physical abuse and sexual abuse throughout that time.
Talk up, Elaine. You've gone very quiet all of a shot.
Confirmed that later and said the same.
These fries are so good. Oh, fuck my life. Trying to do this while holding...
Your Honor, objection.
That was in there.
Oh, fuck. This is really not good. Look, Amber's... She's smirking because she knows. Oh, why are they... Don't... Fuck. Yeah, totally agree, Sarah. There you go, Sarah Bear.
Confirmed that he had reviewed Bonnie Jacobs' notes as well.
They are fucking
And
good,
when
let me
asked
tell you.
Dr. Curry,
They are
she
real
said she
fucking
had
good.
reviewed them, but she had no comment, but she also didn't deny them.
Now I gotta try eating,
Amber Heard testified
playing,
that she
watching.
went back and because
But why
of
is it
that,
gone so quiet? Elaine,
she
get closer to the
realized
mic, you
for the first time
fucking
that the
donkey.
abuse started much earlier than she even realized before. She always had thought that
Always.
it started in 2014.
There, I've turned it up a bit. I hope that's
When
not
she
too
went
loud
back and
now.
saw Bonnie Jacobs' notes, she realized that it had started much earlier, and she was very
Oh,
embarrassed.
it's good on.
Now, significantly, you remember
Thank you
that
again,
she
Sarah.
testified about how
Thank
she
you.
she was first called upon to actually detail all of her events of abuse in February of this year. And she went through and took the notes, took photos, she took everything she had, calendars, everything, put it all together, and you heard about at least 64 pages.
I'm sorry.
Detail.
I am sorry, but also I'm not. This was
And
bought
Mr.
by me.
Depp's team
Bought for
has
me
been
by a
able
good
to
friend on the
not
stream.
refute any
So
of
I need
that.
to eat it.
Remember, they tried to impeach her and say, well, you didn't say that. She said, yes.
Braver men than you have tried, Nermeja.
Remember that? It was a very, very difficult process for her because there was an awful lot of it. And
So now it's a
she
mukbang
didn't
stream
do it
too.
all. Now,
Holy shit.
let's talk for a moment about the motive.
Tack. That's tack.
They have
Where the
said
fuck is
that
Elaine from?
She has created this whole hoax, and I think Ben's done a nice job of showing how that can't possibly happen.
Ben's done a shit job.
But what would Amber Heard's motive be for creating a
Yo,
hoax, for
Wayne,
creating any of
get
this,
something
for
fucking
making
tasty
any
into you,
of
boy.
this up? That's a big question here. They
Tack
call her a
and
gold
fack.
digger, right? But
Oh, bollocks.
she obviously couldn't have.
This is complicated. This is a lot more complicated than you might think, by the way.
Laura Wasser, the divorce attorney, she said that California is a no-fault state and community property.
Oh, shit.
So Amber doesn't have to have an abuse. She could have divorced him for irreconcilable differences, for abandonment, for adultery, for anything. She doesn't need an excuse. And she gets 50% of whatever he earns.
But that's not the point. She knew
Unless
she
they
would
had a
want to
prenup
profiteer
or a
off of it
postnup.
later down the
testimony
line.
from Michelle Mulrooney was that Amber completely cooperated with the prenup and the postnup, but it was Johnny Depp who, and you've already heard from Ben, called her up and fired her. He didn't want a postnup or a prenup. So she's entitled to 50% of everything he earns during that time. Now, we
owns.
have Plaintiff's Exhibit 936 in evidence. And look at page 69. It says how much he made
Nice.
in 2015.
Nice,
$43
Elaine.
million. Remember Mr. Spindler, Depp's expert, who said that he made $22 million in 2016. So you got $65 million. Amber was entitled to 31.5 at
It
least.
wasn't about that
doesn't
for
include all
her.
the back ends from, for example, Pirates 5. She was entitled to that money. So she didn't need to say anything. She could have just said, I don't like you anymore. I don't like the color of your hair. I'm going to divorce you.
Your
She
Honor,
would have been
we're
entitled
going to
that.
object again.
Oh, fuck. It's all falling away. It's all falling away, lads. Also, the trial is buffering. Well, it's not actually buffering. That's the funny thing. That's on their side, not on my side. Interestingly. Wait a goddamn minute. What? Lads, what the fuck?
So if you do the math, Amber is entitled to at least 31.5. What does she take? $7 million. What does she do with
Will
the
you
$7
quiet her now again, Elaine?
Or she intends to give it to children. Now they make much ado
Elaine
about
really
the
doesn't know how to use a fucking microphone.
corporate designations
Christ.
for ACLU and for Children's Hospital said donation and pledge are interchangeable. These are pledges.
No,
The
fuck
ACLU
off.
corporate designee said you typically do pledges because of the tax benefits, and that's what she
That's
said.
bullshit.
She pledged it over a period of time because of
But
the
she
tax
demanded that Johnny give it all up
implications to
front.
And because she was getting paid over the time. Now, she started to make these donations, and you'll see that the first one was on behalf of Mr. Depp's business manager, Mr. White, actually sent the letters with the $100,000 for each of those.
Oh, so
That
he
was
sent it,
the
not Johnny,
initial
is it?
ones. He was trying to take credit for those, and in fact, both the ACLU and Children's Hospital got confused and gave the credit to Mr. Depp, not to Amber, for those. Then she made payments to both, And Elon Musk also made payments to both for $500,000 each, which she didn't count to her pledge, but they helped those organizations. At the end of the day,
The
she's made $1
ACLU
million
confirmed
in
that they
in
did
payments to
count
them.
toward her
But
pledge.
then she got sued here
The
and
Musk
hasn't been
money.
able to.
What are
because
you
she spent
talking about?
$6
Why are you
million
straight up
in
lying?
attorney's fees. That is
What is that
unrefuted.
about?
She still intends to pay those pledges, honor those pledges, and she said that throughout. And I elicited from both the ACLU
She had
and
13
from
months.
Children's Hospital. They haven't expired. She can
She
pay
got
them
the
whenever
$7
she
million
wants
and
to,
she had 13 months
fully
and she
intends to.
didn't fucking
But she
use
has
it.
to get out from under this first.
She had 13 months. Shut
Now,
the fuck
who
up, Elaine.
would
You're full of
accuse-
shit.
who would
You're lying,
blame a
bitch.
woman for giving
Fuck off.
$1 million in charitable donations? Who would do that? That sounds like psychological abuse to me. Now, Mr. Mandel testified that Johnny Depp is not a charitable person, and he hasn't written any big checks for him. Mr. Depp got on the stand and says he does it anonymously, but Mr. Mandel would have been the one writing the checks, and he says that didn't happen. Now let's go to damages, because I promised you I was going to go pretty fast here.
Are you telling me, Elaine, that Johnny Depp has never written a check for himself?
There's a few different types of damages, but one of the things that the court has talked
That if he's trying to do something anonymously that he can't write a check himself. Is that your testimony, Elaine?
It's invidious, and therefore it's
Is
very
it?
difficult to prove these. And so these damages to business reputation, inconvenience, embarrassment are presumed. You don't have to prove those damages. And one great example of that is the testimony from Mr. Hamada at Warner Brothers. He didn't want to have to get in the middle of all of this with Aquaman 2. They haven't even released it. So he didn't read anything in preparation for his deposition. He didn't talk to anybody before his deposition. He said that he tried to do technicals and say, no, we never terminated her contract. But, oh, yeah, we did tell her we were probably not going to renew her option. And then we didn't change the script, but Amber got the script, and yes, they did change it. Then
Oh,
he
so
said,
he's a liar. You're literally
no, we
calling
never
his testimony
negotiate
lies.
salaries, But, oh, yeah, we did renegotiate Jason Momoa's and Gal Gadot's. So he
They're
just
the
doesn't want to
stars, you
admit to
fucking
any of these
donkeys.
things. But what
Oh,
came
this
out in
actually-
Hamada's
this is giving me a
deposition,
fucking
I hope you were
migraine.
listening carefully to this,
Lying
was the
bitch.
email from James Wan, the director, and Jason Momoa, her co-star, who said they guarantee if they are in the film,
Yeah.
she is going to be Mara in the film. Why would they do that unless they thought Warner Brothers was being unfair to her? And why did she get almost knocked out of it? Because
So you're
of the
saying that
defamatory
Hamada is a
statements.
liar, is
They
what you're
came
saying?
out- They took on a life of their own. Ron Schnell, the young Sheldon, I call him, or the Doogie Howser, our expert on IT, took you through and tracked how they tracked the defamatory statements, the language from the defamatory statements, how that went through the social
Why? So that you
media,
could
the
know when
negative
they're
social
fucking
media.
absolutely talking
And
shit?
it kept going and kept going. And he tracked all the way until a few months ago over 2.36 million negative tweets, negative Instagrams, negative social media's comments about Amber that relate specifically to the information that was in those 3 defamatory statements.
Not true,
It
but
took
anyway,
on a
whatever.
life of its
Don't
own.
care
They
anymore.
started
I'm
to
done. Thank you,
get Amber
Sarah.
fired from
Oh, wait, I've still got
Aquaman
another
2.
chicken
They have
sausage.
continued to this
Yarp.
day. They have followed her everywhere. Everybody has stopped wanting her. L'Oreal won't use her, even though they've kept her on from that time. She lost 3 different opportunities.
So wait, they've
that
kept
were
her
being
on?
discussed with her. The most
So she hasn't lost that
significant part of
opportunity, is what you're
though,
saying.
Is that Aquaman was the biggest blockbuster ever for DC Films. It was the biggest. It was over $1 billion. This was her opportunity for her star. Even the experts from Mr. Depp admitted
I'd
this
much
was
rather
her
be watching
blockbuster.
this
This
than,
was her mega.
than-
But what happened instead?
I'd much rather be watching this
as
than, like,
she's going through,
keeping
as
up with
it's
the
coming
Kardashians
out,
or something.
and in that 16 months they were going, well, nothing happened. Yeah, lots happened. She had 3 different films she was discussing. She got the L'Oreal contract. She got the stand. All of those things were happening because of Aquaman. And then everything shut down. She wasn't allowed to do publicity for the stand. She wasn't allowed to, she hasn't been allowed to do anything for L'Oreal. She got shut down from her charitable organizations. She ended up not getting the Amazon movie. And then they gave her a hard time about...
Everything shut down in early 2020. How interesting. Everything shut down in early 2020 because of fucking COVID, Elaine.
Aquaman 2. And instead of the career trajectory of the other comparators who all went
They're
way
not
up,
comparables.
and by the way,
But
all the
continue.
experts admit that career trajectory went well for all the rest of them, and she's the only one that didn't have it. And the reason is because of the defamatory
They weren't
statements.
comparables,
So
but
you
anyway.
have some very good information to help you on ascertaining those damages. Now, Jessica Kovacevic,
No worries, Norwegia.
and I don't know if you remember her,
Hopefully
but
I'll
she
still
was
be
her
on.
agent. She said, everybody just stop talking. The producers don't want her, the directors don't want her, nobody wants her. We just can't get the traction, and we should have been able to get the
That
traction.
doesn't help,
and
Baz,
they said
exactly.
because of those statements. So, Catherine Arnold gave you some good estimates on this.
I
and
wouldn't
she gave
cast
you
her.
a very good basis for it. And she didn't use Jason Momoa's or Gal Gadot's or the others. She used Amber's, but used those comparators to show that they got big movies, that they got commercial opportunities.
Jason
that they
Momoa
got
was
these
Conan the
TV
Barbarian
opportunities.
before he
but
ever-
she used the base that Amber had. So she used the $4 million from the Aquaman, that would be $3 million. She used the stands, you know, how much they got paid per movie. And what she estimated on those, and she went through those details, is
This
that
is
if you
so
took that for
bad.
the last 2 years and projected into the next 3 to 4, that it's between $47 and $50 million that she could have had, instead of her star being completely
And that
extinguished.
factors in COVID,
and that's
yeah?
what's happened to her. The emotional distress
Does that factor in
damages
COVID?
are even more extreme here. And that is, Don Hughes testified extensively about the PTSD and what she
The
goes
non-existent
through.
PTSD,
And every time
yeah.
she's called a liar, every time these hoax things come up, everything, it causes her to relive all of it. She talks
Which is
about
why
the
she
panic
smirks and
attacks,
smiles
the
and,
nervousness,
yeah.
the intrusive
Gotcha.
thoughts, the nightmares, all of the sweats, the anxiety.
Oh, she
that
is
goes
very
through all
sweaty.
of this. It's significant, but probably the most compelling testimony
Yeah,
that
exactly.
we ever hear
You
was
cannot
from
base
Amber
damages on what you
yesterday
could have
and when
had.
she
You
was
have to base them on
before.
past
It
earnings.
has destroyed her life. This has consumed
You cannot
her.
base it on the
She's
opportunities
getting
you
death
lost,
threats.
because you never
Her
know.
daughter, they're threatening to put her daughter in a microwave, for God's sakes. She
Show that
can't
tweet.
get away from this.
Show that
It's
tweet.
everywhere. This media, the social media that has just taken off, has just consumed her life. As she said, I'm a human being. No
Well,
human
debatable.
being should be put through this.
Lies.
Now, Johnny Depp sued for $100 million or for $50 million. And we sent a message back saying, fine, then we're going to sue for $100 million because look at what you've done to her. We're not asking you to give $100 million.
Sorry, can you continue there, Elaine? Oh, what the fuck? Sorry, folks, 2 seconds.
I'm no author, and I sell
Fuck off.
literally thousands of books on Amazon every single month. And you know the crazy thing? I didn't.
Oh, Elaine's done.
Ladies and gentlemen, what I'm going to do, we still have rebuttal closing arguments.
Oh, excellent.
But I can guarantee you that the rebuttal closing arguments will be done combined within 45 minutes.
Thank
But
you,
what I
Judge
want to do is
Benny.
go ahead and let you have your lunch. And then after lunch, we'll come back in the courtroom, have the rebuttal
Johnny,
closing arguments.
Camille,
and
you
then
should get
we'll
some of
submit
these
the case to
fucking
you,
chicken
okay?
curry fries.
All right, so go ahead and have your lunch. Do not discuss the case with each other, and do not do any outside research, okay?
I agree, Baz. Exactly. But no, it's true. Another thing that the behavioral analysis on YouTube, or the behavioral analyst talked about, was how you layer, when you're talking about things of importance, the order you put them in. And she always went like, that this happened to me, that this blah, and that it damaged my
So
career.
let's-
So for her, the
let's
most
come back at
important
2:10.
thing
And
was
just
the damage to
for
her
the
career.
record, plaintiffs have 39 minutes left for rebuttal. Defendants have 6 minutes. Okay? I didn't take any time off from the sidebars. 0 off from the sidebars. It's all from testimony. Okay? All right. Thank you.
Oh, okay. I take it all back. I take it all back. They've played this perfectly. Same as they did for the whole fucking trial. They've got all the time, and Amber's side has fuck all. Oh, the desperation that they're going to scramble with to try and get together a 6-minute closing statement. Ah, beautiful. So they have to come back for rebuttals. They're going on lunch now. So they're going on lunch now, and they'll come back for rebuttals. And then the plaintiffs, Depp's crowd, have 39 minutes left for their rebuttal side of the argument. And Amber's side has 6 minutes. Because that's what happened. Amber's side talked for fucking ever. And they burned through all their time, which is what they always do. And Depp's team thought conservatively and just said what they needed to say. Yeah, imagine they have to try to pull together a 6-minute closing statement that's going to rebut at 30
more than just physical.
Minutes.
He talked about
shit.
the words and emotional abuse and not wanting her to go forward with her career, and that's another form of abuse.
Is it though? I'm going to shut that fucker up because he looks like he'd annoy me. So... What time is it now? 6:15. Baz, we might not be over to you for 7. Might be a little after 7, because if they're going on break and then they've got 45 minutes, it could be closer to kind of 7:30, 8. Sorry, I'm a fuck up. Oh, we're getting close to the edge of the map though. 3 hours 20 minutes. It's not bad. That's my time on my watch, on my stopwatch here. Rockin' born. Opinion is different, very much so. But the court of public opinion doesn't matter. I know, Sarah. They keep fucking up their time allowance. They keep fucking it up. Like how long did Rottenborn go on for? How long did they let Rottenborn go on for? Like, what the fuck is that? Oh shit, sorry. Yes, that's a good shout, Sarah. Thank you. So all of Johnny's, as in Camille and Chew, were done within an hour. So that's fucking wild. So wild. Much wild. Holy shit, lads. I think we're getting close. Holy shit. That is disgraceful. So lunch break is only 2 minutes 40? Oh no, that's probably just for them to come back. Yeah, we're just passing the Tesla lab. I'm just soaking in those sounds. Again though, thank you so much for talking absolute... No, but what annoyed me the most, right? Obviously, every lawyer has their narrative and every lawyer is trying to persuade or push. But the behavioral analyst, right? He's a guy I watch here on YouTube and he's fucking amazing. But he talks a lot about you guide to someone to an answer, you don't tell them the answer. If you tell them the answer, they will question it. If you go, oh yeah, this happened, they'll be like, did it though? Like blah, blah, blah. If you go, here's the sequence of events, and they go, oh shit, maybe. And the example he used was if you say to somebody, here, your brother Jim has a drinking problem, they'd be like, no, like everyone has a drink. Like, no, I think you're wrong, blah, blah, blah. They'd be resistant. But if you say, did you have to pick Jim up last night? Yeah. Was he drinking? Yeah. And does he do that kind of often, or like maybe every other night? Maybe a little bit more sometimes. I don't know. Okay. The other person is going, fuck, does Jim have a drinking problem? You know what I mean? You haven't said it to them, but you've they're now, you guide them to the answer. You don't tell them the answer. Yeah, I heard that, and I have not, like, here's the thing, I'm sure people have said all kinds of vile things. I can say that I've seen on Facebook equally vile things being said about Johnny Depp, and, you know, like, about his family, so... If you're going to take one tweet or one fucking whatever from the internet and use that as the argument and also Johnny Depp didn't write that tweet. So what relevance does that have? Like, objection relevance. What the fuck does it matter that some fucking lunatic... People who had that story too with the whole Colleen Rooney thing. That's true. She's just robbing other people's fucking stories, man. It's fucking sickening. That's it. Wait. 3 hours, 25 minutes, and 1 second to walk from one end of the Red Dead map to the other. Holy shit. Holy fucking shit. It's the first time I've ever done it. I've played this game a lot, but that's the first time I've ever casually walked from one side of the map to the other. So we went all the way from the Sea of Coronado up to Dover Hill. Hey, mister! Pig mask. Point me in the direction of Arthur's grave. Now that we got a bit of time, let's go check out Arthur's grave. It's up near Beaver's Hollow, right? It's on the mountain, no? Where is the mountain? Because there's Beaver Hollow. Yo, thanks, Kyo. Appreciate you, boo. It is up near Beaver Hollow, right? It's up here, isn't it? Is it above the hill home? Oh. Up here? Yeah. Harry Potter house? Is that not this one? Or is it where what's her name lives? Is it Willow's Rest? Willow's Rest? Hey, mister. Oh shit, really? I thought it was up this side. My apologies. I thought it was much more up this side. I don't know why my brain was leading me to that. Oh wait, it's in... Is it the Three Sisters? The Veterans Homestead. No worries, Rob. I just can't remember off the top of my head. I apologize. Should I stick back on some music while we're waiting for stuff to reappear? All right, there we go. We got some background music at least. I can't remember exactly where it is. I don't know why I thought it was up around the Beaver Hollow area. Is that not where Grimshaw's is? Have you heard any of the theories out there that, you know, the way Camille and Johnny seem to be very close? Have you heard the theories that that could be a tactic? Because the idea being, if Amber sees Johnny close with this other woman and an abuser and a narcissist will still feel possessive of a person because they got away. So if she sees Camille and Johnny flirting and being like close to each other, it's going to make her angrier, which will come out in Camille's when Camille's cross-examining her. I don't know how true that is. I don't know if that is what was happening, but it does seem like it would be a good tactic if you're trying to expose that the other person is narcissistic and jealous. Oh, I did eat my other sausage. What the fuck? I was like, oh, did I eat my other sausage? Yes, Paddy. Yes, you did. And it was delicious. Non-spawn. Ooh, I just punched this thing. I can't remember. Hey, mister. These are the ones we should be listening to, though, because they know their shit. Like, I'm out here fucking spouting nonsense. It's northeast of Bacchus Station. Bacchus Station is where? I don't know. Bacchus Station. There's Wallace Station. Riggs Station. Fort Wallace. Which is up here. Oh, yeah, I see it now. So northeast. Northeast. So about here, roughly. Wait a goddamn minute. Oh no. It's out roaming the countryside. Wait, did I pick it up? Oh, it's the electric lantern. Yeehaw. Did you kill Tesla? I did not. His robot that he made killed him. As usually happens. I did not. Oh, hi, Baz. Well, hello there. Hello, Feral Labs. How are you? Good to see you. Hope you're keeping well, keeping well. Running through the countryside, shifting lots of men. Objection! Speculation! Been a while, buddy. For real Feral, is that you? I'm gonna presume, I wasn't sure, because I've often made a mistake, like in Baz's stream, I referenced somebody as knowing them, and then they were like, no. Ah, welcome on in, Feral. How you doing? Elaine was her usual self. Aurora. But here's the... Aurora, let me tell you. Here's the funny part, right? Elaine and fucking rotten scum talked so much that guess how much they have left for rebuttals in the closing arguments. So I'll tell you that Johnny's team have 39 minutes left for rebuttals in the closing arguments. Guess how much Amber's team has. Yes, I do remember you used to be Fertilization. I do remember that. How was everything? Boom, 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 boom. Six minutes. Pretty close, Bez. So Johnny Depp's team get to come on and rebut everything that was said by them for 39 minutes, and then they get on and they have 6 minutes to rebut the 39 minutes. No, they don't get to have the last word. But I mean, it's going to be very hard for them to condense all of their rebuttal to whatever Johnny's team are saying in that 39 minutes into 6 minutes. They're just going to be like, honestly, she didn't do it, I swear to God, like. Health is better than it has been. Been off work for a long time. Shit, man. I hope you're doing better, though. It sounds like you might be. With the health stuff. How's the fam? Hope everybody be keeping well. Is this the Harry Potter house you were referencing? Who said Harry Potter house? Very nice. I gave up Twitch. Happily. I just went on a rant earlier about how much I prefer being over here. Kids are wanting to move in. But that's awesome for you. That is awesome for you. And absolutely. You gotta do what makes you happy. So fair fucks, buddy. Fair fucks. So, is that where you were on about? Oh, I've done it, Aurora. 3 hours, 25 minutes and 1 second. We're done that now. It's kind of made into the ground with grass on top and it's kind of round. Yeah. Amber Heard claims to be a human being. She literally went for the ending of The Elephant Man, by the way, for her testimony yesterday. I am a human being. I'm a man. It's actually southwest of you now. Okay. So, southwest. I'm very confused, Rob. Unreal Saber. It's all good. It's all good, Rob. I just hope Owen is still there after all this effort. Oh, I've got curry. I got some curry. Again, thank you so much. Do you know what, Baz? Do you know what Sarah and Kyo did for me? Baz, Sarah and Kyo ordered me fucking food. It was delicious. Wait, what the fuck? This is a very strange place. I am deeply confused. Do you know what's mad, bro? It's pretty fucking bang on to where I dropped the pin, bro. I believe. From looking at this. Like, it's a little bit south of that, maybe. Like, just down here. Holy shit. Food is the way to Paddy's heart. Films are the way to his penis. Me and Puppers are both addicted to dislike the game. Oh, cool. What's that like? I see a lot of ads for it on YouTube, but I haven't... it looked like an idle game. I'm not really a big fan of those, but... I have both. Sarah, you know I love you and I really appreciate you, but I cannot say otherwise because it's my hetero hobby, yo. I love you too, Sarah Bear. But just like I'd be super pissed if Baz was like, oh yeah, I love you more than Paddy. It's not an idle game. I don't know why I thought it was. Baz, we will be over as soon as the trial stuff wraps up though. Because I did say we're probably going to go, it's going to go on beyond 7, unfortunately. But we'll stop by. No, this game needs strategy. Oh, okay. I think the way they're marketing it, the ads don't really show that or something. I don't know. Like, as I said, the vibe I definitely got from the ads that are all over YouTube, pitch it or pose it as very much an idle game. And I think that's why I haven't... I sent the picture to your Twitter, mister. It's all good. I got it. I got one on the Google. I got one on the Google. Doon, 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 doon. For 6 days, and I've almost completed the game, and some people who have been playing for months are shocked. Wow, that's incredible. Wayne, what did you get? Did you get your snack box? Nice. And half the menu. Sure, look, Wayne, it's got to be done. Very cool. That is so cool, man. Have you been doing like interviews and stuff? That's the sign of a good, healthily ordered meal, Wayne. When you're like, I don't know, there's just a lot of food. But I'm eating. We ordered a fuck ton too. Fair play. That's what I'm talking about, you beautiful bastards. Look at my ridiculous cheekbones. Hey, mister! Oh, shit. I'll take some cocaine and be fine. Things learned from Johnny Depp. I have an extra mouth to feed, so I mean, it has to be done. Sure, exactly. Even if you didn't, I wouldn't fucking judge. Eat everything you fucking want. I sometimes order enough for like the story of me and Baz's sushi is infamous. It's legendary. Like that poor waitress, just the trauma on her face. 7 Days to Die and had mod developers and mod owners jumping into chats. Very cool. Oh, I get you. That's cool. When me and Baz did the sushi thing, we ordered sushi, and one of the people's, the waitress at that time literally was like, and who else is coming? And we were like, there is just the two of us. Unfortunately, just in case you're like, oh, I don't hear what John's saying, I don't think John does say anything. Oh God, Sarah, what are you going to say to jinx it? We love you, Arthur, now and always, buddy. Everybody, 3, 2, 1, alright? I know with the delay this is going to be hard, but come on. I'll try and work to the delay. 3, 2, 1. We salute you, Mr. Morgan. Me and my flabby bingo wings. Saw you were live at Red Dead and was confused because I knew it wasn't Wednesday. We love you, Arthur. We do. We fucking do. Yeah, I know, bud. We just walked across the map in real time. Took 3 hours, 25 minutes, and 1 second. It was, and we were watching the Johnny Depp Amber Heard trial as well at the same time. You can, of course, Aurora. I agree, Sarah. But I have asked people that if anybody does feel... Like, if anybody does have a difference of opinion on this, don't be... Nobody... I will not allow anybody to harass someone for their opinion as well. Do you know what I mean? If someone comes in... Oh, fuck off! Can I have a vent as well? Holy shit, Connor! Welcome to the family! Paddy Van Damme loves you. Thanks, buddy. Appreciate you. That is fucking ludicrous, Aurora. Can I have a small vent? Can you send me that person's details so I can punch him in the fucking mouth? Yeah, like that's literally like, hey, I've got something truly fucking potentially life-altering. Oh yeah, just sniff some lemongrass and you'll be fine. That's not how this works. I can clearly tell you are not a medical professional. Ugh. Not anymore should be your answer to that. This is honestly, with the highlights and stuff, it's honestly like a fucking... It's like sports. It's honestly like sports. It's like, they're gonna like pause and do playback and show like, and here's where they ran it in for touchdown. I'll drip you into a vat of essential oils. It might cure your fucking stupidity. Probably not though. It's probably genetic. Genetic. I preferred the idea of you dripping them into a vat of essential oils. I was going to try and come out through your TVs ring girl style. What's her name? Samara. Or Sadako, depending on which version you watch. She's Samara in the American one, and she's Sadako in the Japanese one. Do you know what I mean? Samara, Sadako. Sadako, Samara. Nice to meet each other. She's the American one, you're the Japanese one. Go on. Regarding Depp and Heard, what happens, happens. Yeah, I mean, I've watched every day of the trial. So I feel like I'm pretty much as informed as the jurors. So I have my reasons for why I'm feeling what I'm feeling. But again, I would never harass somebody for feeling differently. Unless they were being really fucking stupid about it. Like, really stupid. There's a difference between being like, well, this is my opinion, this is why, and just being like, no, you're wrong. I didn't know lavender could cure potential brain... You know what? That's amazing. Well, yeah, essential oils can fix anything. I was told that with my depression. Just sprinkle some of this on your pillow, and you'll feel great. And I'm like, or... I'll fuck myself into the shit. Like, seriously. Wonder how long that would take. I hate that you put that in my brain now. I mean, I'd have to go from the very top to the very south. Yeah, Wayne, obviously. No, lemongrass. Lemongrass cures blindness and wanking. Just put lavender. Yeah, that's the Sarah. Same. We'll see something today, otherwise. Okay. Because, yeah. Okay. Have you tried not being blind? Exactly. Okay. So, yeah, that answers... That's kind of in line with what I was saying, Sarah. There's a chance it'll be today, but if not, it will be... What will we do while we wait? Actually, you know what? I like Baz's idea. I heard lavender cures wanking and wanking cures blindness. That's it. You heard correct. I mean, I love lavender and it relaxes me, but it's not going to cure the idiot in my head. Yeah. Well, unsurprisingly then as well, the same for Aurora, just telling her that to do with her MRI stuff, that essential oils would fix it. You could see that Amber's peeps were not happy at the fact that they only have because they stood up and they were like, Your Honor, blah blah blah, after she announced the amount of time. That's true, Sarah. I imagine they're going to object to 95% of I imagine that this time around they're going to go on the fucking offensive with objections. Exactly. As I say, I think their last thing would just be like, oh, come on, lads, please. She didn't do it, honest. Leave her alone. Oh, no, wait, they've already used the leave her alone strategy. They've already tried the leave her alone strategy. God damn. Damn, damn, damn. Wait a minute. Wait a goddamn minute. Why can't I fast travel? You fucking serious, bro? They fooked that they are. The 6 minutes will be screeching Ember. It's like sports. You've got the commentators and everything. It's like, I love closings. They're fucking great. This is about a man that drowned his toddler. But closings, they're fucking top notch. Me when listening to Rotten Guy. Alright, come on. Get your lunch break done, lads. I'm out for blood. I'm out for the blood. Oh yeah, that was amazing, the Amber Alert. That was truly a special magical moment, Sarah. I feel like that's one of those moments that will live in my brain rent-free forever. So to clarify, there was an Amber Alert that went off. For anybody that wasn't here, there was an Amber Alert that went off in the court during the closing testimony, their closing testimony. It was like, she's lying, she's lying. I know, right? Do you think Johnny Depp fans fucking planted it? Oh shit, my horse is too far away. Cool. Amber Alert for the other side. Golden rays of sunshine. I did love those God rays on Vasquez. I think Elaine did to get her more time. I wonder will Amber pay for her lunch, or do McDonald's have to wait 26.5 years for her to pay for the Happy Meal? When you buy a Happy Meal, you don't pay for the Happy Meal, alright? When you buy a house, buying a house is not comparable to charity, love. That was glorious, Wayne. Yeah, she pledged it to McDonald's. She will pledge her food money. Sarah donated, she didn't pledge. And Wayne donated. Let's all go to the lobby. Yeah, you donated. You didn't just pledge. Oofed. Oofed. John, look out. Watch out for that tree. Reap. Perfect. Not a problem in the world. Oofed. But they said no, Miss Heard, and I said it's okay. I heard you loud and clear. She'll definitely need a happy meal after this one, but she's not loving it. She couldn't pay. She got sued 7 months later. I just clicked a few buttons and poof, money gone. It's magic. How did you do that? That was incredible, Wayne. You're like a superhero. Okay, are we going back to the trial? Come on. No, they're still fucking waffling, pricks. The Wellerman Depp remake? No, I haven't. The Wellerman Depp remake. The Waldman... Wait, what? It's true. It's true. I had to get up and get my fucking wedge roll when I was in Munchins. Taking the piss now, like. Exactly. Man, no. That's Amber. This is not the vegan salad that I asked for. Whitney, take this salad back or I will throw it in your fucking face. Whitney! Do you see they weren't allowed to use the clip from a reality show that Whitney was on where she says, where it's confirmed that Amber beat the shit out of her? Like, they're like, I can't believe Amber beat the shit out of you. And she's like, I don't want to talk about it. But they got an injunction to stop that being used. You can actually watch the clip though online. Oh, cool. Doing that in first person was sickening. Rottenborn looks like what you imagine cum would look like if it was a physical thing. You would eat the chicken fillet roll now in your 5 minutes or you'd go hungry. You fucking would, bye. Alright, let's go. So what's the plan? I know, right? It was pretty glorious. Oh shit, let's go. So we're gonna ride south. Yeah, we're riding. We're riding, folks. Let's ride. Throwbacks to PTSD from the chipper. Are you sure you have PTSD now? I'm telling you, right? I'm a fucker for self-diagnosing, but I wouldn't... Like, not self-diagnosing any kind of mental illness. No, no, no. All of those are diagnosed by a fucking medical professional. But, like, I'm terrible for self-diagnosing when it comes to, like, a cold or a flu or shit. But, the one thing... Like, I would definitely never self-diagnose fucking PTSD for myself. Slap a vegan with a rake of ribs. I'm gonna put that in my rap song. Slap a vegan with a rake of ribs. Ask him if he knows what irony is. Take a bite of that. My coke's starting to fizz. I want a chicken curry with no chicken. Excuse me? I want a chicken curry with no chicken. So, a vegetarian curry? Ooh, absolutely. Aurora, share. In February with things I've been doing for 10 years. 10 years, like? Of course, yeah. But at least see what you said there? You were diagnosed. You didn't pay someone to come in and just tell you you had it. And pretend. I've heard similar arguments to that. Like, I've heard, what's the... Oh, have you heard about the one in Portland, actually, where it was like, sorry, can I get a black coffee? And they were like, we don't call it a black coffee here. We call it a Americano without creamer. Or we call it, yeah, we call it an Americano with no creamer. And he's like, and they were like, no, it's offensive to say black coffee. Your man was like, do you know what? I don't want anything, thanks. Good luck. Take care of yourselves. Wait, what was that? Where's that stranger fuck? That's hardly it. Good luck and God bless. Wait, what? So I have a history of doctors, imagine Paddy doing this in VR. I have a history of doctors dismissing my physical symptoms, telling me I'm stressed, so my therapist wrote a letter I can whip out next time refuting that. Good therapists are literally the savior of any of us who do suffer with any kind of mental health conditions, because a good therapist will have your fucking back. When I went into my therapist in December and said, look, I need antidepressants, he was like, you've never asked me for antidepressants. And I was like, yeah. And he was like, if you think you need antidepressants, I trust you on this matter because you've always been like, I don't need them. So if you're coming to me, and it's not me saying, oh, I think you need these. If you're at the point where you feel you need them, then I trust you. Boom. Boom, 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 ba-boom, boom, ba-headshot. Long old break. I know, yeah. I think this might be one of the longest, is it? He was also like, it's absolutely okay to take sedation for the MRI, but I expect him to be like the one to say don't rely on it. I did. No spoilers just for people in the chat. Please, Farrell. But I loved it. Say 4 pisses since they went to lunch. I really like this guy's MGK impression. I think the 3 mins is repeating. I think so too. Yeah, no, I did, and I thoroughly enjoyed it. I had a great time with it. I think it's probably the best video game movie ever made, if I'm being totally honest. You and me both, Sarah. That's a really good Halsey impression she's doing. We live in Groundhog Day. I'm not sure if Top's having children, but it's close. Oofed. To buy some teardrops. Teardrop. Food's here! Woo! Sarah, get that food, ain't ya? So I love Advent Children. Final Fantasy VII is one of my favorite things ever. But I don't know. I feel like that is a slightly different Like, I feel like Advent Children relies, like, it's for the fans. Like, as in, it's literally, if you weren't a fan of Final Fantasy VII and you didn't know anything about it, I don't think you would get as much out of Advent Children. Whereas if you don't know Sonic, I think you'd still enjoy. Like, my kids don't really know Sonic stuff that much, but they love the Sonic movies. I guess, like, subjectively, I would, like you say, Advent Children tickles a very funny spot for me that I love because it's it's based on my favorite video game ever made. But then it's yeah, but there's a difference between of knowing Sonic. As I say, right, you don't need to know any lore about Sonic going into Sonic 2. You don't need to know any lore about Sonic going into Sonic 2, whereas if you're going into Advent Children, you kind of have to know, like, what happened prior to it for some of it to make sense. Aw. In first person, I can't seem to get my horse to jump off a cliff. It's not fair. Why is this game being so mean to me? We got there in the end. We were able to eventually get our horse to jump off the cliff. I don't think so, Farrell. I was sending pics, but I was too busy eating. Da-da-da-da-da-da. Yeah, but it also said revive or kill. So you can either put your horse out of its misery, or you can just give it like basically like a horse adrenaline injection. Go on, Jose. Hey, mister.
Because if they did, they can get lost. I have never been so insulted in all my life. Really, laughed at, balderdash. Are you quite certain you're not a spy?
I was gonna try and steal her carriage thing, but it won't let me. Oh shit, Rob. Good point. There we go. Pig Mask Arthur lives on through John. Huh, mister? Or what? Don't tell me what to do. That song. Who's going to play Elaine in the movie? I reckon... What's your one? She was in Ghostbusters and she's on Saturday Night Live. Fuck. Kate McKinnon. I think Kate McKinnon should play Elaine in the movie. I think Johnny Depp should play Johnny Depp in the movie. And I think Brie Larson should play Amber Heard. Then I think they should spunk into a bottle of Lilt and backwash it and get that to play Rottenborn. I fucked up, lads. I fucked up because I fucked up when I fucked up and I'm not sorry. I have truly fucked up here. Oh no. No! John can't swim. John can't swim, you see. Blub, 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 blub. Oh, he's not gonna survive. He did, yo. What's up?
I need Mama's water bottle.
Where's Mama's water bottle?
I don't know.
What are you talking about? Pig Mask Arthur is drowning.
What?
He's drowning.
What do I do?
I don't know. It seems to be glitched. Oh wait. Apparently I can still swim. Oh, probably not though. Oh well. Phoebe, Sarah said, "Hi Phoebes. Did you have your cookie?
Yeah.
Did you have your milkshake?
Yeah.
Did you like them?
Yeah.
What the hell was that?
I do not know.
Go check.
Okay.
Was it a ghost?
I don't know.
Monster?
I don't know.
Mama?
It was Mama.
I knew it.
She threw a bottle at the door.
I knew it.
Look.
Poltergeist. A bottle of Lilt.
It's for you.
Piper probably backwashed it though. You gonna drink Piper's spit?
How's the Piper spit?
She could have backwashed it.
Oh.
Kyo said, "Hey Phoebe."
Hi, Kyo. Hi, Kyo. And hi, Sarah.
I said something about a bottle of Lilt. I won't repeat it while Phoebe's here. It was to do with that. It was to do with Ben Rottenborn. Would you like to have a name like that?
Mm-mm.
Rottenborn.
Mm-mm.
Is that a nice name?
No.
That's what Amber Heard's lawyer's name is.
You drink the rest.
Don't touch that.
What do you press?
Press number 5.
Snake, are you okay? Snake? Snake!
Now press this one. Backslash. No, backslash up here. And No, the star.
Stop! Stop! He's already dead.
Oh, Wayne says hi, Phoebes.
Hi, Wayne.
It's not an Elgato, no. It's just literally a program for my keyboard. It's called DCSB, Death Counter Streaming Board, I think, or something like that.
How do I come in?
Oh, right. I don't have one. I've never had a stream deck or anything like that. Don't consider myself much of a streamer anyway. But that's awesome, Farrell. Cool. They're really cool. I think my friend Kitty Joe Foxtrot would know more about them than I do.
Kitty Joe Foxtrot?
Hmm?
You have a t-shirt.
Hmm? Because she's my friend.
Can we show her the little businessman thing?
Yeah, you can show off Saul. Say this should have been... Say Amber Heard should have hired this guy. Say it. Come on.
Okay, fine. My dad said that I've got to say that this should be Amber Heard's lawyer.
Did you know his name?
No.
His name's Saul Goodman, and look what it says in his cup.
World's greatest lawyer.
Exactly.
And there's water in the cup.
It's probably vodka.
Can we take it out?
Nope. Show off. Witchy wench. Do you want to show them Mega Man?
Mm-hmm.
Yellow or green?
Both.
No, pick one.
Yellow.
What?
Yellow.
Ow.
There's a yellow Mega Man.
Did you tell them Mega Man's one of my favorite characters?
Mega Man is one of my dad's favorite characters.
Phoebe stole my liquor, though.
Which liquor?
She stole my liquor.
Where's the liquor?
You stole him.
Sophie told me to bring him out.
As I said, Wayne been using a different software, but didn't work as well as an Elgato should. Oh, okay.
Woohoo!
Oh, wait, I think we're going back to it. Sorry there. You can hop out, missus. All right. Thank you so much, Phoebes.
You're welcome.
We love you.
Love you too.
Let's go back to Judge Penny.
There's 7-Up back there.
I know.
Drink it.
Close the door out after you, please. You weren't born in a barn, missus. Phoebes. Alright. Well, we're not going to find out now, though. We've got more closing argument rebuttals.
All right. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
The
Maybe
jury
seated.
gets to go off and
All right,
deliberate.
rebuttal arguments.
See, rebuttal arguments time now. If I go first person, there'll be less being blocked. It's probably the best bet.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen.
Oh, let me turn the game audio down a little
Ms. Heard's
touch.
counsel has mischaracterized the record multiple times.
Go on,
and Ms.
Camille.
Heard lied to you.
Tear enter.
They've mischaracterized the testimony of police officer Sines and
Probably
Howard,
too loud, is it?
who explicitly testified that they saw no signs of injury and no property damage. They mischaracterized the testimony of Walter Hamada, who testified clearly that there was no impact on Ms. Heard's career at Aquaman 2 from anything said by Adam Waldman or Johnny Depp.
Why am I slanted?
And Ms. Heard's casting was delayed because of creative issues. They've mischaracterized the testimony of Detective Sadaga.
39
They've
minutes to tear
mischaracterized
theirs
the
apart.
testimony of Ronald Shell.
It's beautiful.
You've been here. You've listened to the testimony. You know the record. Ms. Heard lied, and she lied again, and she kept lying.
And her lawyers did too.
She lied 6 years ago on May 27th, 2016, when she walked into court in Los Angeles to publicly accuse Mr. Depp of abuse for the first time. She lied again when she told the world over and over again that she donated all of the $7 million divorce settlement to charity. You heard the evidence about what she donated, and you watched her. You watched her try to save her lie about that broken promise with more lies on this stand in this courtroom.
Damn straight.
She lied again when she told the world in her op-ed on December 18th, 2018, that she was a public figure representing domestic abuse, painting herself as a representative of abuse survivors everywhere, and painting Mr. Depp as a representative of perpetrators. She's come too far. She can't back down. She's lied too many times to too many people. So when Mr. Depp finally decided to fight to clear his name by filing this lawsuit, Ms. Heard responded by making up more and more stories of more
Which is what narcissists do.
Abuse.
Exactly,
She came up with a new
Sarah.
accusation that Mr. Depp had raped her
She
with
also
a
thinks she
bottle
has the
in
right
Australia.
to
She
do
keeps
that, to just
making
say,
new
oh, I
claims up
represent
even
all
now.
victims.
At this
But she
trial,
doesn't.
For the very first time, she claimed
Camille is my spirit
that she had been
animal. I love
sexually
her.
assaulted the night of her 30th birthday, even though she had testified repeatedly about her birthday prior and never mentioned it. And at this trial, she also claimed for the very first time that Mr. Depp was hitting her all the time during the first year of their relationship, even though this first year, she had testified previously, was magic and bliss, with absolutely no violence. Her story is a constantly moving target. It never stays
No worries,
the
Wayne.
same. Mr. Depp owns his mistake. He owns all of them. You saw him do it on the stand in a raw and powerful way. But in this trial, Ms. Heard has been confronted with her lies and the damage she has caused, and she cannot take any responsibility for what she has done.
I feel like Elaine should
And
get
you've seen
somebody
the
to do her
story,
makeup for her.
Her story, it doesn't hold up.
And a haircut.
You've watched her performance on the stand. You saw her get caught in lie after lie. The time has come for those lies to come to an end. The time has come for you, the jury, to decide the truth. I started this trial giving you an opening statement, and I said to you that words matter. And this case is about Ms. Heard's words, the words she published in an op-ed about Mr. Depp. Ms. Heard and her attorneys have talked a lot about this in this trial about the First Amendment. They've talked about the importance of free speech.
Here we go,
And
Wayne.
we agree. I'm a lawyer. Of course I agree with that. But the First Amendment doesn't protect lies that hurt and defame people. And there's
There
a
we go.
difference. Ms. Heard has no
You're
right
responsible
to
for
tell
your
the
action-
world
for your
that
words.
Mr. Depp physically or sexually assaulted her when that isn't true. That's not protected speech. Our U.S. Constitution doesn't protect that speech. And it is a core value of American society that you are innocent until proven guilty. There is a presumption of innocence in this country. A person's life cannot and should not be destroyed by a baseless charge and no opportunity to defend yourself. That's why Mr. Depp had to bring this claim. Ms. Heard was never going to stop calling him an abuser.
Yep.
The only way to clear his name was to stand up in this court where both sides are bound by the same rules of American law. A jury would be tasked, you, ladies and gentlemen, would be tasked with deciding once and for all Ms. Heard's lies could be exposed in a fair and impartial process. When Mr. Depp sued her, Ms. Heard apparently decided she needed to sue him back. And because there were no statements made by Mr. Depp on which she could base a claim, she sued him based on statements made by one of his lawyers, Adam Waldman, calling Ms. Heard's accusations of abuse a hoax. Make no mistake, though, they are a hoax. Ms. Heard made up claims of abuse, and then she gave a performance where she passionately repeated those made-up claims of abuse on the stand in front of each of you. But ask yourselves, who's really the one alleging a hoax here? Who wants you to believe that everyone else is lying, committing perjury?
Yeah!
Ms. Heard needs you to believe that all the people who showed up in this courtroom to testify on behalf of Mr. Depp, they're all lying. She needs you to believe that the witnesses you heard from, including security professionals, former cops, medical professionals, and police officers. They're all lying, covering up for Mr. Depp. She's asking you to believe that she's the one telling the truth and that the rest of the people in Mr. Depp's life are all part of a conspiracy of silence.
Go on, Camille.
This case is not just about whether you believe Mr. Depp or you believe Miss Heard. This case is about
she never
whether you
does.
believe Miss Heard.
She never does, Farrell.
Mr. Depp, Chrissy Dombrowski, who, yes, is here supporting her brother. Isaac Baruch, who wept in front of the world. Keenan Wyatt, who doesn't work for Mr. Depp. Sean Betts, a former LA Sheriff's Department. Malcolm Connolly, he worked in the prisons in the UK. Starling Jenkins, a former US Marine. Travis McGivern,
And
also another former police officer.
these were all
Ben
not
King,
on
worked
his
for the Queen of
payroll.
England.
You fucking idiot.
David Kipper, Dr. David Kipper. Miss Heard's doctor.
Oh,
And
I'd give
yes,
anything to be
Mr.
stood
Depp's
against
doctor.
her. But only
Debbie
because...
Boyd, a
No,
nurse.
shut up, Paddy.
Aaron Filati,
Stop.
Miss Heard's personal nurse. Officer Sines, an LA police officer with training in domestic violence. Officer Haddon, her understudy. Yes,
Yeah, but they're
Miss
all
First-
lying. And
studying
Amber's the only one not
to
lying.
Pick up on these signs of domestic abuse. Officer Gatlin, Brandon Patterson, who worked at Eastern Columbia Building. Kate James.
She
Miss
gets that
Heard's former
haughty,
personal
snooty
assistant.
look whenever she's being
Tara
called
Roberts.
out.
Alejandro Romero. He took his deposition from his car because he had to go to work, but it didn't stop him from telling the truth. Edward White, Mr. Depp's business manager. Laura Wasser, one of the most famous divorce lawyers in California. Morgan Knight. Beverly Leonard. Morgan Tremaine. And Kate Moss.
And they're
And all the other
all
witnesses
lying,
stories
apparently.
support Mr. Depp's description of what took place. These people
Yeah.
have nothing to gain by coming forward. They have everything to lose. You have seen Mr. Waldman's statements and evidence in this case.
Look at
When
Johnny.
you look at them, you can tell that the key point Mr. Waldman was making in each of these statements was simply that Ms. Heard's accusations against Mr. Depp were lies. That's why he talks about an abuse hoax. Now, Ms. Heard has the burden of proof of proving that Mr. Waldman's statements are false. And that means that Ms. Heard has to do more than prove that Mr. Waldman got some details wrong. She has to prove that Mr. Waldman's statements are false in their essential meaning. In other words, she has to prove that her abuse claims are not a hoax. But as we've seen, the evidence is overwhelming that Ms. Heard's claims of abuse are false.
I saw that.
We should also spend a bit of time talking about actual malice. It is Ms. Heard's burden to prove that Mr. Waldman's statements were made with actual malice. And actual malice means knowledge that the statements were false.
Sorry to hear that, Farrell.
or
I think we've
reckless-
chatted. A bunch of us here all have our own
reckless
stories. Everyone, I think,
disregard
a lot of people do. But everyone's story is unique to them.
But here,
So I fully
there is
understand.
clear evidence that Mr. Waldman genuinely believed that Ms. Heard had committed a hoax. You watched him give the testimony by deposition in this case. He testified about the evidence he found persuasive, the numerous witnesses and the sworn depositions of the police officers who went to the penthouses that night and again saw no injuries. There is no evidence in this record, none, that Mr. Waldman acted with actual malice. He believed Mr. Depp. He believed the record. It's also important to understand that because Mr. Waldman's statements were not made by Mr. Depp, Ms. Heard needs to prove that Mr. Waldman was acting as Mr. Depp's agent. And within the scope of that agency, within the scope of the agency of the employment, when he made the statements, Mr. Waldman is a lawyer. Ms. Heard has not presented evidence that making those statements was part of Mr. Waldman's responsibilities as Mr. Depp's lawyer. There's nothing in the record. Ms. Heard is also claiming to be suffering from PTSD and claims that she has something to do with
I love
Mr.
that, Wayne.
Waldman's
Thank you,
statements.
buddy.
Ms. Heard wants you to believe that she
Definitely,
suffers from
definitely,
PTSD
Sarah.
because Mr. Depp
Bitterness
reportedly
isn't
abused her.
good.
But as usual, Ms. Heard is not telling the truth. As you heard from Dr. Shannon Curry, Ms. Heard does not have PTSD, and she does not act like a person with PTSD. Ms. Heard is an actress in a major film, involved in sommelier training. She just had a baby. Dr. Curry also found that Ms. Heard attempted to grossly exaggerate her symptoms during testing, which is a sign of malingering, or said differently, of Ms. Heard lying. Ms. Heard hired Dr. Don Hughes to help her with this narrative. Dr. Hughes did not catch Ms. Heard's exaggeration during testing because Dr. Hughes used an improper malingering screen test. She wasn't going to find it. One that is meant to identify.
They've only got 6 minutes to rebut all this.
Severe mental illness or psychosis, not PTSD. Dr. Hughes diagnosed Ms. Heard with PTSD without administering the gold standard diagnostic test used for PTSD.
It's hard to ride horses in first person, you know.
She diagnosed her. Think about that. She diagnosed her with PTSD before administering the test she admitted was the gold standard.
Oh, yeah.
2
It
years
could still,
after
unfortunately,
diagnosing
go
Ms. Heard
either
with
way.
PTSD, and shortly, curiously,
But it doesn't
shortly
matter.
after
As Johnny
Dr.
said from the
Curry
start,
administered the gold
it all
standard
comes down to
diagnostic test
public
in her
opinion.
evaluation of Ms. Heard. But before it was disclosed, Dr. Hughes decided to administer the gold standard. Finally, nevertheless, even after Dr. Hughes
one sec,
used
actually,
the
just
proper
I gotta do.
test, there were a number of deficiencies in her administration of that test. You saw them, including her failure to even follow the instructions that render her diagnoses unreliable. Ms. Heard's claim for monetary damages related to Mr. Waldman's statements, frankly, it's a fantasy. Ms. Heard speculates wildly that she has somehow been damaged by Mr. Waldman's statements. But in reality, Ms. Heard has not shown any damage at all that was because of or by Mr. Waldman's statements. There is evidence of a mountain of negative press coverage about Ms. Heard, including press reports about her defecating in Mr. Depp's bed, cutting off his finger, and putting out a cigarette on his face. But none of that has anything to do with Mr. Waldman's statements. And Ms. Heard has presented no evidence, none, of any film or other project that she has lost because of the statements. In fact, you heard from Warner Brothers president
fingers crossed
Walter
for you, Farrell.
Hamada, who explained that Ms. Heard suffered no loss, none.
None.
No loss of compensation.
Louder for the people
or
in the
other
back, Camille.
Adverse effect on her major film, Aquaman 2. You heard it straight from him. Ms. Heard's expert, Catherine Arnold, testified, but for the statements from Mr. Waldman, Ms. Heard would be much more successful in her career. To form this opinion, Ms. Arnold compares Ms. Heard to actors such as Jason
Momoa, who was the star.
the actual Aquaman,
The actual Aquaman?
Gal Gadot, and Zendaya. But as Richard Marx, who does deals every day, that's his job, not testifying here for a paycheck, does deals in Hollywood, and Doug Banya both testified that these actors are simply not comparable to Ms. Heard. After all, Jason Momoa, he was Aquaman. Chris Pine, he was Captain Kirk. Gal Gadot, Wonder Woman. Zendaya, she's been acting since she was 13 years old on the Disney Channel. And she's in every single Spider-Man movie. Further, the Q scores of these actors are not at all comparable with Ms. Heard's Q scores. As Mr. Banya testified, Ms. Heard's rating was less compared to these actors, and all of Ms. Heard's Q scores ratings were less favorable than the average of all performers. As you heard from Michael Spindler, because Ms. Arnold relies on the salaries of these comparable actors to calculate Ms. Heard's damages, Ms. Heard's claim for damages makes no sense. There's no connection. Further, and more fatally for Ms. Heard's damages claim, is that there's no connection to the Waldman statements, to Mr. Waldman's statements. Even if you find damage to her career, you have to connect it to the defamatory statements. There is no connection. Mr. Banya testified that all the negative tweets that Ms. Heard has entered into evidence have no causal connection to the statements underlying Ms. Heard's counterclaims. Specifically, Ms. Heard's expert, Mr. Ron Schell, presented a flawed methodology that included picking out hashtags at random, including justice for Johnny Depp. What does that have to do with the Waldman statements?
Yeah.
And counting accompanying tweets, even though it had nothing to do with Mr. Waldman. Ms. Heard's counterclaim is based on statements by Mr. Waldman, not Mr. Depp. Ms. Heard knows perfectly well that she hasn't suffered any damages from those statements, buried at the bottom of articles in a mere tabloid, the Daily Mail. And the statements are substantially true, since all they do really is point out that Ms. Heard's abuse allegations are false. Ms. Heard's counsel argued that Ms. Heard did not write the title of the online version of the op-ed, which stated, "I spoke up against sexual violence and faced our culture's wrath. That has to change." It does not matter whether or not Ms. Heard wrote the title. You will recall from the court's instructions this morning that what matters is whether Ms. Heard republished the defamatory language. That instruction states in part that you should find Ms. Heard republished this article if she, quote, retransmitted the defamatory material with the goal of achieving a new audience. Stated differently, republication occurs when the speaker has affirmatively, that's important, affirmatively reiterated the statement. Ms. Heard affirmatively reiterated the statement.
Narmija,
she posted
welcome
it
back.
on her Twitter. If we could please pull up Plaintiff's Exhibit 3.
You're all good.
This is the tweet Ms. Heard sent. She retweeted the Washington Post tweet to a new audience, her own Twitter followers.
Exactly.
And she affirmatively reiterated the statement by proudly declaring, "Today I published this op-ed in the Washington Post." She didn't quibble with the title. She said proudly, "Today I published this op-ed in the Washington Post." The title of the op-ed was prominently displayed in the tweet.
I was, Narmija. And I walked across the map, yeah.
To find that Ms. Heard republished the title of the op-ed.
Not full on her, but like high on her.
She can and should
But I did walk across the map.
liable
It took
and
3 hours,
responsible
25
for
minutes,
that
and 1 second.
Ms. Heard tries to make something out of the fact that Mr. Waldman reported her to law enforcement in Los Angeles for perjury after her allegations of abuse were made against Mr. Depp. But I'll submit to you that all this proves is that Mr. Waldman believes Ms. Heard has committed perjury.
Oh, she's quivering.
Mr. Ronborn argued that the lack of supporting evidence for Ms. Heard's allegations of horrendous, constant abuse is somehow not something to be considered. That it is shameful for you to consider the fact that she didn't document all the terrible injuries that she claims to have suffered.
Strongest glass ever.
That is a twisted argument. First, you know, because you have seen and listened to Ms. Heard in action, that Ms. Heard is a woman who's documenting things throughout their relationship. And it is instructive that the things she chose to document had nothing to do with violence. She documented Mr. Depp sleeping. She documented lines of cocaine.
What is this?
Featuring prominently Mr. Depp's loan-out company or production company, Infinitum.
Yes, indeed, Narmija.
That's what she documented. Mr. Rottenborn's entire argument assumes that Mr. Depp, a man, should be disbelieved because despite the fact that Ms. Heard can't support her accusations with actual evidence. What we have put to you, the jury, is not that because Ms. Heard didn't take enough pictures or tell people about abuse that it didn't happen. What we have put to you is that given how brutal and constant the abuse Ms. Heard claims, she would have had serious injuries. That's a fact. She would have had serious injuries that would have been observable in the pictures we looked at and by the witnesses we heard from, and would have required medical attention. That's it. Ms. Heard testifies to injuries that multiple people didn't see. What you have in the end is Ms. Heard's word. Do you trust it? We are not here because Ms. Heard told the world Mr. Depp was verbally abusive. This is not about the words used by Mr. Depp. We are here because Ms. Heard told the world that Mr. Depp was physically and sexually abusive. That's what Ms. Heard was saying in the op-ed. On May 27th, exactly 6 years ago today, 2016, Ms. Heard walked into court with a mark on her face to tell the world that her husband was abusive. She renewed that falsehood in her op-ed, describing herself as a public figure representing domestic abuse. And she published the op-ed, including the title, claiming that she spoke up against sexual violence. Everyone knew who she was talking about when she used those words. She was alleging physical and sexual abuse. She was not alleging emotional or psychological abuse. She was alleging physical and sexual abuse. Ms. Heard cannot run away from her own allegations now. You have all heard the evidence of what she alleged against Mr. Depp in 2016, and you have all heard her incredibly dramatic, over-the-top story of physical and sexual abuse. That story was a defamatory lie. Ms. Heard tried to argue that you only need to find that Mr. Depp might have touched Ms. Heard once in order to find in her favor, because that makes her a victim of abuse. But common sense should tell you that you can't pick and choose Ms. Heard's allegations. You saw her on the stand. We all did. She gave the performance of her life, telling you story after story of abuse. And not just any abuse, but extravagant, over-the-top allegations of abuse that would be truly brutal, horrific, if true. You either believe all of it, or you believe none of it. Either she's telling the truth, including in her most extreme allegations, or she's lying.
I don't know if that's a good call, Camille.
Either she was raped by a bottle, or she's the sort of person who would get on the stand in this courtroom and lie to you and the world about being raped. And if she would lie about that, what wouldn't she lie about? You can't find that Mr. Depp hit her once. Either he hit her countless times, or you can't believe a single word that comes out of her mouth. And what is the actual meaning of Ms. Heard's op-ed? That's an important question. It's not that Mr. Depp
We might see actual tears now, but only because she's realizing she's fucked.
It's not that Mr. Depp might have hit her once. It's that she is a representative of domestic abuse. And by extension, Mr. Depp is a representative of abuse perpetrators. Words matter. Ms. Heard has shown you a lot of text messages from Mr. Depp with some very
absolutely,
vivid
Sarah.
language. As I told you at the start of this trial, Mr. Depp has a unique style of writing. He uses words I don't use. And you probably don't use either. But as you also heard during this trial, Mr. Depp writes in that way, in part because he modeled his writings on literary giants like Hunter S. Thompson. And he's got a dark sense of humor. It's not everyone's cup of tea, but it's who he is. And Mr. Depp owns text messages. He acknowledges that he said those things, and he said things that he shouldn't have. But using bad language and colorful humor does not mean that you are a violent abuser. And ironically, as much as Ms. Heard is trying to use Mr. Depp's words against him, it is Ms. Heard who repeatedly admitted to violence. In her own words. You've heard the tapes. You've heard her admit to violence. Ms. Heard can try to distract you with text messages showing that Mr. Depp uses bad language and has a dark sense of humor. But none of that, I submit to you, ladies and gentlemen, none of that is evidence of abuse. Hitting your husband is evidence of abuse. Mr. Ronborn talked about the burden of proof. Let's talk about that for a minute.
Let's do that.
Mr. Depp only has to show that it is more likely than not, that the statements in the op-ed are false.
So it's not even beyond a reasonable doubt.
That they have a defamatory implication.
I thought it was beyond a reasonable doubt.
It is more likely than not that Ms. Heard designed and intended the statements to
that changes a lot.
And the evidence on these points
more likely
clear.
than not is not the same as beyond a reasonable
doubt. Ms. Heard made these
doubt.
allegations 6 years ago today. May 27th, 2016. She went out of her way to make them public, tipping off TMZ. When she published the op-ed, she was
I hope
reminding
not, Sarah,
everyone in
but
Hollywood
what does that mean?
and the world
So beyond a reasonable
of her abuse
doubt
claims.
is more
And those
severe.
claims are a lie. Consider what the true purpose of the article.
Sorry,
Mr.
Farrell, my
Rockborn said it
brain.
was to promote legislative reforms.
What
But
did
what
she say
was
again?
it actually?
Sorry, I'm very
The evidence
sleepy.
shows it was to promote Miss Heard. It was timed to be released at the same time as Aquaman on December 21st, 2018.
More
And it was
likely
timed to
than not
coincide with her
is
announcement
much
of her
less severe
ambassadorship at the
than
ACLU
beyond a
for women's
reasonable
rights.
doubt.
That's not a coincidence. It was designed.
Even though they sound similar, it's like in Ireland we
not a
have
statement about
driving
legislative
without due care and attention and
This was
dangerous
about
driving.
burnishing
Dangerous
Miss Heard's
driving is like a
reputation
criminal
at the
offence.
expense of Mr.
Driving without
Depp.
due care and attention
It was about Miss
is
Heard continuing to portray
effectively an
herself
accident.
as a heroic survivor of abuse.
Same kind of, sounds the same but different
question of actual
levels of
malice,
severity.
That just means whether or not Miss Heard knew the allegations were false. Miss Heard knows perfectly well that she wasn't abused. She has direct knowledge of that. She was in that relationship. So actual malice is easily established.
Go on, Camille.
You may have noticed that no one showed up for Miss Heard in this courtroom other than her sister. Every other witness who traveled to Virginia for her was a paid expert. This is a woman who burns bridges. Her close friends don't show up for her. Mr. Rottenborn tried to discredit Mr. Depp's witnesses by suggesting they're all on Mr. Depp's payroll. So
Which
he
did-
doubled down on the hoax theory, that everyone's just lying. First of all, it's not even true Keenan Wyatt is on his payroll.
Yeah,
Ben King
exactly,
is on his payroll.
Sarah.
Officer Melissa Sines.
Except, well, her mom has passed
Morgan
away, but she
Tremaine
did support Johnny
isn't on
before
his
she
payroll.
passed.
Officer Tyler Haddon, he's not on his payroll. Beverly Leonard, Alejandro Romero, Brandon Patterson.
Oh, Elaine, you
Knight.
getting scared, are you?
None of those people are on his payroll. And Kate Moss. Kate Moss is most definitely not on Mr. Depp's payroll. Ms. Heard wants you to believe that all these people are lying. Let's talk about the Boston plane. Ms. Heard wants you to believe that the recording you heard is from the Boston plane flight. But that's quite telling. What did Ms. Heard capture of this supposed rampage? Mr. Depp moaning in distress? That's what she chose to record. What sort of person records something like that? What sort of person takes pictures of their husband or boyfriend or fiance who's struggling with sobriety, nodding off with ice cream dripping down his leg, his hand in his pocket, or asleep on the ground? What sort of person does that? Definitely not someone that's afraid of him.
There we go. Oh, I've wanted to say that for so
Ms.
long!
Heard's attorney told a story of May 21 that was completely, utterly inconsistent with the testimonies of Officers Sines and Haddon, who testified clearly that they saw no signs of injury, no sign of property damage. And she told a story about how Officer Sadanaga's, I'll get that right, Sadanaga's testimony was also wrong. She testified that the report was only required in case of a crime. Ms. Heard's attorneys tried to tell you that Mr. Depp apologized on May 22nd because he had hit Ms. Heard. Mr. Depp didn't apologize to Ms. Heard on May 22nd.
She has given
for
up,
hitting
Sarah.
her. He apologized because
She
he
has.
was leaving Ms.
She's
Heard.
dead.
And this was a woman that, in spite of all her violence and all her rage, Mr. Depp, he loved her. He had been with her for years. Of course he apologized when he finally broke it off. Ms. Bredehoff also tried to tell you that Ms. Heard did everything in her power to keep the authorities away and to not get Mr. Depp in trouble on May 21st, 2016. Take a minute and think back to what Ms. Heard did 6 days later, 6 years ago today. She walked into court with a visible mark on her face, not wearing makeup that day. She tipped off TMZ, she made it public.
Oh, absolutely.
And she showed up on the cover of People magazine with a mark on her face. Was that protecting Mr. Depp? Or was she trying to destroy him?
Oh yeah,
Mr. Rockmore
glasses have
asked you to
definitely
consider
taken a
why
long
you're here.
vacay.
So why are you here? You're here because of a lie. And that was a lie that Ms. Heard repeated in the
A lie that snowballed.
At the start of this trial, we told you that this trial is about the evidence.
Yeah.
The evidence overwhelmingly
Not
shows
fucking
that Ms.
speculation.
Heard is an abuser and that she is a liar. She lied about Mr. Depp and took on the role of a lifetime as a public figure representing domestic abuse. What is her best evidence of that abuse? A video of Mr. Depp banging cabinets around, and text messages of Mr. Depp using bad words and dark, ugly humor, but never once admitting to abuse. Pictures of Mr. Depp sleeping. That's her best evidence. Ms. Heard herself, Ms. Heard held herself out to the world as a representative of abuse survivors everywhere, the face of the Me Too movement. This is not a Me Too situation.
Yeah.
There are no Me Toos.
Double down.
Just not me's. Ms. Heard does not deserve to be known as a representative of survivors of abuse. And Mr. Depp does not deserve to be known as a representative
Sarah, she
of
said it.
perpetrators
She
of
said what
abuse.
we've been saying.
That is what this case is about.
You're not my representative.
It's about giving Mr. Depp his life back 6 years ago when she took it away.
She said it.
While you deliberate, ask yourselves why Mr. Depp would put himself through this. Expose every embarrassing detail of his life on national television. If he was guilty of anything that Ms. Heard accuses him of. We ask you,
Exactly.
we implore you,
Exactly.
render a verdict for
If he
Mr.
was
Depp.
guilty, why would he
We
want
ask
to
you
come here?
Set the record straight, that he is not the abuser she described, and that she is not the heroic survivor she portrayed. And we ask you to tell Ms. Heard that what she did was wrong. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you, ma'am. Rebuttal.
Go on, Camille. Oh. 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 Did you see her face? Did you see her face? When she saw Johnny and Camille hugging, she was like... Holy shit. Here we go, server. They've got a lot to try and rebut in 6 minutes. Come on, rotten fucking scum.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's interesting that in both their opening and their rebuttal closing, that you heard Mr. Depp's attorneys address none of Ms. Heard's witnesses. None of Ms. Heard's witnesses. They listed their own, who didn't see, who are on his payroll, weren't there behind closed doors with him, but they didn't address any of the witnesses. For example, Josh Drew, Rocky Pennington,
All
Liz Mars,
Amber's
who were all there
friends.
on May 21st, Melanie Iglesias, who covered Ms. Heard's bruises.
Who was
say
on
that
her
no
payroll.
one showed up for her. No one showed up for her, but then they say that these people aren't friends anymore. If they're not friends anymore, then why would they be doing
They
what
said they weren't
suggest
friends
are
anymore
lying
at the
for?
start of their
Why would they be
depositions.
corroborating everything that she said?
What? What?
It's this simple. If you believe that Depp was abusive to Amber one time ever, in any of the various forms of abuse, not only physical, verbal, emotional,
No, Rottenborn, you don't tell them.
sexual, any of
No.
the ways of abuse, then your job is very easy. And you can not only deny Mr. Depp's claim, but you can fine for Amber on her counterclaim. And it's interesting that Ms. Vasquez just changed their theory after 6 weeks. She said, oh, well, domestic abuse just means physical abuse. It's not what Mr. Depp said. It's not what Dr. Curry said. It's not what Dr. Hughes said. It's not what you know to be true. You know that the evidence that you've seen constitutes...
No, you're changing the narrative now because
the
you're
reason
saying...
that they're running as fast as they can.
No, because he can't prove the physical
Because they know that
abuse.
he did it. Now, the suggestion that Amber's abuse allegations are a hoax is vicious and vile. Mr.
And
Depp
true.
can say whatever he wants now, but he can't change the evidence that you've seen at the trial. The evidence shows that Ms. Heard did not commit abuse hoaxes. Not about sexual violence, Not about May 21st,
Where is any evidence of the
2016,
sexual violence
certainly
then?
not about Mr. Depp and Mr. Waldman's catch-all.
Why did she
all-purpose
not
statement
get medical
of Ms.
treatment
Heard's
after
abuse
being
hoax,
abused with a
which
fucking
suggests
glass
that every one of
bottle?
her allegations are false. But that's coming to an end. The evidence shows
I
she
spoke
did
about
not
an
commit
incident last
any
night
of those hoaxes.
where I was...
The evidence shows that she was abused exactly how not only she, but her witnesses supporting her claims say that she was. And their witnesses, even, who claim that Mr. Depp abused her. Ms. Vasquez talked about actual malice. She says because Mr. Waldman was acting as Mr. Depp's agent, you have to look at Mr. Waldman. They're standing in the shoes of one another. And as Mr. Depp's agent, Mr. Depp's malice is Mr. Waldman's malice. Mr. Depp's malice is Mr. Waldman's malice. He acted with actual malice when he made these statements. Now, after years and years of Mr. Depp controlling the roles that Ms. Heard took, Ms. Heard had the biggest hit of her career 3 months before she was sued. She had withstood Mr. Depp's attempt to have her fired from Aquaman.
She wasn't.
And his own
the fucking Hamada said she wasn't.
Before her op-ed, for reasons having nothing to do with Ms. Heard. But once the lawsuit against Ms. Heard was filed, his campaign that he promised to destroy her entered a new phase. And then it reached a crescendo when Mr. Depp and Mr. Waldman decided to meet with the Daily Mail together and decide to plant statements that were defamatory of Ms. Heard in the spring of 2020, leading up to the UK trial. You've heard Amber and her agent, Jessica Kovacevic, talk about the impact to Amber's career.
Same, Nirmija.
She can't get hired because of the negative treatment.
I actually don't mind Elaine as much, if I'm being totally honest with you.
She tests well, but she can't get opportunities because of the negativity associated
They never
with
said
Mr.
that.
Depp and Mr. Waldman.
They never said that.
You heard Amber Heard on the stand yesterday telling you exactly what she has experienced as a result of Mr. Depp's promise to bring her global humiliation. That promise, to paraphrase Catherine Arnold, Ms. Heard's damages expert, that promise was a spark. And that promise he kept because he had told her again and again, the only way out of this is death. And when she chose a different path out of it, he decided to make that promise. He decided to throw that spark. And when Mr. Waldman became involved, that spark became a forest fire. That forest fire has continued to this day. We ask, ladies and gentlemen, that you hold Mr. Depp accountable for his actions. Stand up for victims of domestic abuse everywhere who suffer in silence.
She's not a representative of victims of domestic abuse. Camille just said it, and she was spot on. And fuck freedom of speech, because this has nothing to do with freedom of speech.
Give Amber Heard her voice back.
She's never shut up.
Give Amber Heard her life back. Thank you so much for your service on this jury.
Thank you
Thank
so
you, Mr.
much. Thank you so
Members of the jury,
much.
this is an important case to both the plaintiff and the defendant. In order to reach a verdict, each of you must agree on that verdict. In other words, your verdict must be unanimous. The first thing you should do when you go back to the jury room is to select a presiding juror. The role of the presiding juror is to see to it that the deliberations are conducted in an orderly and businesslike manner, that they are conducted only in the jury room when all the members of the jury are present, and that each juror has the opportunity to fully and fairly express his or her views. It is rarely helpful for jurors upon first entering the jury room to take a straw vote or for any juror to make an emphatic expression of his or her opinion in the case,
I don't know,
or
Farrell,
to
we'll
announce
see.
a determination to stand
It could
for a
go
certain
either.
verdict.
Man, it's very
to do so
difficult.
before all jurors have had an opportunity to consult with
I
one
think
another
both
and
win,
exchange
both
views and
lose, or
opinions
Depp wins. I
might
don't see
allow
an
your
outcome
sense
where
of
she
pride to prevent you from
wins and Depp
retreating from an
loses.
announced position, even when shown that such position is unsound. You have a duty to consult with one another and to deliberate with the objective of reaching an agreement,
Horn for me.
if it can be done without offending your individual judgment. Each of you must decide this case
love
for
Judge
yourself,
Penny.
but only after an impartial consideration of the evidence with
Yeah,
your fellow jurors.
I said that as well.
In the course of deliberation, a juror should not hesitate
You
to re-examine
said-
his or her views
One second.
and change his or her opinion if convinced it is an error. However, none of you should surrender your honest conviction as to the weight or affected the evidence solely because of the opinion of your fellow jurors or for the mere purpose of returning a verdict. In the jury room, you will have the exhibits that were entered into evidence. You will also have the instructions of law that I just read to you.
I said I knew there couldn't be a hung jury.
You will have the verdict
I think
forms.
you might be thinking of Bazwin.
You'll also have a laptop, and that laptop will have just
because
two
there
files
isn't
on
12
it.
jurors, there
Deputy
can't be a
will set
hung
it up for
jury.
you in the jury room.
I knew
One is
that.
the plaintiff's files for audio and video files, and one's the defendant's files for audio and video files, and you'll be able to hear and watch those as well, the ones that were submitted into evidence. During your deliberations until you are discharged from jury service, you must not communicate with or provide any information to anyone who is not a member of this jury by any means about this case. You may not use any electronic device or media to conduct any independent research about this case, the legal or factual issues in the case, and the individuals or attorneys involved in the case. You are not permitted to consult dictionaries or reference materials, search the internet, visit websites or blogs, or use any other tools to obtain information about this case or to help you decide the case. Do not try to find out information from any source outside of the testimony and the exhibits received as evidence during the trial. You will also have, I know the attorneys discussed briefly about the verdict forms. You'll have two sets of verdict forms, one for the
But that's
one for
again in
Mr.
a
Depp's
criminal
case and one
trial.
for Ms.
When
Heard's case,
in this
okay?
there can't.
Now, when you
they
have
have
these,
to come to
verdict
unanimous
forms,
decision,
the
but there
first three
can't be a
pages
hung
of
jury.
Both verdict forms have each of the statements separately. Okay, so when you're going through it, you're going to look at each statement separately and answer the questions that are on the page, okay?
Like,
Now, if you come
effectively, it
to-
doesn't matter how, like,
if
they
you
have
decide
to come to a
yes
unanimous
for every
decision.
question for a statement, then that's when you go to the last page of the verdict form, which is for damages. So, for example, if you find yes
There's
for
different
all of
rules 'cause
statement
it's not a
one,
criminal trial.
then you could go to 4 and 5 for damages. If you find yes for all of statement 1 and statement 2, you still go to 4 and 5 for damages. If you say yes for statement 1, statement 2, and statement 3, you obviously go to 4
love
and 5
Judge
for
Penny, she's
damages.
best.
If you answer no on any of the pages for any of the statements, you don't go to 4 and 5, okay? So that will be for all of them. And then when you do come to a verdict, make sure the foreperson signs it and dates it, and then just let the deputy know about that, okay?
And again, if
All
I
right,
am
now,
wrong about that, I will totally
for the
own
tough
it.
part. You may remember at the
But
beginning
I'm
of
pretty
this
sure I
case,
heard them say it on Long Crime
I told
TV.
you we would randomly select 4 people to be the alternates, okay? We still have 2 alternates left.
Yeah.
And the numbers were placed in the envelope from the very beginning of the case. So let me just say,
I think
before
the
release
alternates are there
that I know
to
that
prevent
this trial has
that.
been a huge sacrifice.
That's why they have the
for all of
alternates.
you. And I have taken, and you've taken away from your life for weeks on end here. And I know I speak for all of us associated with the case, and I want to thank you for your service in this matter. I know how hard it is to come this far and then not get a chance to deliberate, but that does not lessen the respect and admiration that we have for you. As an alternate, you will not deliberate, but you are still under order of this court not to do any outside research in this case or to talk to anyone about this case at this time, and you're still under your oath as a juror. That is because if something happens to a juror during deliberations, I will call you back for service, and you will join the deliberations, and they'll start again, and you'll be part of the jury. So you are under these restrictions and your oath until a verdict is reached. We will contact you once this has occurred, and then you'll be free from your obligations, okay? But again, thank you for your service, all right? So in this matter, the
Can we all
alternate
agree
jurors are juror number 3 and
that-
14.
Can we all agree
All
that
right?
Judge Penny is the best thing to come out of this trial?
At this time, those jurors are excused, and also the remaining jurors can retire now to the jury room to begin their deliberations, okay? So thank you all, okay?
Okay. All right, Judge Penny, closing words, or is that it? Oh no, she's got to have. They're just seeing the jurors out. She really is. Okay, yeah, you're right. No worries. No. As I say, if I wasn't, I like if you find out that I'm not for any reason, I am very, very okay with standing up and saying shit. I thought I'm literally going off of what I've been following on Long Crime TV. Judge Penny and Camille, that's true. Camille is a whole different breed of lady. Oh shit, what the fuck? 2 seconds. Let me do a quick refresh. MVP is Paddy Plays. To know about that now. Shit. Oh, fuck off with your ads.
$30,000 every single month online, virtually on.
Alright, so I reckon that is kind of the end of it, is it? I think, Judge Penny's closing statements aren't... Oh, no, it's just gone down, is it?
Thank the attorneys and litigants for the kindness and the great demeanor you've shown to my staff and to the courthouse staff and to the deputies in the sheriff's department. I really appreciate it. It means a great deal to me, okay?
Yeah, true.
And I also appreciate Judy because she's a rock star, okay? So
I love Judge Penny.
Yes, well, that's a first, okay.
Elaine, turn your mic on.
All right.
That is one thing on which, Ms. Prederhoften, we respectfully agree. Completely agree. Completely agree.
Well, good. I'm glad on the last day we finally have an agreement.
Thank you, Your Honor.
I love
Very
her.
grateful.
I
Thank
love
you.
her.
You want to approach? Sure.
Let Amber be heard. Sarah, you should have been her lawyer. Elaine, turn your mic on. Yeah, no, but that's been a thing through the whole trial, right, Sarah? Elaine not turning her fucking mic on. All right, lads, I'm going to start winding stream down now as well. So let me just do a quick save. We're going to be going over and hanging out with Baz. Can you drop a hetero hobby in the chat there, please? That Amber Alert. Penny says it in her sleep. I'd say, yeah. Court is on a break. Will resume shortly? Why is it resuming? I don't get that. Elaine, turn your mic on. Yeah. I'm off to watch Breaking Bad. Fair. You can also come hang out with us to watch Being Baz if you're up for it, or Baz Not a Gamer. Season 5, episode 2. I have only seen the first 5 episodes of season 5. I've never finished the show. I've had it all spoiled for me, so don't worry too much about that side of things, unfortunately. Although, please don't spoil it for anybody else in chat, because that would also suck. But yeah, unfortunately, I've had it spoiled for me, so it's a whole thing. A whole new squirrel. A new fantastic squirrely squirrel. No one to tell my squirrel about the world. Let me share this whole new squirrel with you. Yeah, an Amber Alert went off during the trial. It was truly a moment of joy, of just ridiculousness. All right. Fake shit. Oh my god, this is a tune! For the fake shit! This came on completely randomly. All the signs. I hope. Look, it's all in, as Wayne said there, or Sarah said, it's all up to the jury now. I think a lot of it is going to come down to, we're looking at this very much from a personal perspective, and we're kind of feeling certain things based on that. The jury is not going to look at it that way. The jury is mainly going to look at it as a litigious issue. But again, I think that regardless, I don't think it'll go either way. And I've said this before, but I'm just going to try and explain it a little better now. I think Johnny Depp will win and Amber Heard will lose. Johnny Depp will win and Amber Heard will win. Or Johnny Depp will lose and Amber Heard will lose. I do not see... Now, I could be wrong, and I'm probably jinxing it by saying it, but I don't see a scenario where Amber Heard wins and Johnny Depp loses. I see them both winning if the jury both decide that they were both defaming. True, exactly, yeah. And we are, of course, influenced by the media and things like that. We bring our own degree of personal biases, but everybody does. But again, I'm not basing it on any of those. I'm basing it on the testimony that I watched in the trial. Because I didn't even know anything about Amber Heard before this trial. Nothing. So I went into watching her with a blank slate of like, okay, I'm actually sus of Johnny. What's your story? I've watched it all. I based my feelings. Yeah, same, Narmija. That is all there is to it, but at the same time, I mean, you're still entitled as anybody watching these things like I am, or like Sarah is, or like Narmija is, to have a thought and to why you... But again, at the end of the day, I think even if Johnny Depp loses this trial, he's going to have a resurgence in his career. Because, again, this is not a trial to prove... Like the Sun trial in the UK, it's not a trial to prove abuse, it's a trial to prove defamation.
Emotional abuse by Ms. Heard during their relationship. And when their relationship was over, Ms. Heard inflicted the greatest and cruelest injury of all. She publicly and falsely named Mr. Depp as the abuser. Ms. Heard never thought she would be held accountable.
Oh, this is just a recap. Okay.
Never thought that she would have to face her abuser. She never thought she would have her supposed mountain of evidence vetted. She never thought that Mr. Depp would tell you, the jury, and the world that he was the real victim of domestic abuse. She said it in her own words.
You can please tell people that it was a fair fight and see what the jury and judge think. Tell the world, Johnny. Tell them Johnny Depp. Johnny Depp, man, I'm a victim too of domestic violence, and yes. It's a fair fight. And see how many people believe or side with you.
That is
okay. So again,
damning.
Camille Vasquez kicking off the closing arguments for the Depp team. Remember, each side had 2 hours total, including their
yeah, exactly. That's well. I'm going to put it to you like this as well, Wayne. Right? Think about this for a minute. The head of Warner Bros. DC comes out and says, we did not let Miss Heard go from Aquaman 2. Miss Heard's lawyers say time and time again, oh, she was let go from Aquaman 2, she's let go from Aquaman 2. The head of DC, Warner, comes out and says she was not let go. Do you think that DC Warner would hire her again after that? After she effectively, her and her team effectively accused him of lying and committing perjury on the stand? Do you think other studios seeing that and seeing them call up a studio exec and then basically accuse them of committing perjury is going to fucking hire her? No. That's a big one in terms of career stuff moving forward.
It'll be interesting to see who was the most persuasive in the jury's eyes.
Yeah, I agree that I think they did both do a good job. Very different styles. And
that's why she has to win. Do you know why she has to win? Because she has to get 100 million because she's never going to act again. Because her career is over. Regardless of whether she wins or not, she has shown herself to be somebody that no studio, no director, no other actors will want to work with. Dude, no major studio is going to commit perjury. I'm going to tell you that right fucking now. Like, no studio is going to get up and fucking commit. No, of course they're not. But what do they stand to gain from it? What does Hamada stand to get up there and say, like, what does he stand to gain to get up and say, no, we didn't let her go from Aquaman 2? Like, if they did, he would just be like, yeah, we did, but then we renegotiated, we got her back in. He stands to gain nothing from lying and stands to lose everything for lying. So he's, like, in that situation, somebody who is the face and the head of a massive global media corporation is not going to commit perjury for no reason. You know?
Just in watching today.
Yeah, and I agree, and I think they did a good job of highlighting some stuff that you might have said, oh yeah, now I remember, because there's just been so much, and so many incidents, and so many events within incidents. So I really do think they did a good job of pulling it all together. The real question is, quite often we see that jury members have already made up their minds by the time you get to closings. I don't know if that's true today. So we'll hear more from Camille Vasquez a little bit later on, but her cohort there, Ben Chu,
I think
took a piece of this closing argument. Let's watch that.
I think they've kind of made up their minds today.
Depp dated major figures like Winona Ryder, Kate Moss, and Vanessa Paradis, with whom he spent 14 years together.
Oh, this is Chu.
And with whom they had their children. Before Amber Heard, ladies and gentlemen, no woman ever before Amber Heard ever claimed.
Oh, don't worry, I am, Narija.
Raised a hand to her in his 58 years. And no other woman since Miss Heard made.
That's that. I have to say, I really enjoyed this. I was originally going to do this stream on Twitch, but I'm kind of glad I didn't now. So guys, what we're going to be going to is we're going to be going to twitch.tv/BazNotAGamer. Now I'm going to put up my privacy badger for a minute. I don't have a privacy badger, so I will just have to hide the window while I log in. Twitch would have roasted you. For what? What would Twitch have roasted me for? I mean, Pokemon's allowed to do it. Pokemon watches the trials and says her opinion. Oh shit. Oh, Narmija, you take care, buddy. But then, as I say, Asmongold, Pokemon, if content is in the public domain, which if you're commenting on it, this would be fair use. That's exactly what I was trying to say there. If it's something like this, which is in the public domain, or it is, as Wayne said, fair use, they wouldn't be able to call you out under that. Where the fuck is my fucking... How come it didn't come through? Oh wait, it did. That's fair. But again, ooh, I got a subversary.
Oh, Narmija!
Oh, Narmija, you're over there. Sick, bro.
Good to see ya.
Let's see here. All right, we're gonna go over and we're gonna give this guy a good fucking stream. All right. 13 months of Baz. Pinch me, baby. No, not punch me. Just pinch me. Pinch me, baby. I needs it.
Oh, look at all them
Lots of love. YouTube coming through.
We've had a busy week.
Alright guys, let's get over to Baz Not a Gamer. Let's hang out. Let's show him lots of love. This is kind of a shadow raid. Not Raid Shadow Legends. See you there, guys. Thank you so much for tuning in today. We walked across the entire map of Red Dead. We watched the closing day of the Johnny Depp Amber Heard trial. We had some interesting banter. And I'm back on Sunday night with either more Bloodborne or Sekiro. If you're a member, you can vote on that in the community poll. Oh no, I think you don't have to be a member. You can vote in the community poll anyway. Anyhow, see you over on Baz's stream. Much love.
Oh. If you dead, you dead.
Let's survive together and peace out.
Whoa, whoa! Paddy! Coming in hot with the raid. I assume the raid and the subscription.
Pinch me, baby. I need it. Lots of love. YouTube coming through winking face.
Yo, how you doing?
So cute, thank you.
Yeah, YouTube raid. I love it. I love it. Hey, Paddy, you want to see something special? Yeah. I did something special. Oh, by the way.
Wow.
Yo, Wayne!
What are you doing?
Thank you so much for the gifted sub.
Love you.
To Rob. Rob, enjoy your ad-free viewing and your emotes. Hey, Paddy, check this out. Yo, Squeaks!
Hi, Squeaks.
Everyone's jumping in at the same time.
Here, that's lovely.
Check this out. Wayne! God damn! What the fuck? Paddy, what the fuck are you doing?
What?
5 gifted subs to Ledonk, Sparrow, Navarian, Lemons, and Getaway Tiger. You absolute mad lad. Wayne, you gifted me a sub. Yes, if you got gifted a sub in chat, please make sure to thank Paddy or Wayne for your gifted subs. That's so fucking generous, you guys.
That's so sweet of you.
Oh my god. Well, that's better than any raid, you guys. That's so cool. Thank you so much.
Love.
Thank you.